Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hans-Jörg Tschech. I'm the director of the Museum of Hamburg History, and it's a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome you on the second day of our symposium of the German Harbor Museum here at the Museum of Hamburg History. Today we have several panels and we would immediately start with the first one, which has its focus on technology. This is the first panel. We had 3 lectures this morning. I hope you had a fine evening yesterday and a good night, so you are fresh for all those lectures which are right before us. And we do not want to spend time, so let's immediately start with the introduction of our first speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Lasse Herten to you with his lecture today under the main title, Into the Machine Room of a Past Globalization, Port Cities in the Age of Steam. Since 2015, Lasse Herten is head of the project Imperial Gateway, Hamburg, the German Empire and the Making of a Global Port, founded by the DFG at the Freie University Berlin. The project uses the port for a history of urbanization and globalization in the late 19th, early 20th century. He was appointed to this position after a year of teaching and research at the University of California at Berkeley, where he was a postdoctoral fellow in human rights. He did part of his graduate work at the University Paris-Sorbonne and holds graduate degrees from the Humboldt University to Berlin, the University of Oxford and the Freie Universität Berlin. Well, let's have a look back into the STEAM age. We are very interested in your presentation, and the stage is yours.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation and for the kind introduction. And many thanks in particular to Ursula Richenberger and to Ursula Wöst and everyone else involved in organizing this really terrific event. It's been a pleasure to be here, or it is a pleasure to be here. We live in a world of maritime globalization. Freight containers carry more than 90% of global trade on seaborne routes, a statistic that you heard yesterday as well. Images of container ships and terminals have become icons of globalization, routinely used by press and TV news editors as synecdoches for global trade flows. Yet we also live in a world of global urbanization. For the first time in human history, more than half of mankind lives in cities. These two worlds, however, nowadays are worlds apart. Despite its symbolic and factual significance, shipping plays a nearly invisible role for most of us today. Passenger traffic is almost entirely relocated to air flight. Modern ports are, as we've seen, or most of us have seen yesterday, automated terminal sites separated from cities, and they require only very small workforces for their operation. Container ships are becoming increasingly bigger, but their crews are shrinking in size. So, the sentence that I started with is actually not entirely correct. We do not live in a world of maritime globalization. Our world is structured by global maritime forces, but it's not a world that we live in anymore. The long 19th century was also an age of globalization, as historians such as Christopher Bailey, Sebastian Conrad, or Jürgen Osterhammel have emphasized. And indeed, also a period of maritime globalization. With the onset of the age of steam, when new technologies revolutionized global traffic, maritime trade and transport grew exponentially, turning seaborne routes into key circuits of this first globalization. And you've seen the statistic that I failed to provide you yesterday in the talk by Sven Ristau, so I'm glad that he used these figures about shipping. The long 19th century was also a period of global urbanization. The growth of cities was a global trend, even though not a universal one. For instance, in Southeast or East Asia, there were also cases of de-urbanization, but these were already highly urbanized parts of the world. However, virtually all over the globe, two types of cities grew particularly fast: port cities and industrial towns. Much more so than industrial towns, port cities also play a key role in the current literature on the history of the first globalization. In the age of steam, an expanding network of global ports was created, in which an increasingly large share of global shipping was concentrated. Most of the recent research on ports in global history only passes through these cities, or through these ports, focusing on the flows running through them. Ports are predominantly used as hubs, nodes, or as gateways to analyze global flows and networks, such as in the title that I gave my project a few years ago. So there's rather very little interest in the urban space of these port cities. This, I believe, is an effect of two things. First, there's a focus on flows and connections, which I think enabled an appreciation of ports as spaces that are quintessentially designed as spaces that enable connections. But this perspective also prevents an appreciation of the urban character of these spaces in the age of steam. And that's a point that I will come back to in the conclusion. And I think this tendency is also due to a second point, and that is the assumption that the port-city split emerged in the age of steam, when, as Jürgen Osterhammel writes in his magisterial global history of the 19th century, The Transformation of the World, new-style ports were constructed as, quote, self-enclosed organisms with their own administration, conceived as a technical whole and both spatially and mentally remote from the city, unquote. Accordingly, globalization and urbanization in the age of steam also appear as worlds apart. Yet is this depiction accurate? Osterhammel's prime example for the thesis of the port-city split in the 19th century is the Port of London. In the second half of the 18th century, the capacities of the Pool of London, the natural harbour basin that had contributed substantially to the growth of the city for centuries already, this Pool of London reached its limits because of the already substantially grown shipping traffic in early industrializing England. Across the 19th century, the port was continuously expanded through the construction of a number of artificial dock harbour basins. This is, for instance, these are the East India docks in a painting dating from 1808. What we see is the view basically from the city to the East India docks and southward. What this image shows us is that the docks were indeed constructed at the fringes of the city. However, they were also constructed in the immediate vicinity of the City of London. With its banks, its company headquarters and the stock exchange, the City of London was the economic center of the British Empire and basically the British-dominated 19th century world. London became the global city of the age of steam, and this position was directly connected to the City of London and to the port, which entertained a very, very close relationship. The City of London also itself grew exponentially across the century. A city of roughly 900,000 inhabitants by around 1800. At the time, the only city of 1 million people on the globe was Beijing. On the eve of World War I, London boasted a population of more than 7 million. I hope you can see a little bit of the map here, and I'm trying to, does it? Yeah. Okay, so the docks, the dock area is basically extending from here. This is the St. Catherine's docks across towards the east to Millwall and Blackwall. That's the East and West India docks, for instance, over here. So this is basically the area where the docks are constructed. This map is from 1895, and the City of London is basically this part of town west of the St. Catherine's docks. But also in the direct vicinity of the docks was the East End. This is roughly this part of town. And the East End was the most rapidly urbanizing part of London. That was where the dock workers, seamen, foreigners lived. A part of town characterized by casual laborers, also by prostitution. That is where Jack the Ripper searched for and found his victims. So the docks were directly connected to the center, the economic center of the empire, but also to the working classes and the working class districts of London, which were growing at an amazing pace. Another example that might fit the port-city split thesis very well is Hamburg. When the German Empire was founded in 1871, Hamburg had already been a trading center of global importance and connections for centuries. However, it only emerged as the biggest port on the European continent, the German Empire's Welthafen, as economists, geographers, political science and journalists agreed. It only emerges as Welthafen after the creation of a free port area administratively separated from the city. So this is the area in yellow here. This is the free port area that was constructed at the time, and the map is, I believe, from 1887, and the free port area was opened in 1888. On the Elbe Islands, Kehrwieder and Wandram, also on Steinwerder actually, entire neighborhoods were torn down and more than 20,000 people removed to make room for the construction of the new port. The Speicherstadt, a complex of warehouses that many of us have seen yesterday and all of us probably know, of offices and stock market halls, was constructed within the Freeport area and became the linchpin of Hamburg's global port. Hamburg thus at first sight seems like a perfect example for the thesis that the creation of global ports in the age of steam entailed the separation of port and city. But as I argue, the opposite is actually more accurate. We could also see it that way. These parts of town were razed to the ground to make space for the port in the heart of the city. City and port were not separated from each other, they expanded in entanglement. The city's population more than quadrupled from around 250,000 when the German Empire was founded to the eve of the First World War when it passed the threshold of 1 million inhabitants. Many of these newcomers had moved to the city and searched for work in the port, its construction, on ships, and many other business sectors connected to the port. Most of them moved into parts of town in direct vicinity to the port, putting pressure on already densely populated boroughs like the Gängeviertel of the Altstadt and Neustadt or St. Pauli. In port cities like Hamburg or London and virtually all over the globe in the 19th century, the port was a place of labor for the working masses, the backbone of their rapid urbanization. The expanding port economies required a massive workforce, and this was provided by the rapidly urbanizing port cities. Public transport, tram and ferry connections were developed to bring the laborers to their place of work in the port, to the wharves, or on deck. The ports were also situated in walking distance to the banks, the stock exchange markets, and office buildings of the merchants and shipping companies who ran the business in the port. If we look at the Speicherstadt, it is directly connected to the newly constructed City Hall, which opened in 1896, and the new business district that emerged to the north of the free port. Moreover, the port cities needed to accommodate the thousands of passengers that boarded or disembarked ships there, much more than in the age of sail or today in the age of passenger air traffic. Like the capacities for passengers, the demand for labor has multiplied in the age of steam and decreased equally spectacularly with the onset of containerization. So, global historians are definitely right in one regard. In the age of steam, ports were the heart of the global economy, forming, as recent research has shown, the key central hubs where different networks of trade, transport, and traffic were interlocked. But these ports were also the heart of their city and its social and economic life. I would thus plea for a reintegration of the worlds of globalization and urbanization in the age of steam. This is what I'm trying to do in my research on Hamburg, to resituate the port as a space of dense, overlapping and interrelated connections within its place, the rapidly urbanizing city. Port cities, I believe, allow for an entangled analysis of what Gottfried Korff has described as the inner urbanization experienced by city dwellers around 1900. He was writing about Berlin mostly. And the inner globalization that I believe many contemporaries also experience at the same time. So we thus need a dual perspective, at least, on these cities. And also other levels of analysis come in if we think about nation building, empire building, transnational connections, so it's even more complicated. I come to my concluding remarks and a few more thoughts on this language of connectivity that is so predominant across many disciplines and among scholars working on port cities. So across disciplinary divides, scholars interested in port cities share a common language, a common vocabulary that is defined by metaphors of circulation. Everything seems to be in a state of flux in port cities. However, ports are also always the places where mobility is put to a halt. They are also spaces of immobility, at least for a moment. Ships anchor there, are careened or put on a dry dock. Goods are being registered and stored, closely guarded behind the massive walls of warehouses, or possibly even confiscated by custom officials. Passengers go through different checks or wait for the departure or the continuation of their journey. Ports were also liminal zones, spaces of disconnection and the control of connections. This was also aroused by fears of infection that were often concentrated on port cities or focus on port cities. If we think of Hamburg and the cholera there in the late 19th century, but that is a talk, I think we will hear a talk about this too. All of this required massive labor. Port cities were the machine rooms of steam globalization. In these cities, thousands or even hundreds of thousands of workers made sure that contemporary globalization worked like a well-oiled machine. They did the work that ensured global mobility, that made global connections possible. They did so on the ships and in the port during the moment of transmission of these different forms of mobility. Yet these workers were also in a position to create friction and disturbances in this machine. They also regularly thwarted and hindered its smooth running when they went on strike, or through various other smaller and bigger efforts at resistance. Globalization was anchored in port cities in the age of steam. And hence, I would still urge scholars and interested publics and our colleagues in museums to follow the myriad connections that were opened up because of their massive expansion through steamships and railway. But the currently predominating approach to use ports primarily as a starting point to delve into global connections might run the risk to project current understandings back into the history of steam globalization, ending up at constructing a mere teleology of our global present. Because the focus on these connections hinders us to see that this was really happening in an urban space, because they lead us around the globe, and we seldom make efforts to halt in these, to pause in these spaces for a moment and look at them more closely. For an institution such as the Deutsches Hafenmuseum, I would thus call for an appreciation of ports as global spaces of connectivity, but also of the fact that these are spaces to which most of us are widely disconnected today, but were not in the age of steam. Such a museum should acknowledge that the history of ports as noble points of globalization is a long one, but that these past globalizations were different than the one we experience today. Moreover, I also think that this is important if we want to think about and understand our current interest in global maritime pasts, which I think is in particular due to the fact that most of us today are disconnected from the experience of maritime globalization. As the political and intellectual historian Stefan Ludwig Hoffmann has written about something entirely different, human rights in the present, quote, "Historians are the embalmers of our political and moral convictions." As soon as historiography begins to take an interest in an issue, we can be certain that it no longer possesses a self-evident presence in our society. Some questions and problems only become objects of history after society has become historically conscious of them," unquote. Maritime globality, I believe, also does no longer possess a self-evident presence in our society. Yet whether we look at literary works, museum exhibitions, or the simulacrums created by St. Pauli's sex and tourism industry, or the waterfront recovery in the vacated sites of the port industry, such as in the Hafen City, now turned into upscale apartments and a point of departure and destination for cruise trips, maritime globality, with its immediate connection to the economic and social lives of humans in the age of steam, has attracted larger cultural interest in exactly the historical moment when this world has begun to disappear, or nowadays basically already disappeared. When it ceased to be a present and turned into a past that was soon increasingly romanticized. Life at sea became the object of popular romantic evocations, in particular in the moment when sailors began to disappear from the urban social landscape of the port city. The port itself has become a commodity, a spectacle of maritime globality laid bare to the view of visitors to the Elbphilharmonie's observation deck. In our global present, historians, alongside with city tourist offices and museums, have rediscovered the ports, the sea, and the oceans once again. But not because the globalization of the present widely occurs on the seven seas, but because this maritime globality is not part of the space of experience of most of us today. Thank you very much.
Mr. Herten, thank you very much for this very thoughtful and dense presentation. We are perfect in time, so there's a possibility to pose questions from the audience. Are there some?
You mentioned that in one part that most of the people are nowadays disconnected from the maritime globalization. Could you please explain this a little bit more?
I don't know whether you've been on the trip to the container terminals yesterday. So these landscapes are really, they're very ghost-like, if you will. There are almost no people working there, it's run by machines. So almost nobody's involved in making sure that this globalization machine is running. It's run by machines nowadays. And that, I think, is a huge difference to what happened there 100 years ago, when there were, where you would have seen thousands of dock laborers and other laborers in the port who would have done the manual labor that was needed to make sure that this globalization worked. So there are, in some branches, if you look at people in the shipping industry, for instance, working in management, there are certainly people who work in business sectors which are connected to this maritime globalization. But I think, in contrast to the age of steam, it's a much tinier part of the population. And that's basically, I think, the main point that I want to make.
Yes, I wanted to thank you for your really great presentation, for the great research behind this. I think I would mention the magic of your picture, of your metaphor of the steam machine. And you know, machines have energy, machines consist of parts, machines are financed, and there are workers of the machine. And I think what we can join to your presentation are the differentiation of the several groups of actors in the harbor. I missed the shipyards and the shipbuilders because these were thousands of workers, and this is a part of the harbor you didn't mention, sorry, because the one part where the trade took place is really a big place, but it was connected with the shipbuilding and the harbor as a product of the shipbuilders and the big shipping companies, and the berths and the center of financement in Hamburg very deeply connected with all these other things. And the shipping, you know, the migration in Hamburg was a big factor. And you know, many of the ships started from Cuxhaven and not from the port. There must be a differentiation because the heart, even the heart, if you take this picture, consists of many parts and of many rhythmics for the dynamics. And I think perhaps you did respect all this in your research, but I wanted to mention this is very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very, very much. That's, I think, two questions, but both of them really important ones, and that's something I should have mentioned and covered, but probably didn't make it into the talk because of the brevity of time available. Cuxhaven is entirely correct, so it was a more complex port system that was operating in Hamburg, but the masses of people traveling through the ports were the transmigrants coming from Eastern Europe, and they were housed in the, as I'm sure you know, in the Auswandererhallen, so that was definitely closer to the city than Cuxhaven. And also, yeah, not all of the ships right from Cuxhaven. The wharves are definitely central indeed, especially, for instance, for Hamburg with Blumenfoss, which was definitely a place of, yeah, a mass of laborers working there. And for instance, if you look at strikes at Blumenfoss, that's one of the moments where this interaction or this entanglement between port and city became especially apparent because one of the sort of local urban publics that emerged around the strikes was at the Landungsbrücken, where the laborers went especially to work in the wharves at Blumenfoss and other wharves. And workers who went on strike would assemble there to pressure the laborers who still went to work to stop going to work, or to intimidate strike breakers that were brought in from other parts of the empire, or even from Italy or the UK, from British ports in many instances. So the docks are very, very central, and I should have said a bit more about them.
Any other comments or questions? One in the middle.
Yes, thank you for the inspiring lecture. I would like to jump on this methodology of the machine. A machine, especially in a ship, is always built with an intention for a purpose and use. Would you say that the intention of ports development, to take this metaphor, was to promote globalization, or to just participate for the next 30 years until the machine is in the end of its lifetime? So what is this?
I think at the time they were definitely, I mean, these were huge expansion projects, as you know, as well, in these ports. These were really the places where, you know, this machine of globalization was being built and designed and constructed. So I think the intention was, even if they didn't call it that, something like Weltverkehr maybe, but the intention was to create globalization, I think. And then if something happened that, you know, made this machine irrelevant, then they were often very surprised and didn't know what to do, and at some point they came up with something new.
Okay, so from my perspective, I would like to add that I found especially the perspective on ports as zones of stopping the global mobilization very interesting. I think that's a point we have to take into consideration more than we did right up to now. Once again, thank you very much for your lecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we reached the second lecture of this morning, of this first panel on technology, and I would like to introduce to you Christoph Strupp. He received his PhD at the University of Cologne with a dissertation on cultural historiography of Johann Huizinga. From 1997 to 2007, he was research associate at the universities of Heidelberg and Cologne, as well as the German Historical Institute in Washington, D.C. Since 2010, he is research associate of the Research Center for Contemporary History, Forschungsstelle für Zeitgeschichte, here in Hamburg, in the field of Hamburg's history in the second half of the 20th century, and he is at the same time lecturer at the University of Hamburg. His current research project is dealing with structural and functional change of the port of Hamburg since 1950. And we are very much interested in your lecture today, A Rush to the Coast, Industrialization Policies in the Seaports of the North Range after 1945.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction and for the opportunity to be part of this conference. It's a pleasure to be back after the conference we had here last fall. And I'm going to jump right into it. We move from the 19th century to the 20s, and we move from the commercial port to the industrial port. Ports, in a way, in the 19th and 20th centuries are characterized by a diversification and expansion of functions, from commercial ports to industrial ports to distribution ports, from classic colonial goods to raw materials, oil, ore, and coal, and then to containerized general cargo, the cargo of today. The heydays of the industrial port were the 1950s and 60s, 2 decades of an unprecedented economic boom. Characteristics include continuous economic growth at average annual rates of 3 to 5%, and spectacular growth rates in global trade, which to a large extent was trade by sea. And you see here how this is reflected in growth rates in the German seaports of the North Range, and I put also Rotterdam and Antwerp up there to be able to make a comparison. You see especially Rotterdam spectacular with a rise from 30 to more than 300 million tons within a fairly short period of time. The years of the boom are further characterized by a sharp rise in energy demand and a high level of industrial employment. This time period ends with the first oil crisis in 1973, although crisis-like developments in certain industrial sectors, in particular in shipbuilding, could already be observed in the 1960s, and after 1973, the Fordist industrial production model did not come suddenly and everywhere under pressure. Not the least here in Germany, of course, the industrial sector continued to be a central pillar of the national economy. So much for the background of what I'm going to present. Given the limited time available, I'm not going to offer a comprehensive overview of the industrial development in the individual seaports of the North Range, the ports between Hamburg and Le Havre, but rather focus on some general aspects of the phenomenon of the industrial port, and I'm going to concentrate on 4 points. My first point is what is actually new about the industrial port of the 50s and 60s. After all, we find the shipbuilding industry with its suppliers in the ports in the 19th century already. And there was also early on food industry, which processed imported perishable goods such as fish in close vicinity to the water. However, this so-called port-bound industry played an important role at the local level for the respective cities, but not on a national level for the economy of the country as a whole. As far as other industries existed, whether it was the petroleum industry, whose beginnings in the greater Hamburg area go back to the 1880s, and in Rotterdam to the 1930s, whether it was the first smelting works in Bremen, 1911, or in IJmuiden in 1918, or the automobile industry of the 1920s in Antwerp, all of them have in common that in the interwar years they did not achieve the importance in terms of turnover and job creation that they gained in the post-war period. The industrial port of the 1950s was characterized by the large-scale import and processing of raw materials, first of all oil, which developed within a short period of time from a marginal product to a central energy source. In 1950, oil covered 14% of Europe's energy needs. In 1970, its share had risen to 60%. And of course, it also made the production of a variety of new consumer products possible. The cheap-scale, large-scale imports of coal and ore enabled the Western European ports to compete with traditional inner European locations such as the Ruhr area for the settlement of new processing sites. The industry's increased export orientation further added to the attraction of the ports as potential new locations. Another key characteristic of the industrial port is the formation of agglomerations of large, often multinational companies around the ports. Large-scale industrial landscapes develop, not quite as pronounced in Hamburg or Bremen, but massively in Rotterdam, Antwerp, or Dunkirk and Le Havre. As I already mentioned, these complexes are characterized by national economic significance, high capital intensity, a hunger for land and energy, and a problematic environmental balance, even if this was of little interest at the time. The traditional port-bound industry, shipbuilding and food processing continue to exist, especially in the German seaports where these traditions were particularly strong, while in Antwerp, for example, shipbuilding never existed. I come to my second point: what are the consequences of this industrialization process for the ports? The import of bulk goods, especially liquid bulk goods, is generally less lucrative for a port than the handling of general cargo. The dramatic increase in imports, especially of oil, caused total turnover to skyrocket, as you can see here, for the 1950s and 60s. But the direct added value for the port did not necessarily increase in the same way. Ports benefited less from this development than port cities. However, imports of raw materials for the local industry reduced port competition along the North Range and helped to stabilize cargo handling, an important aspect for the ports after the experience of massive slumps in classic trading goods in the economic crisis of the 1930s. In Hamburg, after 1945, commodity imports also at least partially offset the losses in transit trade caused by the lost hinterland in Central and Eastern Europe. These advantages came with a price tag. The central prerequisite for the settlement of refineries, petrochemical plants, steel and aluminum works were large open spaces which had to be drained and prepared for construction. Rotterdam's secret of success was that they had space available and that they agreed to this kind of expensive advanced preparation early on, and they executed 3 major expansion plans within 20 years. You see it on this map from 1952 to 55, the Botlek port, then from 58 to 60, the Europort, and from 68 to 73, Maasvlakte 1, and a couple of years ago, Maasvlakte 2 was built. The 3 ones from the 50s to the 70s together brought almost 6,000 acres of additional space. And the land hunger of the industry in the port of Antwerp is shown in this table from 1946 to 1975. If you just look at the black columns, they represent port land in use by industrial companies, and you can see how it grew. The city-state of Hamburg, on the other hand, suffered from a lack of space, even after the expansion by the Greater Hamburg Act of 1937. Already the first expansion plans of the oil industry in the early 1950s forced the city to laborious sales negotiations with the Moorburg farmers, who skillfully used rivalry industrial settlements such as the Klöckner Group's ironworks in Bremen as an argument for their financial demands. Hamburg attempted to solve the problem of acquiring industrial land reserves by a separate law, the Port Expansion Act of 1961. You see here which area was supposed to be the port expansion, but this proved to be legally sensitive in the 1970s. The alternative of locating bulk cargo handling and new industry in the Elbe estuary on the island of Neuwerk, which had also been discussed since the early 60s, in the end was never implemented. The Neuwerk plan would have been a radical variant of a process that went hand in hand with industrialization in all the seaports of the North Range, and that is an increasing separation of port and port city by opening up new areas in the surrounding countryside. This is something that we already heard about yesterday, and I'm going to go briefly back to this map here. You see it very well for Rotterdam, how the port moves out of the city to the sea. Ports grew, but the needs of industry also led to a rapid growth of ship sizes. And this growth was driven also by bulk carriers, especially tankers, and it necessitated the expansion and deepening of access routes and berth. For Hamburg as an upstream port, a particularly difficult challenge. From 1957 to 64, the Elbe was deepened to more than 12 meters above sea level. And in 1956, the city had also granted more than 65 million Deutschmarks to expand and modernize the tank ship ports. Also, with the expansion of Wilhelmshaven into a national oil port and the introduction of pipelines for domestic oil transport, dark clouds already appeared on the horizon of the self-proclaimed oil city Hamburg. While structural changes in the spatial layouts of the ports as a whole up to the 1960s were largely determined by bulk goods and the needs of industry, industry now also dominated much of the visual appearance of the ports. Kai-sheds and storage areas were now overshadowed by oil tanks, coal and ore heaps, and the towers of the 20th century, as the Hamburger Abendblatt in 1954 described the steel and aluminum structures of the Esso refinery in Harburg. It was not until the mid-60s that the focus of port planning and spatial structural change shifted back towards general cargo, and today, as we already heard, it is the container terminals that determine the visual image of the ports. I come to my third point, where I'm going to say a bit more about the development of the Port of Hamburg, to underline that despite the fundamental similarity of the industrial port type along the North Range, there are also important differences that are due to the specific local conditions. And as a result of these conditions, the rush to the coast in Hamburg after 1945 happened later and less pronounced than in Rotterdam or Antwerp. Hamburg already had a relatively heterogeneous economic structure since the Kaiserreich, with a solid share of port-bound and other industry and manufacturing. Since the late 1940s, when industrial production recovered from war damage and Allied restrictions, Hamburg easily kept up with the industrial areas in the Ruhr area or on the Upper Rhine in absolute numbers, but industrial growth rates remained below the West German average for almost the entire 1950s and 60s. Although the Ministry for Economic Affairs or the Chamber of Commerce repeatedly emphasized Hamburg as an industrial site, there never was a decisive industrialization strategy like in Rotterdam. The reasons for this were manifold. First of all, an obstacle Hamburg was not responsible for, but regularly criticized it, was the industrial and energy policy of the national government, which favored the Ruhr area and slowed down any rush to the coast in the Federal Republic. Second, very important point, of course, was the limited space available in the city-states, as I had already mentioned. In 1957, in an essay on industrial location issues and seaports, Hamburg's port construction director Friedrich Mühlrath admitted that the construction of a smelting works, for example, was of extraordinary economic importance for a port, but he also emphasized the considerable demands on the preparation of industrial sites, which the ministry and the port were reluctant to accept. Port, trade, and shipbuilding were afraid that they would not be able to keep up with the high wages of the steel or petrochemical industry and that they would lose workers. And finally, in addition to such practical considerations, it also played a role that the ideological equipment with which the city after 1945 tried to cope with the experience of the Third Reich and the geopolitical shift to the edge of the West caused by the Iron Curtain was closely linked to the tradition of port and trade and not to industry. The revived ideal of the Hanseat, the social capital of the honorable merchant, the much invoked mediation position between East and West, and the celebration of Hamburg's overseas orientation all had no connection to industry. Politics and business were exercised by members or influenced by members of the long-established merchant families and not by the local directors of the large multinational oil companies. Hamburg was deeply concerned about the development, especially of Rotterdam, about the success of Rotterdam, where the expansion and industrialization of the port was an absolute priority for the city government and the economic elite. Whereas in Hamburg, at the beginning of the 1960s, for example, the managing director of the Chamber of Commerce declared publicly that he was, and I quote, of the opinion that the state should not take any measures to artificially redirect economic activities, especially not through recruitment methods that do not hold up to public scrutiny. So Hamburg's port industry remained essentially limited to the import and processing of crude oil, in which the city, as I said, had already played a prominent role in the Kaiserreich. The complaints in politics and public about Hamburg's below-average industrial growth, the loss of jobs and inhabitants to the surrounding cities became louder in the 60s, and they were reinforced by the first symptoms of crisis in the classic port industry, particularly in shipbuilding, and by the strengthening of the inland oil industry after the opening of the Wilhelmshaven oil port and the first oil pipelines. And the answer was, at the end of the 60s, the attempt of the new Senator for Economic Affairs, Helmut Kern, to achieve a kind of catch-up seaport industrialization with considerable public subsidies on Hamburg land, but also along the lower Elbe to the coast. Kern continued to focus on sectors such as steel, aluminum, and the chemical industry, and proclaimed that by 1980, Hamburg would only have industries that paid top wages. Interest on the part of industry, however, fell short of expectations, and the settlements of a steelwork and above all of an aluminum smelter of the American Reynolds Group, which had been praised as lighthouse projects, were already in crisis in the early 70s. And at the same time, shipbuilding more or less collapsed, and after the second oil crisis of 1979-80, the oil industry reduced its capacities, and Hamburg and northern Germany became an economic crisis region that fell behind the south of the Federal Republic. So to conclude my third point, we can learn from the example of Hamburg that the rush of industry to the coast was by no means inevitable, but required a new form of active economic policy on the part of the port cities, and Rotterdam and Antwerp in particularly played out their strength in this way. The ideological reservations against too much industry in Hamburg make it clear that the character of ports and port cities changed massively with the event of the industrial port, and this was by no means well received by everyone. Very briefly, my last point, and that is development since the 1970s. The industrial port had increased turnover, created jobs, and increased tax revenues in the port cities, and made ports more independent of port competition and the ups and downs of global trade. On the other hand, in the 1970s, the decline of classic Fordist production structures and their central energy sources, oil and coal, now had a direct impact on port cities. Stricter environmental laws and an increasingly industry and growth critical public put them under additional pressure. A bit of a turning point is, for example, that in 1971 in Rotterdam, the city council rejects the construction of a steel plant by a Dutch-German joint venture after protests from environmentalists. Spectacular turning point for a city that was so reacted so positive to industry before. The clearing and preparation of new land for industry now met with resistance from those affected in the 70s already, and 10 years later in the 80s, the question of the development of new areas had frequently ceased to arise, and ports were now confronted with the phenomenon of abandoned industrial wastelands at the waterfront that had to be cleaned and developed for subsequent use that has often nothing to do with ports. So much for my brief overview of some aspects of the industrial port in Western Europe since the 1950s. Thank you very much.
Christoph Strupp, thank you very much for this inspiring talk and this really interesting emphasis of some of the specific features, developments, and even contemporary situation of the harbor of Hamburg after World War II. We are still perfect in time, so there's a possibility for questions and comments.
First of all, thank you for your talk, first of all. I was intrigued by two sources that you presented. One of them, the 1974 Spiegel article, that anyone thought in 1974 that it might be a good idea to build a new Ruhrgebiet is astonishing. But anyways, what I wanted to ask you about is this rhetoric about the Tore auf dem Welthandel. In regard to the longer history of that rhetoric, because a very similar rhetoric actually was used to promote the port during the Third Reich, where there were also huge projects to expand the port in Hamburg, to build Hamburg into a Nazi Welthandelsstadt. And was there, how much of a how much do you find about this in terms of consciousness of this history at the time?
Well, I don't think that it was really seen in this way in the 1950s, that it was kind of a continuation of what was planned in the 30s and 40s. And the port in the Nazi area is kind of complicated because on the one hand, as you say, it was supposed to be a Welthafen, although they were also supposed to lose some of the areas that they did business with before. There was kind of a division of labor between Bremen and Hamburg in terms of global trade. But all of this basically remained on paper. What actually happened in the Third Reich went counter to much of it went counter to the interests of the port, because autarky policy, restrictions of foreign currency exchange and so on, was actually kind of hampered the trade. What did happen in the Third Reich, and this is important for the 50s and 60s, is that with the Greater Hamburg Law of 1937, the industrial part of the port is already strengthened, and this is what they kind of built on in the 50s. This rhetoric of global trade, the gate to the world, is really something, and Lars Amenda, I think who's going to be here tomorrow, has done some work on this. He has shown that the less open the world really is, the more difficult it is for the port of Hamburg to do global trade, the more this rhetoric of we are the gate, we want global trade, comes into play. So this motto of das Tor zur Welt, the gate to the world, is really something that is strengthened in the 1920s, when the port also is in a period of crisis. So this is the rhetoric on the one side, and actual developments on the other side are an interesting topic for the port of Hamburg for the entire 19th and 20th century, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Other questions? Oh, sorry, left hand.
Yes, I would give some remarks on the topic of industrialization. Mm-hmm. In this case, in connection with this picture, we have to take in that Blom und Voss, as the largest shipyard, was destroyed, nearly complete. And in 1952 or 54, they began to reconstruct the yard and then to begin shipbuilding. And there's nothing of global trade in this time in connection with industrialization. There were some other sectors that began to move up. And that was the problem of the Hamburg port, because the Americans and Britain had their hand on the former maritime industry, because it was a war industry. And that was the problem which we keep in mind after this picture. I would like to get a remark to the industrialization of Hamburg, to the speaker before, because the industrialization at Hamburg in the second half of the 19th century became very late. The coal was imported from England. Most of the ships, sailing ships and steamships, were bought in from Scottish shipyards. And there's a similarity to London. London has only one shipyard which is building in steel. That were the Thames Iron Works. You know the football club of West Ham United. It was the factory's football club. The most shipping industry was in Scotland and Northern Ireland, where the great ocean liners were built. And Blom und Voss began with steel building in the 1980s with small steamships and sailing ships. And the shipping industry moved in the second half of the 19th century from the north side of the Elbe River to the south side to the islands. And the connected industry, the suppliers for shipbuilding, they believed mostly on the north side. And also for shipbuilding, most components were imported from England and Scotland.
Okay.
This one to complete the picture a little bit.
Thank you very much. Would you like to answer or to add something?
I think I take it as a comment. I just want to agree with you that, of course, the years of the wars, the First World War and the Second World War, and the aftermath of the Second World War, I mentioned the Allied restrictions are kind of a special period for the port, and we cannot, we have to take that into account, of course.
Okay, then there was the last question, the right side.
Very short remark. The other story will be the story of the containerization, because at the end of the industrialization, is joined or accompanied by the beginning of the containerization, and this is a difference in the semantics of the story. And I think both stories must be seen entangled. Thank you.
Yeah, but I would not speak of the end of the industrial port. I mean, this picture I painted at the beginning, commercial port, industrial port, and then distribution and logistics port, it's an expansion of functions. It's not that one replaces the other one. I mean, we still have industry in the port of Hamburg and in the other ones as well.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Stuck. Yeah, please let me introduce for the third lecturer of this panel, Kerstin Pöls. She received her PhD at the Institute for European Ethnology at the Humboldt-Universität in Berlin with a research on performance and European images of potential elites in the EU power fields. From 2008 to 2011, she did a lot of research on migration as an exhibition theme in Europe, so you are always deeply connected with museums from this time on the representation of European borders and museums in the framework of the international project Exhibiting Europe. Since 2012, she is a junior professor at the Department of Folklore, Cultural Anthropology at the University of Hamburg here. She's leading the project City Industries, Urban Industrial Entanglements in the Baltic Sea region in cooperation with the universities in Stockholm, Copenhagen and Tallinn. The title of your lecture today is City Industries, Urban Industrial Entanglements in Hamburg and Bremerhaven, and if I'm right, you prepared this together with Felix Ringel in Bremerhaven. So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also thank you for inviting me, dear Ursel and colleagues. I'm very happy to be here because it enables me to share some thoughts I'm having in the context of my own research that is based in Hamburg, and which protagonist is sugar, a global and highly moralized commodity. That has always been present and still is very much present in ports and also traded through the port of Hamburg. But even happier I am to be here because I can share some discussions we are having within the research network that was mentioned by Mr. Czech, City Industries. We are researchers from all over Europe. This is us, cultural and social anthropologists, geographers, and sociologists, and we share an interest in urban industrial entanglements in a very broad sense, be of field sites in the Baltic Sea regions or elsewhere. Entanglements, what do we mean by that? I think many of us have been talking about entanglements during these last presentations. Entanglements have been around for quite some time as a concept and approach to historical processes and societal processes. Entangled histories, Histoire croisée, history of cultural transfer, neue Globalgeschichte, and all of these research programs attempt to better grasp as well Verbindungen as Verstrickungen, meaning the positive and probably more problematic aspects of globalization processes. And as anthropologists, we tend to argue that this is what we've been doing on a micro level for a long time, and yet there is a special quality in the more recent debate where frictions and conflicts or large-scale power hierarchies increasingly acquire our attention. And equally, the present and historic intertwinements of economic structure, state, and societal dynamics with individual actors deserve our attention. And it's, of course, not my idea to carry coals to Newcastle, as I learned yesterday is the proper expression, or Oil nach Athen tragen. But I find it very helpful to look a bit closer at entanglements as a concept, not for its own sake, but because such a concept may inform the way in which museal narratives are being developed, and be it in Deutsches Hafenmuseum or elsewhere. So the way in which a narrative will be produced or elaborated. And also, I think it informs the aesthetics of such a museal display or narrative. And I think the presentation by Carola Hein yesterday showed us in a very powerful way the effect of mappings. And mappings doing mapping is one approach, but the museum is a three-dimensional space, so it prompts further question of what entanglements in the museal space can, in the end, look like. So how exactly do we, as a network, employ the notion of entanglements? And I will give a few thoughts, and then I will turn to examples, so don't be desperate. In our network, we regard entanglements as relations between cities and their industries, which are multiple, complex, they are non-linear, multidimensional, and open-ended. Entanglements can materialize and cause effects in many places and contexts, and they obviously do so in ports and harbors. Entanglements include diverse human and non-human actors, technologies, discourses, and they have foreseen and they do also have unforeseen effects. Accordingly, entanglements can be characterized as productive since they result in new forms of urbanity and also new modes of industrial productions. Entanglements have different dimensions and scales which are neither stable nor given but formed in situ by the involved actors and also by the analytical interests of the research, and I would like to add by the interest of the museum curators. For instance, one can focus on spatial dimensions of urban industrial entanglements, as my colleague and network member Asta von der Au, the one with the short blonde hair and the black and white photograph, does in her research. Asta is now based at the University of Halle, and she investigates relations between global IT centers and smart cities on the one hand, and peripheral industrial cities on the other hand. Those peripheral industrial cities serve as infrastructural sites of the faraway smart cities of the faraway smart cities. And Asta conducted her ethnographic research in Luleå, that is a former mining town in the very north of Sweden. And Luleå now houses one of Facebook's large data farms, white cubicle sheds on a vast premise where the servers are located. And cities as Luleå often experience pollution and resource extraction instead of the positive effects of smart innovations, and it is these spatial distributions we are interested in and we are looking at. Within our network, we do investigate temporal dimensions of the urban industrial entanglements as well. How does the relation between post-industrial cities and their industries change over time? How are rhythms and paces of public urban life affected? And we've heard of something of that in my predecessors' presentations. And how are they harmonized or set in opposition to each other in specific settings? Our network member Tauri Tuvikene from Tallinn, for example, investigates how mobile robots in the city space, these mobile robots we have seen in Hamburg also, that deliver parcels, affect the uses of pavements and thus public space. So you see, we are a group of researchers with micro studies, one might say, but we engage in a larger debate. As a network, we agree that urban industrial entanglements can be traced on very different scales in local settings and on broader temporal and spatial frames. Thinking in entanglements or taking them as a starting point while thinking about the relation between cities and industries seems very productive to us. This notion invites to see things in relation to each other rather than assuming separately existing entities. Coming back to Asta von der Au's research on IT infrastructures, we find it crucial not to separate the so-called old, traditional and new, smart and creative industries, but think them in historical and spatial relation to each other. While it might seem natural to talk, for instance, about coal mining and data mining as two very different things, we are rather interested in their relation towards each other. So our common endeavor is to improve our understanding of how the urban and the industrial are interrelated through space, time, phases of resource and extraction, flows of capital, struggles of labor, and so on. Felix Ringel sends his regards. He could not be here today, but I will share some insights in his ongoing research. Felix's work concerns post-industrial cities in Europe. He's currently conducting ethnographic fieldwork in Bremerhaven. There are some pictures. When I'm looking at the relationships between work and life in cities, Felix argues that there can be observed some new dynamics. He thinks about this relationship as post or rather newly pre-industrial. For Bremerhaven, for instance, the changes in the harbor that have been initiated under the paradigm of economic sustainability have turned out to be re-industrialization strategies with reference to the offshore wind park that is produced in Bremerhaven. The move towards sustainability as a move into the post-industrial area fell short, he holds, with regard to Bremerhaven. Population and economic growth, something that was seen as outdated before, were quickly revealed as the actual ongoing aims of Bremerhaven's revitalization strategies. And this prompts further questions about how the city relates to the post-industrial wastelands in the parts of Bremerhaven's harbor, which had been de-industrialized previously. The offshore wind farm industry itself had taken over quite a few brownlands left over from previous shipyards. However, so have, for example, research industries and research institutes. He goes on with some research, or with highlighting as well the waterfront reconstruction that also Lasse has mentioned in his presentations, and others as well. Let's move on to my own research that is also partly complementing and also contrasting Felix's research in Bremerhaven, because the way I look at the entanglements in a port is through a commodity. And I hope your blood sugar level is still okay, your craving for additional sugar is not too high, but we will talk about sugar at least these upcoming 10 minutes or so. Sugar has been traded through the port of Hamburg for centuries and under various regimes and in various constellations. The historical dimension I have to skip today has, and I'm very grateful for that, at least briefly hinted by Sven Ristau yesterday, through a sugar factory he mentioned, and also Christoph Dartmann pointed at the long-standing global trade in sugar. Sugar has always been and still is a global and highly moralized commodity. I will not talk about the consumption aspect that my research also comprises. I'm happy to discuss that over a cup of tea or coffee with sugar later on. Sugar is characterized by both colonial and post-colonial entanglements. The colonial past is very much present and productive in today's trade in sugar and production of sugar as well. And there are various involved actors I'm interested in. Beet sugar and cane sugar producers and industry, international sugar traders, of whom are many Hamburg-based, commodity future brokers that have their offices in the city of London, farmers, factory workers, the food industries, food developers, and these food industry, the food industry is served Europe-wide through the port of Hamburg, by the way. And also the sugar terminal that is located in Hamburg and that we passed by with the boat yesterday is very interesting to me. The shed is in the vicinity of the shed number 50 we saw yesterday. It's the shed with probably the steepest roof and all over the port, because the sugar is inserted from the top of the roof and thus is forming a pyramid inside. So the shed represents the way sugar arranges itself physically when stored. Thus, my focus is not on the port itself, but on the flow and movements of goods, of knowledge, infrastructures, and on power structures. And I would like to, I have selected two spotlight, let's say, as I could not give you a comprehensive picture of my research today. Firstly, entanglements in time, speed, and rhythm. What we see today, since 2017, is a rapidly or a changing global market in sugar. There's some kind of uproar, one might even say, as the European sugar market regulation, die Europäische Zuckermarktordnung that had been in place for 50 years, was abandoned. It worked in combination with the Sugar Protocol from 1975, and the effect today is that there are no further European subsidies to beet sugar producers inside the European Union. There are no further export or import quotas as they had been in place for 5 decades. And this, of course, is a shocking development to the powerful European sugar industry actors as well as to farmers. Instead, we face an increasing importance of commodity futures and the algorithms that lie behind the trade, a higher volatility in global sugar prices, growing attention to weather incidences, storms, strikes, and so globally, as these protective means the EU had set are not in place any longer. And we observe a renationalization of support for farmers. So subsidies that are not longer given by the EU now come from the national governments in several European countries. This is one aspect of time and speed and uncertainty when it comes to the speed of trade, for example, and price volatility. The other aspect or the other facet of that is the demand for just-in-time delivery, so-called synchromodal transportation, or we have heard as well about right-in-sequence delivery yesterday. And this goes hand in hand with the decreasing amount of stored sugar. This was a national request for many years, is no longer stored to secure the supply of sugar for the national population. 12 years ago, this was abandoned, and since then, the sugar-producing companies are, of course, they may store as much sugar as they would like to, but there's no state regulation that says this and how many tons they must store every year, for example. And this change enforced a tendency to speed up the move of goods and to decrease storage. So it means a tendency to combine different means of transportation that are possibly available at shorter notice than ships. And yet, this increase of speed and adaptation to buyers' needs is well, it's not the whole picture. On the left-hand side, you see, and this is a picture from last year, how sugar is loaded and unloaded in the port of Hamburg. So containerization is a big issue, but not in the case of sugar. In the case of sugar that is traded through the sugar terminal Hamburg, we observed that for many times the what's the Kai, the birch? No. The quay, yeah, let's say the quay, you all understand what I say. The quay is empty, there are no ships, but if a ship is coming, there are up to 12 workers working non-stop in order to load the ship, partly manual. There's like an elevator or like a Rutschbahn for the sugar bags that then have to be placed in a very, well, of course, minutely, they have to be placed inside the boat, inside the vessel, and this is far from what we saw on Altenwerder yesterday. So let's turn to the spatial entanglements. So I've just to briefly conclude, this is what I consider an anachronism or coexisting. You don't not, but we would like to comment probably later on that, maybe. Something that at least does not fit the narrative of containerization and digitalization within the port. Now, some thoughts about the spatial effects. I conducted interviews with sugar producers, and there are 3 big sugar producers in Germany that also have a very powerful position in the global market, global sugar trade. And one of them argued in an interview, and I quote, "Well, what will be required for export? Smaller or larger aircrafts?" That was the dispute in aviation 15 years ago. And I'd say we have this dispute in a very, very similar way today. We, the sugar producers, may construct terminals in ports. We may fill them and export sugar independently from the harvesting season, which is in Europe roughly from October to December or January. Or we might build storage space where you produce and then export in containers. I believe in the latter. I believe in direct exports. And this means in exporting sugar not through the ports, but by different means. For example, railway, not because of its cheaper prices, but because of the quicker availability and the extended control over the movement of the sugar, and also on the risk of contamination. The abolition of the European sugar market regulation has strong effects on where and how sugar producers now turn their attention to. For example, sub-Saharan countries where a growing middle class means increasing demand for processed food and thus sugar. This is the markets that at least the German sugar producers I have been talking to look at. And I'd say the spatial dimension also comprises an important and growing role of the port hinterland. Future smart farming means, for example, for the case of sugar, that beets are placed on the fields through the assistance of cloud-based data combinations, from everything from weather forecasts to sensors in the fields, and their movement or transport to the factories is controlled by GPS already today. And these new techniques control the flow of substances, of raw materials and goods, and this affects the use of land in the hinterland, but also the use of land in the port. as well, the thoughts I've just quoted from the sugar manager means that there might be more places, more sites, more areas turning into, well, wastelands or abandoned areas in the port, or at least their use changes. Let me conclude. I share ideas and questions we are developing within the research network City Industries, and I highlighted some of the fields and research focuses of my colleagues in Luleå, Tallinn and Bremerhaven. I then turned to the protagonist of my own ongoing research project, namely sugar. Such an ethnography of economic and political entanglements that I pursue, and one that sees the port of Hamburg as a node of global movements of commodities and knowledge, means to pay attention to several aspects. Firstly, the allocation of means, resources, and the power relations, inequalities must be observed. For example, I would argue that we see kind of inversion in the way producers and logistics enterprises are negotiating with each other, and this idea was even strengthened during our tour yesterday in the afternoon, when we saw how the trucks and the use of the port space in relation to the traffic on the road is somehow in balance, one might say. At least I came to think of it when standing in the traffic jam. Secondly, the interrelation of space and its use, time, rhythm, materials, and geopolitics must be considered, as well as the moral positions they result in. And these two aspects imply a move away from the nation state as a framework, and it makes it maybe more difficult to talk about the port as an entity. And this might, of course, have consequences for a museum and the way protagonists are developed for such a narrative, or the objects are presented and combined with each other. Thirdly, I argue that research that investigates the relations of cities and industries in ports and elsewhere must look at the modes and scope of and action of large industrial enterprises, such as those that are dominating the global sugar market and other markets as well. Keith Hart postulates what he calls a human economy program, a research program I sympathize with, as it aims to create the ground for what he calls an economic democracy. He argues, and I quote, "We need to be very sure that we are human and they, meaning the corporations, are not." And in this regard, I disagree with him, because I don't think that we can have such a certainty. There is not such a clear distinction. And precisely because of the fact that enterprises in the global sugar industry and many others constantly reorganize themselves and their networks according to the logics of the free market, their networks and entanglements change, as well as the ways in which they use land, in ports, in the hinterland, and beyond. Through ports, we can approach and better understand these developments, I hold, and we can also discuss how these developments could then be put on display in Deutsches Hafenmuseum and in other places. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to questions and comments.
Thank you very much for the fascinating thoughts on all types of entanglements, and especially in connection with sugar, of course, and how I found the very interesting perspectives on post-industrial harbor developments, and sometimes even apparently anachronistic things that happen there. You opened up the discussion. We have the time already, so there are questions.
Yes, thank you. I would rather like to ask you, maybe can you elaborate on the contemporary major regions for production of sugar? Because as far as I know, first, sure, a few centuries ago, it came from East India, then from South America. It was subsidized by the sugar beet here in sugar beet syrup, and then, so where does it came from today? And you said that where it goes to, and where will be in maybe the next few years the major consumers of sugar and something like
If
this.
I knew that, I would not be standing here, but be extremely well-paid member of the elite in the city of London, and be now. Well, the nervosity is on a very high level. This is it's outdated, but there are no real recent numbers. Although sugar is a global commodity, the majority of sugar is traded within the continents and to the neighboring continents, let's say. The consultants in the sugar trade that give their advice to everything from Coca-Cola to let's say Nordzucker and others who have an interest in the long-term price developments, they look at Brazil, India, Thailand, also China, this means that today's sugar market is very much different from a sugar market in the early modern times. The break was in the mid-19th century, from 1850 or so, sugar was produced from beet in an efficient and economically sustainable way later on German territory. The landmark publication on sugar as a global commodity, Sidney Mintz's monograph, Sweetness and Power, which I highly recommend as a really fascinating read, is not covering that at all. So this is why I think it's worthwhile to look at today with, of course, considering the historical dimensions, as the interesting aspect of sugar today is that an identical substance, crystallized sugar, can be produced from two very different sources, namely cane and beet, and it's impossible to differentiate once this highest level of refinement has been reached. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, we have time for one other remark or question.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. And I also have a question, or I have a question on kind of your perspective on the actor-based kind of aspect of this kind of whole trade. And I think it's a kind of an important aspect for all of us, because like the port is not kind of changing and developing itself, because it's based on decisions of human beings. So my question is kind of how this kind of interrelation or entanglement between the CEOs, the economic elites, and like political elites are kind of visualized through your kind of topic. So probably you can elaborate on this a little bit more, because kind of it's interesting how kind of sugar CEOs kind of shaping our reality in a way in the port, or the port economy in a way. So like switch the perspective to kind of the actors of your trade.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question, because that's one I'm tackling right now. I don't have the answer, as I'm still in the process, but and this is the first remark before I try to answer, and the second one is that we have seen how vast the harbor of Hamburg and others are, and we have seen the oil industry. So the sugar terminal in Hamburg is important for sugar, but also it's comparatively small, let's say. But well, and yet sugar is an important good that has been traded. I see the relation as a rather indirect one. I have not encountered any hints that sugar industry CEOs would directly address, let's say, city officials with regard to the port, but it goes rather indirectly. As you see, that at the moment, the reintroduction of a tax in sugar is being debated. And with that regard to that, there are working groups where, of course, the sugar industry has its seat, and they are, of course, against and not for a tax in sugar. And at this level, at the national level, they debate and also present their arguments as they see themselves as, well, the bread givers of whole regions around Hildesheim and around Uelzen and other areas of Germany. Beet sugar or beets have been the what they call it, die Königsfrucht, the best thing you could put on your fields, because it was such a secure way for farmers to sustain, to make a living. And this is now, of course, changing, and this increases the power position of the sugar producers, as they can, as global enterprises, they, to a certain degree, would like to, well, they would like to expand their markets on the other hand, on the one hand, but on the other hand, they are, of course, bound to the land. So they are in a difficult position themselves, and on this ministerial level, they have these debates on what to do next. But they are all very insecure right now, because neither the farmers that are working right now, nor the sugar managers that are working now have experienced phases of the free market in the business of sugar. It's something unforeseen.
Thank you very much once again. And allow me please to close this panel at this point. Many thanks to all three speakers for your really inspiring presentations here, and especially also for the perfect time discipline. I would like to mention this again.
We're moving into the field of politics now, and the three lectures that we're hearing are moving us back in time. First, we'll hear about the port today by Daniel Hoseus. Then we're looking with Sarah Lemon, very sorry, at the Cold War, and finally with Sebastian Nirschke at Imperial Germany. Let's start with Daniel Hoseus. He is not in your program yet because Hiram Kümper unfortunately had to stay home due to mourning in the family, and Daniel Hoseus was so kind to very spontaneously step in for him. Daniel Hoseus grew up in Canada and also completed his studies in public administration at Carleton University in Ottawa in 1996. Since then, he has been active in the shipping business and brings a broad range of experience in the field. He moved to Hamburg in 1989 and since then worked for a number of companies and organizations in the fields of shipping and transport. Before joining the Association of German Ship Owners, den Verband Deutscher Reeder, in 2001, he worked as a consultant in the field. At the Association of German Ship Owners, he held various positions, last as their CEO. Since 2014, he is Hauptgeschäftsführer des Zentralverbandes der deutschen Seehafenbetriebe, which is the CEO for the Association of German Seaport Operators. This association represents the economic, business and political interests of German port operators nationally and internationally. So he will speak to us about the presence and also future of, we'll see, and the specific roles of German ports today. Thank you very much for coming to this meeting so spontaneous. Daniel Hoseus, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very kind and generous introduction. It's quite a mouthful to say Hauptgeschäftsführer des Zentralverbandes der deutschen Seehafenbetriebe. Anyway, we are the Ports Association in Germany. We represent port companies. And I've been, as you said, in the maritime business for the past 20 years or so. And I must confess, I'm a little bit intimidated to speak to you today, given that you are all experts in museums, something about which I know nothing or virtually nothing other than being a visitor to a museum occasionally. So bear with me if I say things that you find strange. I must say, one thing I do disagree with. There was one disagreement yesterday. During the introduction, it was said that the maritime industry had a bad image, or maybe not the best image. And I would say I completely disagree with that. The German ports have a pretty good image, we think. I mean, it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you go around and say, we have a bad image, then people start thinking, well, yeah, maybe they have a bad image. No, we have a very good image. And I'm going to keep saying that. And it's not just during the port days or the port's birthday here in Hamburg. There's similar events in other port cities in Germany, in Rostock, in Bremerhaven, and elsewhere. And ports are very much part of our northern German heritage and of our self-image. This is really a part of the DNA, if you wish, of northern Germany, of the coast. And this is the case not just in Germany, but in many other places around the world as well. So there you go. Ports have a pretty good image. And part of the good image has to do with the fact that we generate employment. A lot of people work in ports these days. Here's a chart of the port workers in Germany, and this is really just the blue-collar port workers in Germany, and that's a figure of about 13,000 right now in the area of the North Sea and the area of the Baltic Sea. Now, 13,000 sounds very little, but it's really just the port workers. And then when you look at the employment generated by the Port of Hamburg, for example. The Port of Hamburg, if you take all the direct and indirect employment generated throughout Germany, it generates jobs to the tune of 260,000 people throughout Germany. Just the Port of Hamburg, not to mention all the other ports about which I'm going to speak about a little in a minute. So part of the reason we have a good image is a lot of people work in ports and make their living from them. Here's a map of ports in Germany. There are many ports here, surprisingly many. I must confess, when I first started this job, I thought, whoa, 22 locations. I wasn't aware of that. And even that is not completely accurate. If you take a look at the Statistics Office of Northern Germany, they identify 60 ports on the coast, along the coast, that can receive seagoing vessels, 60 ports. Now, those 22 here are the main ports. They're the members of our associations. And they cover the entire range from very small ones like Viru on the Baltic Sea, a small grain handling port, to the very big port of Hamburg, which is still one of the largest ports in the world and certainly in Europe, not to mention Wilhelmshaven, Bremerhaven, Cuxhaven, Papenburg, and many others. I'm going to talk about them a little bit more in a minute. The point is there are very many ports in Germany, in modern-day Germany. And this goes to the core of who we are as an association. I didn't do that today. Within those ports, there are many more port companies. People have a tendency, people outside the industry have a tendency to think of ports as singular economic units. There's the port, and the port is doing this, and the port is doing that. In fact, within ports, there are very many companies that are actually doing the port's business. The Hamburg Port Authority, for example, doesn't handle a single container, doesn't move a single ton of cargo. All it does, which is a big job, but all it does is to run the infrastructure, to provide the access roads, the railways, to ensure that the water has an adequate draft, to make sure that the quay wall is in good shape. But everything that happens on top of those areas, that is done by private companies, by private port companies. In the case of the Port of Hamburg, there are more than 100 of those. And each of these companies, when we talk about museums and narratives and stories, each of these companies has its very own story, its very own narrative. So bear that in mind when you talk about ports around the world. There are very many companies within them that actually do the port's business. And just by way of illustration here, the Port of Hamburg, again, it's not a unitary thing, a singular thing. There are areas that are dedicated to the handling of containers, other areas to bulk cargo, to ro-ro, to passenger terminals, and so forth. So it's a very diverse, very dynamic environment. Some facts: German seaports handle more than 120,000 ships per year. They handle 2/3 of Germany's seaboard foreign trade, which also means that 1/3 is handled by other ports, for instance in the Netherlands, in Belgium, or in Poland, or in the Mediterranean even. German seaports handle 3.5 million cars, 15 million containers, 24 million tons of grain, oilseeds, and animal feed, and 35 million tons of coal, natural gas, and oil. And in addition, they operate internationally around the world, the companies, that is, do, and operate terminals elsewhere in the world. So what we do is we do containers. This is an image of Burchardkai here in Hamburg. We do containers. And when you watch the news, usually when they talk about world trade, they will show you an image of container handling somewhere. So while containers are a symbol of world trade, this is what happens when you put the term world trade in Google. Ports are also about planes, trains, and automobiles. They're also about paper. Paper handling is a big business in the Baltic Sea especially. They're about breakbulk commodities such as steel, cereals, and oilseeds. This is inside a ship. I mean, they drop these caterpillars, these vehicles, and drop them inside the ship to move, in this case I think it's soybeans, towards the suction device in the middle of the vessel. Energy commodities such as coal. I think you had a presentation about petroleum earlier on, and we still do that, of course. Energy commodities such as gas and oil. But also more modern, more contemporary things such as offshore wind parks are part of the goods of the assortment handled in ports. This is in Bremerhaven. It's actually a container terminal. The picture was taken around 2009, 2010, which was a bit of a rough spell. It was the economic crisis, the financial crisis following on the heels of the Lehman Brothers situation. So they had some space available, and the space was used to mount these offshore wind power station rotors and put them on these special vessels. You see it in the upper left-hand corner, the blue one with those cranes. Those take them out to sea where they're assembled as wind parks for offshore wind. And of course, especially in the Baltic Sea, there are also cruise terminals, ferry services towards Scandinavia, and there used to be a service to Great Britain as well, though that bit the dust because of all the cheap airplane fares. So that's what we do. And each German port, each of these 22 locations has its place, has its role in the German economy and the German transportation network. For example, Papenburg, way in the west, our most southernmost member, Papenburg handles a lot of peat moss, a lot of wood. It's a big service provider to the huge shipyard for cruise ships that's there, the Meierwerft. They provide services to Meierwerft. When Meierwerft needs to furnish a ship for for 5,000 people, crew and passengers. The port will handle all the cutlery and all the toilet paper and all the other things that need to be put on the ship and provides those kind of services. Emden is very big near the Dutch border, or on the Dutch border, is huge on car transport, car exports, Volkswagen vehicles throughout the world. When the diesel scandal broke, they were really quite concerned, not just in the port, but actually in the city as well, which derives a lot of its tax revenue from the port. They were wondering how things were going to turn out there. Wilhelmshaven is the energy hub for Germany. It's gas and oil, it's coal, it's also containers, more recent development. Brake is agriculture, Bremen is multi-purpose, Bremerhaven is multi-purpose, containers, especially Cuxhaven. They're going to get stung by the Brexit most likely. They do 80% of their business with the UK and Ireland. Cuxhaven provides a ferry service. Hamburg, I think you went on a cruise yesterday. Multi-purpose containers are very important, but also all the other commodities that we mentioned. Brunsbüttel, right on the Kiel Canal, right on the North Sea, multi-purpose, a lot of coal. Kiel, Lübeck, they're ferry ports. They do ferries to Scandinavia, to Russia, to the Baltic states. Rostock, again, multi-purpose, and so on. Each port has its role to play in the transportation system. And these ports compete with ports to the west in Antwerp and in Rotterdam, the other ports as well, Amsterdam, Groningen, with ports in Poland, Stettin, Swinemünde, Dansk, all those ports compete with German ports, and also the Mediterranean ports. The Mediterranean ports are competitors for German ports. I'm going to show you another slide in a minute that illustrates that a bit more. But with each tunnel that gets drilled through the Alps, with each improvement in the railway system, railways towards Italy, Switzerland, and so forth, it gets easier to access Mediterranean ports such as Trieste or Rijeka or Livorno or Genoa. And for shippers in southern Germany, in Bavaria, in Baden-Württemberg, those are interesting alternatives to northern European ports. Here's an illustration. The hinterland of northwest European or northern European ports extends well into Hungary, Romania, and Southeast Europe in general. And as this chart tries to illustrate, you can do the same thing from Piraeus in Greece, provided that the railway connections are adequate, provided that the trucking routes are adequate. They're not quite there yet, but there's no reason why Piraeus shouldn't be considered a strong competitor for northern German ports. Here's another illustration of the hinterland by way of example of Hamburg, the hinterland. I mean, the ports handle cargo, some of it, in the case of Hamburg, quite a lot of it gets used in the metropolitan area of Hamburg, in the greater region, but a lot of it comes from Czech Republic, from Slovakia, from Hungary, which is also illustrated by the fact that HHLA, the biggest port operator in Hamburg, runs its own railway service connecting these areas to the port of Hamburg. So this is the hinterland where the consumers are and where the places of production are for a lot of goods exported from Germany. So this is sort of our situation, and looking ahead, or what are the trends? What is the outlook? One of the biggest drivers of growth in the years past, of course, was China. China was able to offer cheap production for a lot of goods, things that we like to buy here. A lot of it came from China. But of course, China is developing as well. Things are not quite as cheap anymore as they used to be. Things are changing and might be shifting elsewhere. I mean, the fact that Starbucks is here right underneath the communist China's flag sort of is a good illustration of the developments there. And of course, the Chinese are actively going out into the world. They're investing huge amounts of money in a transportation network that will connect the Far East, that will connect China with Central Europe, other parts of the world as well, but in particular Central Europe. They do this to move cargo from China to Europe and vice versa, but they also do it to access Central Asia, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, all these places in Central Asia as new places for production, new sources of cheap labor, and also a new consumer base for products assembled or made in China or made in Europe. This has a strong railway component, but it also has a strong maritime component, with China investing in Karachi in Pakistan, in East Africa and other places along the route between the Far East and Europe. Another development we're watching, though I don't think it's going to have the same impact, are the northern sea routes through the Arctic, the Northeast Passage, the Northwestern Passage. They provide shorter access between Asia and Europe, but the climatic and the geographic situation is such that I don't think it will become a main competitor for the other routes. Nonetheless, a development we need to observe or need to pay attention to. Another trend, very strong trend, of course, is automation. This is an image taken at the container terminal Altenwerder, almost fully automated. There's still a grain driver moving the cargo, moving the containers from the ship to the land side. But the moment the container literally hits the ground, well, it doesn't hit the ground. The moment it hits one of these vehicles, it's fully automated, no more drivers. It's all computer driven, computer directed. Doesn't mean that there's nobody working there. People are just working somewhere else. They will be working as IT experts. They will be working in the offices rather than outside. So there's an improvement in the work quality, but of course the jobs are changing and the number of jobs is changing as well. There's no denying that. So that's a very big development in the coming years. It's closely linked to digitization, big data, the developments in information technology, which will allow to use infrastructure, allow to use facilities more efficiently, which allows to provide new service offers to customers. We can tell even more precisely when the container is going to be where. We might be able to provide value-added services around the movement of traffic, optimize traffic, perhaps have fewer traffic jams. All these things can be made possible with the advancements in information technology and the use of big data. And in the logistics, this is, of course, a big thing. Another trend is 3D printers, new ways of production. This is an image of bicycle helmets printed in a 3D printer. So maybe there's no more need to ship things from A to B if you can already produce them at B. At the same time, personally, I'm a little bit skeptical about a major impact of that, because I'm not sure you're going to print much faster or more effectively or efficiently than by pouring plastic into a mold. I mean, that's sort of a development that needs to be observed, but especially in the area of spare parts, of single items, 3D printing could change the game a little bit. Then we have new energy sources, solar power, wind power, and that leads us to the question, what does, by way of illustration, what does the self-driving solar-powered car from the 3D printer mean for automobile handling, car parts and containers, oil storage, coal handling? Those are the kind of questions we need to address when we look ahead, we look into the future, because the situation is changing. Now, the situation is changing, ports are used to changes, and I think you, better than most people, know about the changes that ports have handled over history, how they have adapted to trends and developments in technology, in society, and so forth. For port operators, it's routine business to adapt to change, but we need to pay attention, of course, and we need to be aware of those changes. It is meant to be a session about politics. I'll keep this very short. Our main concerns as port operators, as port industry, what are our main goals, what is our outlook on things. We need a top-performing transportation network. It is absolutely crucial that not just the ports are efficient, but also that the highways, the railways, the inland waterways work efficiently to move the cargo between the places of consumption and production to the ports. We, of course, need a good legal framework, good administration that keeps up to date, reflects the changes in technology. It's not that straightforward to have companies cooperate on information exchange and data sharing, for example, because normally competitors are not allowed to collaborate. That's not part of the system. So you need legal changes in competition law and many other areas of law as well. The administration has to keep up to pace. We need good environment policies, good energy policies. They need to be competitive. We need to be able to implement them. There's no point in saying you have to do this if it drives us out of business. They need to be competitive. Of course, ports need to be safe places of work. They need to be secure. They need to be protected against terrorism, criminals, and so forth. And we need appropriate wage and social policies. We also, as an association, negotiate the collective agreements with the unions for the port workers for their wages and working conditions. So they too need to reflect reality, need to reflect what's going on around. And of course, and perhaps that's today the single most important thing, we need a top-notch ports museum about us, about our industry. Because we are actually very interested in telling our stories, and so we hope that we can contribute a little bit to the new German Ports Museum. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Daniel Hoseus, for giving us this insight into today's politics of ports. I was I sort of wrote down this sentence, ports are used to changes. Yeah. I did like that a lot, and I think this is a very interesting idea, which we can look at historically, but first, are there questions to Daniel Hoseus?
Hi, Lasse Herten, Free University of Berlin. I have a quick question about a rather small aspect of your presentation. The map that you showed about the new Silk Road that China is working on. Africa actually is a key part of that project. Yep. And I was wondering why Africa is a blank space on that map, because of the sort of, I don't want to be overly critical here, but there's a very sensitive, longer history of, representations of Africa as an unexplored white space. Oh. So I don't think that you had that in mind, but I was wondering why, because also on a very practical level, actually Africa plays a big role in this project.
No. I mean, first of all, I copied this map from somebody else, a Belgian academic, Theo Notteboom. And I think the reason I picked this illustration, there are many illustrations out there, was very much because it does include Africa and shows the maritime situation. A lot of times people think about the Silk Road, the new Silk Road, only in terms of railways. Now it has very much a maritime component. I'm just trying to figure out, maybe I can't read it on the screen myself. I think the red areas are the ones that are the Silk Road economic belt. I can't explain it. I'm not sure why he chose those colors that way, but it was not to be meant to be exclusive, but inclusive. So.
Thank you. Other questions at this point? If there are not, thank you, Daniel Hoseus. You'll be here if we have questions at the end of the session. With the next lecture, we're stepping back in time into the time of the Cold War, and I would like to introduce Sarah Lemon, who's a research assistant at the history department at the Christian Albrecht University in Kiel. She studied history and Bohemian studies in Leipzig and Prague and completed her PhD at the University of Vienna. And I think she's very proud that her PhD thesis just was published at Böhlau. It's called Czechs Traveling Representations of the Non-European World and National Identity in East Central Europe, 1819 to 1838. Her main fields of research are East Central European history in the 19th and 20th centuries, the history of the Cold War, harbor history, tourism history, and migration history. She worked as a research assistant in the field of history and culture of Central and Eastern Europe at the universities of Leipzig, Vienna, and Bremen, and is a long-term visiting fellow at the German Historical Institute in Washington, D.C. Sarah Lemon will speak on the Port of Hamburg as the node of the Cold War. Welcome and thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the very kind introduction and for letting me present my project here. And I think the connection to the paper we've just heard might be a little more difficult to make, but I still hope that my project fits into the broader scope, although you will realize that I will not focus so much on the macro scope of globalization as we've heard already today and also yesterday several times, but I will actually take you to a micro level and a micro story that I would like to tell here, and hopefully we can link these two levels together. So when you take the train from Hamburg Harbor, and I'm talking about a very specific part here, to Hamburg main station, right after you pass the station Veddel, you may notice on your left side the somewhat nondescript building in the back. And I actually took this picture on my way here from the train, so please forgive this, the quality of the picture. So this building is situated in the former free port of Hamburg, and it belongs to the Czech zone. And it's actually very close to where the new museum will probably be. So this is a relatively little-known part of the port of Hamburg. However, today I want to focus precisely on this Czech or Czechoslovak port to draw attention to Hamburg as an arena of the Cold War. As one of the largest seaports, Hamburg is usually seen as a central hub for globalized trade with connections worldwide, and we've heard about this, of course, here already, but it usually is not necessarily the first city that comes to mind when one thinks of the Cold War. However, if we forgo its orientation to the sea and rather focus on its role as an inland port with its hinterland, the geographical location of Hamburg is the most eastern of the large West European ports, points along the Elbe River to Central and Eastern Europe. In fact, connecting large parts of Eastern Europe by river with the North Sea and on to the Atlantic Ocean was a relevant factor for Hamburg's success already during the interwar period. In 1948, when the communist regimes were established in the neighboring countries to the east and the Iron Curtain descended only 50 kilometers from Hamburg onto a divided Europe, these relations changed considerably. However, Hamburg soon managed to revitalize its relations with Eastern Europe and the GDR and maintained them throughout the entire duration of the Cold War. This counts also for relations with Czechoslovakia, which was especially well connected with Hamburg via the Vltava or the Moldau River and the Elbe rivers. The Czech port in Hamburg, however, is highly unique. It goes back to the Treaty of Versailles already in 1919, which stated in Chapter 5, Article 363, that Germany shall lease to Czechoslovakia areas in the ports of Hamburg and of Stettin for 99 years. These areas were to be part of the free ports and were to ensure direct transit of goods to and from Czechoslovakia without further taxation. This international agreement was as unusual as it was vague, and it took 10 years to settle the resolving questions of first its concrete location, Second, the financial details of the lease agreement, and mainly of its legal status. And when the Czechoslovak port finally opened in 1929, it encompassed 2 plots of land adjacent to each other, the Moldauhafen and the Saalehafen, inside the free port, enabling Czechoslovakia to transport goods to and from Hamburg, and thereby connecting to the global market. In addition, the Czechoslovak Republic bought a 3rd lot just outside the free port, which served mainly administrative purposes. That would be the Peutehafen. The legal question proved to be the most difficult to solve. After long debates, this territory did not become extraterritorial domain of Czechoslovakia, which actually falsely has been recapitulated and is even stated at Wikipedia, but remained under German sovereignty. So, and for the next 20 years, from 1929 through the Depression in the early 30s, the occupation of Czechoslovakia by the Third Reich and the establishment of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia in 1939, through the Second World War, the end and the destruction of the city and the port of Hamburg, throughout the post-war years with the British occupation of Hamburg, the Czechoslovak port continued to be a central hub for Czechoslovak trade. The German newspaper Die Zeit claimed in 1946 that up to 25% of the cargo passing through Hamburg was sent either to or from Czechoslovakia. In 1948, the role and the specifics of this port changed. With the takeover of the communist regime in Czechoslovakia, the Czechoslovak port became a highly specific microcosm of the ensuing war. And this is what I want to focus on today. It became a socialist territory exposed to the West with highly controlled accessibility for Czechoslovak citizens. At the same time, it was an active port with workers, goods, and boats moving in and out. This made Hamburg both a contact zone between the Eastern and the Western Bloc and a loophole to the West, provoking smuggling, illegal contact with immigrants, as well as defection. I argue that through the specifics of this Czechoslovak port in Hamburg, we can grasp frictions, tensions, and interactions between both the Eastern and the Western Bloc, while it lets us glimpse at how these direct confrontations were dealt with on an everyday basis by the people on location. Focusing on this Hamburg microcosm, we can trace political, economic, societal, and cultural aspects of Cold War negotiations and compromises in everyday dealings. So I'm basically leaving the political level of the Cold War, and I'm looking at everyday dealings with this tension, Cold War tensions. In the following, I want to highlight these 3 aspects of the specific location or the specific situation maybe during the Cold War. Okay, so first, turning to the question of the legitimacy of a socialist port. With the establishment of the Iron Curtain, the Czechoslovak port in Hamburg became politically inopportune, both for the new communist regime in Czechoslovakia and for West Germany. In economic terms, however, Czechoslovak trade via Hamburg was deemed as indispensable for both sides. For Hamburg, the large hinterland that had all but disappeared behind the Iron Curtain was deemed a lifeline in the fight for survival against strong competition from ports such as Antwerp, Rotterdam, or Bremen. For Czechoslovakia, Hamburg continued to be the most important hub for participation in global trade. For Czechoslovak officials, the issue that lay at the core of the Czechoslovak port in Hamburg throughout the Cold War was the incongruity of political ideology and economic considerations, namely the moral issue of economic success through ideological sellout. Officially, foreign trade of socialist country was to be subordinated under the prevalence of politics, primat der Politik, while economic concerns were to play only a secondary role. All the more urgently, this dilemma of the ideological inconsistency of the port operations was discussed by Czechoslovak government officials already in the early 50s. Politically motivated demands called for direct cargo shipments via socialist ports rather than via Hamburg, especially aiming at ports in Poland and in the GDR. In this respect, Czechoslovakia supported plans for the development and enlargement of East German seaports such as Rostock or Wismar. These blueprints were tangible enough to rouse and worry the Hamburg authorities, but eventually a suitable replacement never came into sight. Caught in this dilemma, a secret report by the Czechoslovak Foreign Ministry from 1954 or 55 tried to square the circle by propagating an accordance of Czechoslovak political and economic interests in Hamburg. Titled The Problem of Czechoslovak Transportation in Hamburg, the report sketched the underlying discrepancy of claim and reality already in its first couple of pages. Hamburg was praised for its location and easy accessibility as, quote, Hamburg was from an economic point of view the most profitable port of all. Still, the argument went, it would not be right to neglect already existing possibilities in the people's democracies of Eastern Europe. Some pages later, however, this political argument was implicitly turned around when the author pointed at the high percentage of East German and Czechoslovak cargo in Hamburg of almost 60% of the entire turnover. These numbers rather suggested a dependency of Hamburg toward Eastern Europe than the other way around, which again was turned from an economic argument into a political argument. The British, the US Americans, and the West in general would be pleased if the Eastern European countries would withdraw from Hamburg, as it would open more capacities for them. The report takes this argument to conclude that this, quote, is the reason why it is necessary to use our position in Hamburg to its full capacity. With this twist, the required prevalence of politics over economics was restored, and the ideologically accepted use of the port of Hamburg was secured, at least on paper. It remains open how convincing this argument was. This report shows, however, how the economic success was legitimized politically and integrated into the logic of a socialist system. To come to my second point, on a more practical level, one of the main issues of the leadership of the Czechoslovak port was the suitability of the dock workers, the bargemen and skippers, and the administrative personnel to run the port efficiently. Since 1948, the issue became more complicated when not only vocational training, but also political loyalty was expected from all employees. This counted especially in an exposed territory such as the Czechoslovak port in Hamburg. Many workers who had been employed at the port already for years or even decades counted as politically unreliable, or worse, as the following numbers show. By 1950, from the administrative personnel of 8, 6 of the staff and the director had been fired, leaving only one clerk with institutional knowledge and 2 newly appointed colleagues to manage the administrative part of the port. Similar decisions were made regarding the dock workers and the boatsmen. In these cases, ideological arguments trumped economic reasoning. However, the problem of reduced staff and the lack of adequately schooled workers was not only homemade. In 1949, the British forces informed the relevant authorities in Czechoslovakia that from now on, Czechoslovak citizens needed a special permit to enter the British zone. What at first seemed to be just another administrative act turned soon out to be a politically motivated measure. In 1951, more than 60 permit applications for Czechoslovak employees were declined by British authorities. The lack of available workers had to be compensated, and the companies soon relented to the curious situation of hiring West German dock workers. As a political precaution, Germans were vetted for their political background, but only those with a proven history in the Nazi paramilitary organization Schutzstaffel were excluded. This political vetting seemed less thorough than for Czechoslovak candidates, and even a report by state security offered critically that, and this is a quote, good dock workers who had been involved in some kind of smuggling activity were replaced by Germans who had way more possibilities and inclination to work against Czechoslovakia. Still, this hiring procedure proved effective. In the 1950s, the Czechoslovak port already employed 26 Czechs and 126 Germans working side by side. In 1962, more than 200 West German workers were employed at the Czechoslovak port. This arrangement, however, led to certain peculiar circumstances. Not only did West German workers earn 8 to 10 times what the Czech workers received, but also it was easier for a German with a nationalist socialist past to be hired than for a Czech with lacking communist credentials. And third, Czechoslovak officials worried less about a potential nationalist socialist past of their German workers than their communist present. The Czechoslovak authorities suspected that many of the German workers who were hired were members of the Communist Party of Germany, the KPD, which was banned in 1956. With active members of a banned political party on the Czechoslovak premises and more who were suspected as undercover agents posing as members of the Communist Party, the Czechoslovak state security, instead of embracing the comrades as proof of superiority of the socialist system, was afraid of enticing the focus of Western secret services and of being especially vulnerable to espionage and sabotage. To come to my third point, Hamburg as a loophole to the West. Despite the rigorous vetting of all employees and despite a rigorous anti-capitalist propaganda, state officials were worried about so-called anti-socialist elements from within. Control was difficult at the port. Neither Czechoslovak police nor military were present at the harbor. It was German territory. Much of the political information gathering, therefore, would be executed by informal collaborators who reported to state security. This was no small operation. Every barge on the Elbe needed at least one collaborator at any given time, and the harbor itself was thoroughly monitored. The range of expected threats was broad. The port was perceived to be of great interest to the secret services of Great Britain, the US, and France, as well as of West Germany. Expected scenarios included infiltration by spies or agitators, foreign secret services recruiting informants among the workers, or assistance to defectors. And when you read the Czechoslovak sources by the state security, you think that Hamburg actually was the center of the Cold War and it was not Berlin or Vienna, for example. One of the largest issues at hand, however, was not the threat from afar, it was the temptation from within. As a report by the Czechoslovak state security noted in retrospect, covering the time from 1951 to 1976, more employees at the Czechoslovak port in Hamburg were dealing with smuggling than with crimes against the state that the state security originally set out to detect. A report from 1949 even came to the devastating conclusion that, quote, all employees of the branch in Hamburg enrich themselves at the expense of the company, or they enlist employees on the barges in order to transport goods from Czechoslovakia to Hamburg. And here also I find it interesting that goods were transported from Czechoslovakia to Hamburg and not the other way around, as we often imagine during the Cold War. Especially in the early years, one of the reports stated plainly, Czechoslovak sugar was gold, coffee made good profit, and cigarettes were valid currency. Not all smuggling and black marketeering was bad for the company, however. In fact, in the early phase of the Cold War, sugar had become the bribe of choice with the British administration in Hamburg to keep the enterprise running. Worse than smuggling and undeniably seen as a felony was the defection via Hamburg to the West. And in that area, Hamburg became a veritable loophole to the West. During the 1950s, a number of escapes were successful. The phenomenon resurfaced in the 1980s when the authorities declared it an acute problem. In the 5 years from 1981 to 85, altogether 55 people left Czechoslovakia illegally via Hamburg. One attempt to keep workers satisfied, but mainly to keep them from wandering off into Hamburg and its many temptations, was the so-called culture boat. I did bring you some pictures, which was built in 1954. This culture boat, or kulturní loď in Czech, would provide workers with showers and guest rooms. It also comprised a canteen, a library, film screening equipment, and, important, the space for political and educational schooling. This was the first social space for workers, sailors, and administrative personnel at the Czechoslovak harbor to gather, relax, or eat. The culture boat became highly popular among the workers, both Czech and German, especially for the prices, I assume. Especially the canteen with its Czech cuisine and Pilsner Urquell was widely frequented and motivated the workers to spend their evenings at the Czechoslovak harbor, foregoing the canteens and taverns, or even worse, in Hamburg proper. And this may be also a focus on ports or harbors as everyday locations and not just trade or technology and so on. So to come to my conclusion, and I did bring you a couple of pictures just in the background of how the Czech port looks like today. The Czechoslovak port in Hamburg experienced very specific conditions during the Cold War period. The port, though legally not on Czechoslovak territory, was in all but judicial aspects conceived of as a socialist territory, exposed as it was to the West. In 1948, a new regime was implanted which would control access to the port and heighten surveillance. The port adhered, therefore, to new rules quite distinct from those of its surroundings, closely monitored by Czechoslovak state officials and secret police. At the same time, the proximity to the West also turned the port into a transition space with heightened exchange between East and West, both official and unofficial. In a sense, and unknown to most contemporaries, the Iron Curtain went right through Hamburg, and with it possibly one of its largest loopholes to the West. And I guess one of the aims of my project or of this talk is also to heighten awareness that post-war harbor or port development is not just globalization and spanning the world, the wide world, but it's also connection to the East, and also obviously we have two different kinds of globalization after 45, so we should really not forget the Eastern harbors either. And just in case you wonder what became of the port, I've showed you pictures. It still exists. It survived 1989, the revolution. It survived the difficult period of transformation, when the country split into the Czech and the Slovak republics in 1993. It became part of the Czech Republic. So today we talk about the Czech port, not the Czechoslovak port anymore. And the lease is still running and in effect until 2028, so another 10 years. And what's going to happen with it afterwards, we don't know yet. I don't know yet, and I believe nobody really knows yet. And just before I conclude, one final word. This is still a project in the making. So and I was hoping that since I talk in Hamburg, if any one of you knows anybody who knows somebody who has worked there or with it, I'm always happy to still talk to more people about the harbor. It's hard to get historical sources other than state sources, so I'm dependent on oral history, and I'm always happy to hear or to get feedback on the project or people who have their own perspective on the Czech port in Hamburg. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Sarah Lemon, for that great story. I was about to ask, do we have any movie makers in the audience who will give you, buy the rights for the movie? I can just see it. Great story. No, thank you very much for this very specific insight into an issue of globalization, which I didn't know anything about. So thank you very much. Are there questions from the audience? There's one right in the middle.
Thanks. At first, thanks for the lecture. It's still for me something that I didn't know anything about. And I think this is a story that must be told in the museum. I don't know if there's any interest in that, but I think we are facing a new age of mistrust and slander towards Russia. So this might be a story that connects the people again. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Well, I just hope somebody is taking note. Thank you.
Yeah, Ursula Riechenberger, that was up to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think when I was in the high school, we read international relations, and it focused on the period between the end of the First World War and the outbreak of the Second World War. During this period, and especially after the economic depression, Germany experienced the rise of Adolf Hitler. And one of the policies of Hitler was to do away with the clauses of the Treaty of Versailles. And it was so because Versailles had placed on the doorsteps of Germany the cause of the First World War. And during your discussion, I was just wondering aloud, what was so specific about Czechoslovakia and the port? Because you quoted the article of Versailles, which gave the right to Czechoslovakia to run the port in Hamburg. So what was so specific that Hitler did not do away with that clause?
Yes. Thank you very much for this question. It goes back to the very beginnings of this port, before we can even imagine the Cold War. It started in 1919, right after the First World War, and it was, as I said, it was noted or put down in the Peace Treaty of Versailles. And so the question, of course, is why Czechoslovakia, not any Austria or whoever? So Czechoslovakia did not have its own seaports. Neither did Austria, but Austria lost the First World War. Czechoslovakia was considered a winner of the First World War and had a better standing at the peace treaty or the peace conference in Paris, and could convince the audience that it actually needed these ports to participate actually in global economic trade without any disadvantages. And this construction to have its own port in another country is, as far as I know, a very singular situation. And at the Treaty of Versailles, it was only Czechoslovakia that was offered anything like this, and at the same time twice. So they got the right to lease part of the port of Hamburg, but also of Stettin, which I didn't talk about today. Thank you.
One more. The one in the back was the first, and
well, thank you very much. Just a short remark regarding this uniqueness of the port within the port. That was what struck me the most was probably the direction in which it happens, that we have a Czechoslovakian port inside a German port, because it wasn't unique in the other direction, not regarding Czechoslovakia, of course, but there were all these treaty ports in China and spaces within Chinese cities that were rather exclusive to German merchants and stuff. And I find that very interesting, and I didn't know anything about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this, for the comment. I think, especially in the interwar period, one of the major issues before actually founding or this the port was about the question about sovereignty. And Czechoslovakia actually wanted their own port in Hamburg to be Czechoslovak's sovereign state, or part of the Czechoslovak state. And the Germans, or especially the Hamburg officials, were against it, obviously, for many reasons. And they went back and actually looked at these treaty ports, especially in Africa or Asia, and also some in Southern Europe, for comparison, and actually argued that the only parts that had any similarity to sovereignty to the country taking over were of colonial nature, and the Czech harbor was not supposed to be anything like a colonial harbor, obviously. So, and that was one of the main arguments against sovereignty. So there was this comparison, but in a negative way. Yeah, and in Northern Europe, I think it's the only port that, or the only two ports that had this solution. Yeah.
Okay, one quick question, one quick answer before we're moving on.
Okay, thank you. You just mentioned Stettin. That was the question. They had these two options, either or they used both, or
they actually had they had both ports. They had the possibility to build these ports in those ports at the same time. I think Stettin was also founded in, or the Czechoslovak port in Stettin was also founded in 1928. It was much smaller than the one in Hamburg, not as efficient. When the Oder River, it was not as big as the Elbe River, so it was not as important, but still. Interestingly, after 1945 and after 1948, when we talk about the Eastern Bloc, the Czechoslovakia had much more problems accommodating with the Polish than with the Germans. And eventually in I'm not quite sure, in the mid-1950s, I think 1956, the Czechoslovak port in Stettin was dissolved.
Thank you very much, Sarah Lemon. In time to Imperial Germany, and I'll introduce Benjamin Mirczke. He's coming to us from the University of Potsdam, where he's currently working on his PhD on German naval policy in the First World War. Benjamin Mirczke studied history in English at the University of Potsdam and finished his studies with a master's degree in 2015. He worked as an intern at the German Historical Institute in London, and his interests are in nautical and naval history. And today he will speak to us on port cities and Imperial Germany, and you will explain why it's and Imperial Germany, gateways to world markets.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also thank you for the kind invitation to this conference. So, German port cities experienced a tremendous development around the turn of the century, a development of which Hamburg is still one of the most prominent examples. Although Hamburg had been an important port for centuries, its modern phase was essentially established in the years between 1871 and 1914. When the British historian Thomas Carlyle visited Hamburg during his journey to Germany in 1858, the city seemed to him like a place that time forgot. He noted, "Grey, ancient, still busy city, no smoke on it, many great towers and steeples. Shipping, I should have guessed, not the fourth part, or perhaps the seventh part of Liverpool's. It's a town of 160,000 people, is it not?" When 50 years later, King Edward VII toured along the harbor during his visit to Hamburg in 1904, the picture had changed altogether. It is reported that the king demonstrated keen interest in the busy spectacle of the harbor, which is one of the sights of Europe, showed appreciation of its almost unparalleled modern development, and seemed to be thoroughly at home amid these surroundings. So, obviously, Hamburg had witnessed a fundamental change within just half a century. How did it come? The industrialization of Germany, which progressed very rapidly after the founding of the empire, had been a key stimulus for this development. Also, as we already heard from previous speakers, the period from the mid-19th century to the outbreak of the First World War was the first great phase of what we today call globalization. By the turn of the century, Germany had emerged as the world's second biggest economy after the US and the world's second biggest trading nation after Britain. Globalization was driven especially by a rise of sea transport. Between 1871 and 1914, the combined tonnage of European merchant navies doubled. What was more important, however, was the composition of these navies. In 1870, still more than 80% of world shipping was powered by sail. By 1914, it was the other way around. More than 80% of all shipping was steam-propelled now. While in the old days of sail, it had taken weeks to cross the Atlantic, it was now only a matter of days. Arrivals and departures had become way more reliable. Transport of goods and passengers scheduled by timetable. However, the ships had not only become faster, but bigger as well. Economies of scale led to lower shipping costs. Loading and unloading had become faster too, due to industrialized port facilities. This way, as you can see, the actual transport capability rose by the factor of 5 during this period. More efficiency led to declining transport costs, which led to a fundamental alteration of sea trade. Still in the early 19th century, as we already heard yesterday from the Hamburg-based professor, transoceanic trade consisted mainly of goods both very expensive and easy to transport, like silk, precious metals and gems, spices, salt, tea, tobacco, or cane sugar. Bulk goods, like wood and grain, were only transported over short distances, for example, across the Baltic or to the British Isles. This changed fundamentally towards the end of the 19th century. It was now possible to ship even the cheapest and heaviest bulk goods, like coal, non-precious metal ores, petroleum, cement, grain, and beet sugar, all over the world, still making a revenue. Faster shipping and refrigeration allowed the shipping of fruits and vegetables and meat. Now even the poorest were consuming goods from overseas, which was previously a privilege of the rich. External trade became increasingly important for Germany. As you can see, between the mid-1890s and the outbreak of the First World War, the value of Germany's external trade tripled. By this time, 1/3 of Germany's national income was generated by exports. It was especially overseas trade that was gradually gaining in importance. Still in the 1880s, the role of the United States had only been minor in Germany's external trade, but after the turn of the century, they became the primary source for German imports. Overseas exports were also gaining in importance. Despite all political difficulties witnessed during these years, Britain remained by far the most important target market for German products. Most other exports went to Germany's immediate neighbor states. However, it is likely that exports going to Belgium and the Netherlands were eventually shipped elsewhere, since, for example, 60% of Germany's trade with Belgium was transit trade. Over the years, sea-based imports became most important, as you can see in the diagrams. The relative share of sea-based exports remained constant, but their absolute amount still grew significantly. The increase of external trade is also reflected in the turnaround of goods in major port towns. What is remarkable here is the growing importance of continental European harbors compared to British ones. While London and Liverpool far outpaced continental port towns in 1870 still, by the turn of the century, Hamburg, Antwerp and Rotterdam became almost on par with them. By the way, this is only of a selection of ports that are most important for the German economy, so it's not a top 10 ranking or something, because a lot of British ports like Newcastle or Cardiff were still at least as big as Rotterdam. So Rotterdam, Antwerp and Hamburg, the most important ports for the German economy. In 1913, by value, more than a third of Germany's external trade went through Hamburg. 3/4 of the goods turnaround of Rotterdam concerned Germany, and Antwerp had become a major outlet for Germany's high-value manufactured goods. For example, by 1914, the German Syndicate of Steel Manufacturers shipped 70% of its exports via Antwerp. What is also remarkable is the decline of intermediate trade via Britain. While in 1869, almost 2/3 of goods entering Hamburg had British ports of origins, by the turn of the century, half of Hamburg's incoming trade came from the Americas, Asia, Australia and Africa. The growth of Germany's overseas trade also led to a revival of inland waterways. As you can see, the overall transport of goods on them grew almost tenfold during the era of Imperial Germany, as did the goods traffic on railways. For Hamburg, waterways were slightly more important than railways, but not all that much. The goods traffic going from Hamburg into Germany went by 2/3 on the waterways and by 1/3 on railways. Goods leaving Germany via Hamburg came to 50% on either means of transportation. The Elbe and her tributaries made up for more than a quarter of Germany's inland shipping, but as you can see, the Rhine was by far the most important inland waterway. Not only was Germany blessed by nature, having several big streams on its territory, above that, the era of Imperial Germany saw also the creation of various major canals, like the Oder-Spree Canal, the Kiel Canal between the North Sea and the Baltic, the Dortmund-Ems Canal, the Rhine-Herne Canal, and finally, the start of the most controversial Mittelland Canal. In the early 20th century, Austria-Hungary had also begun two major projects to connect the Elbe and the Oder to the Danube, but these remained unfinished due to the outbreak of the First World War. Anyway, as a result of these measures, goods coming from the seaports were enabled to penetrate ever deeper inland. Still in the 1860s, on average, less than 1 million ton per year had Hamburg exchanged with Saxony and Bohemia. After the turn of the century, this had grown to 15 million tons every year. The rising amount of inland shipping is also reflected in a graph of inland ports. As a result, many of these inland ports had to be equipped with new port facilities around the turn of the century. For example, the new warehouses in Magdeburg, built in the late 1890s, which look like a miniature version of the Hamburg Speicherstadt. But not only did waterways improve, the length of the railway net doubled between 1871 and 1914, now even going to the remotest towns. Wherever a stream's navigability ended, the next railway station was not very far now. Especially for regions remote from rivers and canals, railways served as precious tributaries. This was the case with many parts of Eastern and Southern Germany and Eastern Europe. Railways allowed overseas goods to reach now even into Galicia and Hungary. Trieste was another good example for the symbiosis of ports and railways. Although an ancient port city for centuries, it was really the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 that brought a new boom for Trieste. Since Trieste has no waterway connection to the hinterland, a railway was the only solution. The opening of the Tauernbahn in 1909 that allowed a direct connection from Trieste to Munich made Trieste an important gateway for Upper Bavaria's trade with the Near and Far East. However, railways and waterways not only completed each other, they also competed. They stood especially in sharp competition when both existed parallel to each other. Since fares for most inland waterways, which were state-owned, were kept low or did not exist, this also generated pressure for lower railway fares. All in all, the connection of port cities to the improving infrastructure in Central Europe had a catalytic effect on the growth of the German and the European economy in general. This is also why I entitled this presentation Port Cities and Imperial Germany and not the Port Cities of Imperial Germany. So, in the minutes left, I would like to give a short insight on how overseas trade affected specific industries in Germany. As industrialization progressed, imports consisted mainly of raw materials, exports mainly of refined and manufactured goods. The main import goods of Hamburg were back then grain, wool, coffee, cotton, leather, saltpeter, rubber, coal, petroleum and animal fodder. The most important export goods were raffinated sugar, hardware, chemicals and drugs, machinery and cottonware, fertilizers and cement. As the population of Germany almost doubled during the era of Imperial Germany, the import of foodstuffs became not a necessity, but a convenience. As you can see, especially wheat and barley had to be imported in considerable amounts. Germany's main wheat supplies were overseas ones, more than 2/3 of them coming from the Americas. This was not the least the result of declining transportation costs. In 1870, the shipping costs for grain from New York to Liverpool had been around 30 marks a ton. By 1900, they were down to 5 marks and below. Transporting a ton of grain from East Prussia to Mannheim, on the other hand, did cost 48 marks. This led to the paradoxical fact that by the first decade of the 20th century, in the Berlin metropolitan area, the price of grain shipped from New York was actually cheaper than the price of grain harvested in Prussia's eastern provinces. But foodstuffs were not only imported, they were also exported on a large scale. For example, in 1913, 1 million tons of sugar, so we already had sugar mentioned in the previous presentation, 1 million ton of sugar left Germany on the waterway, which was almost half of the annual production, and most of it went to Britain. More important than foodstuffs, however, was the import of industrial raw materials. As Germany's annual output of iron ore grew exponentially towards the end of the 19th century, domestic deposits were no longer sufficient. At the eve of the First World War, Germany already had to import 20% of its iron ore from overseas, mostly from Spain and Sweden. With the advent of the new industries around the turn of the century, other metals became vital that could not be found in Germany, at least not in the amounts needed. Copper was predominantly shipped from overseas, mostly from the US, but already from Australia and Central Africa. More than half of the lead needed was imported from Australia. Tin was imported from Bolivia mostly. Nickel came from the French colony New Caledonia. Tungsten, gold, silver, platinum, and quicksilver also had to be shipped from overseas almost entirely. On the other hand, the new industries were also highly oriented towards foreign markets. The emerging electric industry sold 25% of its production volume abroad. More than half of these exports went overseas, even to places like Asia, Africa, and Australia. The chemical industries even exported up to 80% of their production. Synthetic dyes had a paramount share of outer European customers, for example in East Asia. More traditional industries also benefited from overseas trade. As said, cement was, by volume, one of the main export goods of Hamburg. 1/6 of Germany's annual cement production was exported. It is remarkable that this heavy bulk article often traveled to faraway destinations, with more than half of it going to South America and the Far East. Chemical fertilizers, especially potash, were also shipped overseas in large quantities. 650,000 tons alone, which was 10% of the annual production, went to the US in 1912. Same with railway tracks. 25% of the annual production in 1913 was sold to foreign markets, and of these exports, 80% went overseas. As you can see, a lot of them to South America, East Asia, and Africa. I'd like to stop with this short insight now and come to my conclusions. At the end of the 19th century, industrialization and the emergence of a global economy generated a period of unparalleled growth and transformation for German and other European port towns. Between 1870 and 1914, so in less than 50 years, the goods turnaround of Hamburg grew by a factor of 10. In the entire century since 1920, it only grew by a factor of 5. In retrospect, the developments that occurred during the era of Imperial Germany can only be seen as the beginning of a process that lasts until today. Today, the ports of Hamburg have an annual turnaround not of 30, but of 130 million tons, and the importance of foreign trade in an era of resurgent globalization is larger than ever. However, this trend has not been a continuous one. The destruction of German shipping and overseas trade as a result of the First World War, the decrease of globalization during the world economic crisis of the 30s, afterwards the isolationist trade policy of National Socialism and Hamburg's destruction during the Second World War, finally the division of Germany and the Cold War inhibited and slowed down this process for decades, finally to become unleashed again in our present times. In this sense, the rise of port cities and overseas trade around the turn towards the 20th century can also be seen as a distant mirror. Therefore, this era deserves a notable place in the upcoming Harbour Museum. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Benjamin Mirczke, for this very detailed look into those 50 years of the last turn of the century. And thank you for that interesting view on looking at it as a distant mirror. Are there questions to Mr. Mirczke? Or is everybody thinking again about sugar and lunch?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I was very glad that you came towards this sort of different cycles in the 20th century, and that this process has not been, one of continuous expansion. So I would the depiction that you presented us, the account that you presented us of the period here is mostly one of a more or less seamless expansion and growth. So I would like to ask you about moments of friction within this period. And one of the things that I was thinking about, for instance, was one of the goods that were part of that substantial growth at the time that you didn't mention, and that is passengers.
Yes.
Because there you can actually see the friction in the system that is happening in several instances. For instance, if we think about Hamburg as something that we've heard about earlier, as a sort of hub between Eastern and Central European continental processes of globalization, if you will, and maritime globalization. That was also its key position within the transatlantic mass migrations at the time. And that was something that people didn't expect before, that, you know, they were also thinking about a port and maritime globalization maybe for quite a while already, and connections to Latin America and global connections, but they were quite surprised to find that very soon there were thousands of Eastern Europeans and the so-called Ostjuden in the town. So that was something, where you can actually see a somewhat more complicated picture, if you will.
Yes.
So I would like to hear maybe more about these moments.
Okay, so frictions and migrants. Yes, there were also times of frictions as well. One long period was, of course, the Long Depression from the early 1870s till the mid of the 1890s. Maybe I can go back a bit to the diagram. So, you can clearly see where the end of the Long Depression is marked in the mid of the 1890s, when the export and imports, so the external trade, started to grow rapidly. That was one major point. And then there were smaller periods, one shortly after the turn of the century and one around 1908. But these only led to a minor and temporarily very limited reduction of trade. So these were minor recessions, if you want. So we've, of course, all the side effects, so unemployment in Hamburg and so on. But these did not in any way inhibit the overall trend. So the major break was then, of course, the start of the First World War. But it was not a limit of, a period of limitless upward development as well. This is true. The migrants, yes, I first thought to include them. However, I realized that I need to cut it short because of the 20 minutes limit. I should have mentioned them with a few words, that is true. What benefited this migrant move was, of course, also the technological change in shipping, so the transport revolution, because still in the first half of the 19th century, going by sea was something really dangerous. So shipwreck was very frequent, and no sane person, I would say, would have preferred a ship over going on land, going by horse or something like that. And this really changed. And by the end of the 19th century, so the ship was already one of the safest means of transport. Yes, the migration movement was also enabled by this technical transport revolution.
So, other questions? There's one.
A very little remark. Your lecture had in the title the growth of national wealth, catalyst.
Yes.
Of the national wealth is one dimension, but the other dimension is a political one. And I'm thinking of the cost of the military growth of the float. And you know that this was a reason why this national wealth was divided in several sections, so that the wealth of the nation has to be looked by the wealth of the groups and the classes in Germany and the political impact. And this makes it a very different thing, because your statistics ended with the end of the, I think, First World War, and there was this hole. And I think the political impact is very important to mirror it with this statistics. Thank you.
So you mean that the wealth was not distributed equally within the society? Yes, that is true. Of course, it was not like it is today with modern social nation state, with social policies and so on. So a lot of people, workers especially, still lived in poverty. However, there was also a slight increase in wages, and you also had, I think, the sides effect. For example, even if you do not earn more, the lowering of transport costs makes grain cheaper, makes foodstuffs cheaper, so it was an indirect benefit. But
yeah, directly, you have to consider, of course, the debate between free trade and Schutzzoll and so on. This opened up the market or closed the market. So it's not only the transport revolution.
yes, of course, yes. So the Cobden-Chevalier Treaty of the 1860s, so it brought this, this freeing of the market, international markets, and the co-integration of international markets. That was a prime reason, and despite this short economic downturn in the 70s and 80s that led to the renewal of tariffs, this more or less free trade policy was still in place until the start of the First World War. I didn't want to go too detailed in this whole process of globalization because it would have made the presentation too long, and there were also other presenters talking about globalization, so it would have been double and triple and so on. But yes, it's thank you. It's something I should maybe have included with some short words at last.
And just another point, you have to include, of course, the introduction of the gold standard as well in this respect.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Benjamin Mirczke. Thank you, everyone. I think what we've seen is that ports actually mirror political developments, and looking at our first speaker, ports will be again changing, and looking at the self-driving car, we can only guess where we're going to. I know where we are going to, which is next door to have some lunch, and we'll meet again at 2 p.m., 2 Uhr, sharp for the next session on exchange. Thank you very much.
I'd like to welcome you after lunch. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch and are strengthened for our next panel on exchange. My name is Vera Neukirchen. I'm head of Museum Services in Hamburg, and I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Very welcome. It's a great pleasure to introduce you, Michael Nord. Michael Nord started his career at Museum of Hamburgische Geschichte a while ago. Welcome back in our nice museum. And Michael Nord is professor and chair of modern history at the University of Greifswald, honorary doctor of the University of Tartu, and director of the international graduate program Baltic Borderlands. He studied Eastern European history, Middle and Modern history, and Slavic studies. He did a PhD in Gießen, and then after Gießen in 1979, he returned to Hamburg. In 1988, he did a habilitation in Kiel. Before and after that, he did teaching and professorship at the universities of Hamburg, Kiel, Bielefeld, and Rostock. Since 1995, he has held the chair for the general history of modern times in Greifswald. His list of publications is long. Just to mention a few, one is Between Harbor and Horizon, World History of the Seas in 2016, or Globalizing Borderland Studies in Europe and North America in 2016 as well. Please welcome Michael Nord.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be back in this house, and my first desk was on the other side when today or yesterday coffee was served. So it's always good to be back. And I like, of course, the idea of this Harbor Museum, and I hope that we could contribute to the development. Ports and port cities played a crucial role as hub of communication, migration, transport, and commodity flows. As nodal points, as they integrated spaces, networks, territories, they became media of global exchanges, and I will focus on the cultural exchanges. Various cultural exchanges were the result of trade, without which neither material nor non-material transfers could have occurred. Merchants and traders were the first to cross the sea, and the goods that they brought with them changed the societies and the cultures into which they were introduced, just as the significance of the goods was transformed in the exchange process. In addition, this exchange also affected the mindsets of the merchants, their trading partners, and the consumers of their products. Port cities that are often situated at the outer boundaries of states or empires were among the first to adopt new cultural goods and ideas, processed them, and then transmitted them to other coasts, for example, or to the hinterlands. In this process, merchant diasporas played a crucial role. And in my lecture, I'm going to try to systematize the various processes of global cultural exchanges by taking a comparative approach to a couple of ports in northwestern Europe and Southeast Asia. Of course, I could speak forever, so I will try to concentrate myself on Amsterdam, Hamburg, and Batavia or Jakarta. Many aspects of cross-cultural exchanges can be compared. However, they depended on the political, economic, and social conditions of the port city and the country to which it belongs or belonged. In Europe, we focus on the relationship between local people and the foreigners in port cities that fostered cultural exchanges. In Southeast Asia, we study the relationship between Europeans and local people within the indigenous societies. To foster a comparative approach to port cities, I would like to suggest a kind of research agenda, at least to concentrate on a couple of points of comparison. First issue would be the location of foreigners. What was the specific location for foreign communities in the port cities, respectively of Europeans in Asian cities? What was ethnic segregation involved in city planning? What kind of building styles, building materials played a role? Could foreigners purchase real estate? Second issue would be the communication between foreigners and locals. Did they live together? Which languages did they use? Did they use, in an Asian context, local interpreters? Third issue, trading contacts between foreigners and locals. How did they come together? Did they use middlemen? Which trading practices did they prefer? How did they accommodate to local practices, and to what extent did they bring innovations? Fourth issue, conflicts and legal practices. How were conflicts settled legally? Which role did citizenship play? Fifth issue, relations between men and women. This was, of course, an important issue, especially in Southeast Asia, where foreign visitors to port cities were predominantly male and cohabited with indigenous women. Cross-cultural exchanges were quite intense, especially in these situations. Sixth issue, cultural relations in everyday life. This included the acceptance or the rejection of foreign clothing, food, technologies, arts, and practices. How did these penetrate into the society of the port city, and to what extent were they communicated into the hinterlands? Seventh issue, production of cultural goods. In the port cities, markets and workshops for specific cultural goods emerged. How did this demand respond to global exchange? To what extent did global exchanges of objects affect the domestic production of arts and crafts? And the last point, for example, would be migration into port cities. Which groups migrated to the port cities and why? Merchants, laborers, craftsmen, slaves, etc. Especially migration fostered the role of ports as media of global exchanges. I will start with Amsterdam. The leading world market in the 17th and in the 18th century. From the 16th century already, large numbers of immigrants settled in the Netherlands. The combination of religious tolerance and economic prosperity attracted annually 10,000 of migrants to Amsterdam and, of course, to the Dutch Republic. They took occupations mainly in the workshops of the cities and towns, in trades, in industry. In addition to these permanent immigrants, there was a seasonal labor market. There was a greater number of labor migrants who were temporarily employed as sailors, for example, in the Navy, in the merchant fleets, in the trading companies with Asia and West India. During the 17th and the 18th century, all these people, the vast majority, of course, laborers, were attracted by the prospect of work in the Dutch Republic or the Dutch sphere of influence. And this included, of course, the Dutch colonial empire in Asia, America, and Africa, all the settlements of the trading companies. The numbers going to Asia were large. 500,000 migrated permanently to Southeast Asia and to Cape Town. Compared with the West Indies, we have about 15,000 in South America and the Caribbean, and then another 10,000 in North America. It is therefore clear that terms like emigration and immigration are not always adequate. Before 1800, more than half of these migrants were born outside the Netherlands, and this is quite important. Some of them returned, a couple of them returned, and especially those migrants who came back to the Netherlands and later to the home countries were stimulating cultural exchanges. They had a huge impact, cultural impact on their home societies. According to the marriage contracts, for example, in Amsterdam, we know that about 30 to 40% came from outside the Netherlands, from France, from Germany, from Scandinavia. 2 to 3% were Jewish immigrants, 2% Huguenots, and of course it was sailors from Africa and from Asia in a smaller quantity. What I told you about Amsterdam holds to some extent for Hamburg. And if you want to see the picture, you have just to go one floor up. Hamburg was not only increasing its population due to migration, but it was, of course, increasing the population thanks to religious tolerance. So we have Dutch, Jewish, Portuguese, English merchants as immigrant groups in the 16th and 17th centuries, in the 18th century, especially French and English again. The foreign merchants carried on their traditional trade and developed, this is important for the Hamburg case, new trade contacts. All above, they provided the capital necessary for the trade expansion and a growing money market. So, being an economics historian, innovations that came to Hamburg came on in the commercial sphere. For example, the diffusion of the bill of exchange, credit innovations came with the Jewish, Portuguese, and the Dutch immigrants, as well as the foundation of the Hamburg Bank after the model of the Amsterdamsche Wisselbank. And we could, if we had time, go into detail in this respect as well. Striking is a social behavior of these groups. So we have immigration from merchant families into Hamburg, but at the same time we have a migration from Hamburg merchant families into the French Atlantic coast, to the Netherlands, to England. Interestingly, the Hamburg merchants integrated in Portugal and Spain within 2 generations. They adopted Catholicism, for example, and were more or less, Portugalized or Spanishized. On the contrast, the Dutch, especially the Lutherans, some of the Calvinists integrated into Hamburg, while the Jewish community, the Jewish Portuguese community, even though they were bringing innovations, were more or less confining themselves to their home group. This is due to the research of Jeroen Pettering, which is a remarkable book on this relationship. Nevertheless, in many accounts, the Hamburg's openness to foreign cultures, to cultural goods, especially to new trends and fashions, is always highlighted. I'm coming to another place, to Batavia, which is quite important. It was a hub of the Dutch East India Company, but even though this hub was established in 1619, more or less to bring the traders from China, from Europe, and from Asia together. There was already the city of Jakarta before, which was a trading hub. Interestingly, unlike Hamburg, unlike Amsterdam, the population in Batavia was much more diverse. So we have, of course, a small number of Dutchmen or Europeans in Dutch services. Then you have this group of mixed origin, then massive Chinese groups who had already been in Batavia and were growing, Chinese entrepreneurs, Chinese craftsmen, and then we had the former slaves, now Christian slaves, so they were no longer unfree, the Mardikers, and then the Javanese, the Malays, which were ship captains, traders, and then the majority were slaves. Interestingly, those slaves were privately owned, and they were, of course, important. Even small households had a number of those slaves. Later on, those slaves were sometimes freed and set up households and workshops themselves. Going to cultural exchanges, we have, of course, a couple of sources which you could work with. One would be written sources, so-called inventories, but of course we have a couple of visual sources, and so I will kind of conclude with interpreting some visual sources with you at the end. This is a nice watercolor by Jan Brandis, a Dutchman who studied in Greifswald, a tea visit in Batavia. And it shows more or less the cross-cultural mix, the cross-cultural exchanges in one of the most important hubs of exchange and communication. And if we go to the material culture, then we find a cross-cultural display in the domestic interior. It starts with Chinese paintings on the wall. It continues with the so-called sashed windows, the famous English windows, which were imported into Batavia. Then you have, of course, the Baroque or Rococo mirrors, gilded mirrors, gilded tables with marmor plates. And then you would have, of course, the Chinese teacups, you would have the water pots, Chinese porcelain, you would have the Vietnamese water pots, and then, of course, the French guéridon, one of those nice tables which are dernier cri furniture in the area. You would, on the other hand, have the so-called beetle box, the Siri box. Beetle chewing was one of the nice entertainments in the area. And if you wanted to get rid of the beetle, you had to spit it in the spittoon. So you have more or less the same arrangement in many of those households. If you go to the dresses, then you have, of course, a European fashion dress, a silk dress, but you have at the same time the so-called kebaya, which is the Asian dress, or more or less spread all over the Indian Ocean. And then the slave ladies would wear the traditional sarong. However, it's not only those nice watercolors which we could interpret. We could go 2 stories up in the Museum of Hamburgische Geschichte and show or have a look at this painting by Johann Anton Tischbein. The quality is more or less the same, and perhaps you have to have a look on the original. But it would show an awful lot of cultural exchanges. The painting itself is a product of cultural exchange because it's a kind of conversation piece or a Dutch genre piece, which was at this time very seldom in Hamburg. If you go upstairs, you would see on the wall landscape paintings. It was painters from Hamburg and art dealers from the Netherlands who mediated these paintings into the Hamburg bourgeois households. If you have a look on the table, you would have, of course, an English coffee pot. Then you would have Chinese much better. You would have Chinese porcelain, and you would have the latest furniture, upholstered armchairs, for example, or this one, a commode, a chest of drawers, was an innovation from France, which was, of course, common in the 18th century, introduced to the Holy Roman Empire, but to other areas. Those are the landscapes paintings. But if you have a closer look as well, then you would, of course, have a look on the cotton dress. So a lot of products, coffee, tea or porcelain, the cotton dress would come from abroad and would probably be processed in Hamburg or elsewhere. If you have a look on the table, then you would see, for example, there you have boxes, probably Japanese lacquer boxes as well. So ports, either in Southeast Asia or in Hamburg, are the media of cultural exchanges, and we could, of course, go into detail. And so I would recommend that these aspects should at least not be ignored in your museum as well. So, of course, a wish list today. Conditions of global and cultural exchanges differed all over the place, and I had a kind of systematization at the beginning. Asian port cities seem to be much more diverse than European port cities. Cultural offerings in those areas probably were more diverse and perhaps more refined than in Hamburg, but a closer look on the Hamburg table or into Hamburg interiors would give many insights into this problem. A general observation would be new fashions arrived earlier in the port cities, even earlier than in residential towns. And we have done some inquiries about this. For example, novelties like a sofa or a chaise longue, which came from France, were much earlier arriving in Batavia, in Madras, or in Cape Town than in German university towns like Greifswald or Göttingen, for example. So this should and could be highlighted in our future research and in your display. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael Nord, for this very impressive tour through cultural exchanges through globalization and ports. And the example of Tischbein, really looking in detail at the picture, shows so many aspects of cultural exchange. So thank you for this impressive talk. I'd like to introduce to you now. I thought maybe at the end, but yeah. Do you have any questions at this point? You're very welcome to.
Okay. Thank you for this very suggestive material you presented. In your introduction, you suggested that such an approach to cultural exchanges should also mention or raise the question of gender relations or of cultural agency. Yeah. When we look at these at paintings such as these two ones, yeah, we see an elite, I suppose. Yeah. Do you have any ideas or suggestions how to approach or shed light on the non-bourgeois and lower classes in that very context you presented to us?
Yeah. As regards Hamburg, thanks to the Great Fire, or there's unfortunately not so there are not so many inventories left, so that is a problem. But in Batavia, despite the deterioration of the sources, we came across, for example, an awful lot of inventories of Muslim and small Chinese households, and they would interestingly have perhaps a different attitude to those objects, but paintings play a role. For example, then of course beds play a role, bird cages play a role, lanterns play a role. So it's we have tried at least to differentiate the various cultural demands of various social and ethnic strata. If you go to the to the Hamburg lower classes, you have really no sources for this. No. Yeah.
Yes, please.
I would like to ask a question concerning the integration of foreign migrants to the Hamburg society. Yeah. It's now part of the self-fashioning of the city to be very liberal, very open. Yeah. But as far as I get it, I had a colleague from Altona in my office, and she always stressed the rigid Orthodox and Lithuanian atmosphere here in town. Might this atmosphere create some obstacle for the integration of, let's say, Portuguese Jewish refugees or so on?
Yes, to some extent this is true, interestingly, but Jewish refugees, for example, Portuguese Jewish refugees, were those people with the biggest accounts at the Hamburg Bank. So to some extent they were quite effective and were, yes, able to persuade the Hamburg Council, the Rat, to adopt, for example, a new exchange order, Wechselordnung, for example, and founding the Hamburg Bank, while the Bürgerschaft, so the Lutherans, were more or less strictly against it. To some extent, the Rat pursued a policy that was more or less counteracting the Lutheran orthodoxy. Altona was more flexible because it was the Danish king who was attracting Mennonites, for example, Calvinists and Lutherans, and but on the one hand he was successful, on the other hand those merchants were using sometimes Altona only for a short term to get, of course, so-called Schiffspässe, rights of passage, because from the Danish king, and then they left, for example. However, the Mennonites would be a very good story because they were integrating themselves, becoming merchants, more or less building up the whaling fleet in Altona, and later on, yes, becoming members of the luxury trade. Going back to art history, the famous Balthasar Denner comes from a Mennonite background in Altona.
Thank you. I saw another question in front. You were first.
About the question about the lower class, I don't think there are so many paintings, but there might be some interesting objects in your museums. I found in the Altona Museum, I found clothing of a woman from a fisherman's family, and it's dyed with indigo, and there's this silver jewelry and the silver might have come from Peru, Potosí, or from Mexico. So we should look with this view, we should look at the objects too.
Good.
Thank you for the
I can
comment.
underline this.
I think this very closely connects to this question. I was wondering, listening to the talk about the difference between migrating people and migrating goods.
Yeah.
And looking at the painting, I think it's helpful because I'm constantly asking myself, how long does a notion of an object stemming from another background really stick to the object, or does it get lost in the daily practical use, or was it at all noticed at all in the first hand? So I think, and that's important for a museum, because you can very easily stick this to idealized global history, but it is not the case. You shouldn't use it like that. Yeah.
No, this is of course not my intent, but it's of course important to make clear the diversity of people, or the many ethnicities, the many social classes who participated in one way or in another in these exchanges. And if we have a lot of, sometimes we have only sources if we have bankrupt people, and so the inventories are more or less recording the bankruptcy. And so we have an awful lot of Muslim traders, small Muslim traders, and Chinese traders. They were bankrupt, but they were participating in the cultural exchanges in Batavia, and they were probably contributing to this exchange because they were putting Chinese goods on the market. And what we have to, of course, to consider is that we have an awful lot of kind of circulation. Paintings were not only recycled, but all those household goods were recycled, and so we have Chinese people buying Dutch goods or Dutch cultural goods, and we would have Muslim traders buying Chinese traders, and vice versa. And this is quite, I think, probably the best possibility going into those documents of auctions, estate auctions, to see where more or less those goods end up.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? One up there. Oh. Last question, please.
I think it's something between a comment and a question, because I saw an exhibition on black seamen in Liverpool Maritime Museum, and I think now these pictures, they illustrate very much how high class consummation was formed by these exchanges. But I think also looking at people working in this economy, and the problems of black seamen, for example, traveling around, coming to different ports, and how this is not part of how this history is told generally. And very often we talk about European seamen going somewhere else, but that it really was an exchange very often goes under what we see and what we talk about.
Of course, and I could confirm this, for example, since there was a quite important death rate going to the east. So sailors from the VOC could either make a career on their way back, but the crews had always to be filled with local sailors. And so there's a lot of East Asian sailors on Dutch ships in the Indian Ocean, but also going to the Dutch Republic. And the same would, of course, work with the Dutch Caribbean.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael Nord, for your talk and for a view on cultural exchange. Our next guest will be speaking on more or less health issues. Health issues through exchange via ports are a huge issue even until today. Just 2 days ago, the World Health Summit in Berlin closed. They had many issues that you will be talking about now. Jörg Vögele and Kelly Gisela Wapp from University of Düsseldorf. Jörg Vögele is professor of modern history. He studied at the universities of Constance and Bristol, worked as a lecturer in Constance, as a research fellow in Liverpool, and assistant professor in Düsseldorf. He was fellow of the University of Liverpool and visiting professor at Charles University in Prague. His current main areas of research include the history of infant nutrition, historical epidemiology, the history of public health in Germany and England, migration and health, and the demography and epidemiology of port cities and the history of demography. Between 2003 and 2015, you were managing director of the Institute of History of Medicine at the University of Düsseldorf. Since then, you are deputy director of the Institute for the History, Philosophy, and Ethics of Medicine. And let me also welcome Kelly Wapp. She studied history and art history at the Heinrich Heine University in Düsseldorf. At the moment, you're doing your master at the Institute of, and you're associate at the Institute for History, Theory, and Ethics of Medicine at the Düsseldorf University. Very welcome. We're very interested to hear your talk about portals of death, health, and disease in European port cities during the late 19th and early 20th century.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction and for having us. The names of the institutions get more and more complicated and longer because they are all put together. So it's really hard to know where you are, actually. So today we want to talk about health and disease in European port cities. And in order to analyze this, we will focus on 3 points. Firstly, the role of ports as gateways of infectious diseases, this refers mainly to epidemics. Secondly, the socio-demographic regime of the port city population, including age, sex, and disease-specific mortality rates. Thirdly, the implementation of public health strategies, including their effects on the level and trends of local health. So I will tell you about the bad things, the first 2, and Kelly Wapp will then tell you about the good thing, what the merchants did against the diseases. So we will explore these issues for selected European port cities during the late 19th and early 20th century. First, the role of epidemics. This is cholera on the left. Port cities have played a critical role in international development and modernization. They became a central element of the European expansion and served as the node or nexus of the growing world market. As a consequence of this function, port cities were invariably prone to an increased risk of exposure, particularly to infectious diseases. Many of the predominant epidemic diseases, such as plague, cholera, smallpox, or typhoid fever, were imported via port cities, which, in turn, accelerated disease diffusion into coastal areas and dependent hinterlands. After centuries of quarantine regimes, industrialization reinforced anti-contagonistic views, or as Max von Pettenkofer, the famous German hygienist, put it, an interruption of trade caused by cholera would be much worse than the cholera epidemic itself. With the acceleration of trade and migration, the diffusion of disease increased and included particularly infectious diseases with a short incubation period, such as cholera was. So 2-3 days is the incubation period for cholera. Coming from the east, as most epidemics are supposed to do, cholera swept through Europe from the 1830s onwards in various pandemic waves. In 1831, cholera was imported via St. Petersburg. Soon it reached Danzig and other German port cities of the Baltic and the North Sea. The disease moved further westward to English and Scottish port cities, and from there, with the Irish emigration, to North and Middle America. In the southwest, Spain, Portugal, and Northern Africa were cholera-ridden. Another highly affected area was southern France, particularly Marseille and Toulon. From there, ships carried the pathogen to Italian port cities such as Genoa, Torino, Florence, and Livorno. And as most of the speakers do, they refer what could be used in a museum. I will do this as well, so you could easily digitalize these data and show how an epidemic or a pandemic sweeps around the world. And if you're affected to computer games, you might already know this. If you know the computer game Plague Incorporated, it's a simulation model from the perspective of a germ, and plague, of course, in this case, and using a very sophisticated epidemic model. And the aim of the game is, of course, to kill the whole world population. But it's very difficult to win, so I can recommend it. But it's not only waterborne diseases as cholera, but also diseases with a human vector played an important role. Venereal diseases were highly associated with sailors and port cities, where prostitution was considered to be a typical element. But also venereal diseases from homosexual practices on ships. Since the 18th century, a typical saying about the British Navy was that it's all about rum and bum. And, this is a quotation, that the cabin boy has to wipe more than a smile from his face. You're not supposed to laugh at this point, but we talked about Hamburg and humor, and yesterday we had the große Hafenrundfahrt. In many terms, the große Hafenrundfahrt is something completely different. The elder maids of the right talking about, so we're not going into detail in this respect, but someone is laughing here over here. Oh, okay. So let's go to the socio-demographic regime. The dominance of trade provided only a small basis for a broad-scale industrialization. Trade and finance remained the economic basis for many port cities. Rather, the local economic structure was determined by shipping industry, by the processing of goods, as well as banking and insurance companies. The economic sectors remained one-sided and essentially based on imported raw materials. As a result, port cities were extremely dependent on the routes and structures of the world market. And if the routes and the structures changed, of course, the role of the port cities might have well changed. At the same time, many ports were characterized by flexible labor markets, a strong reliance on casual work when a ship arrived or shortly before it departed, extensive in-migration and a broad ethnic mix. Female labor force participation was low. However, women were burdened with a multitude of tasks to contribute to the family income. Prostitution was also mentioned in this context. The typical structure of the labor market had a profound impact on the settlement structure and the living conditions. The constant search for casual work on the docks made it necessary to live close to the ports in often densely populated, overcrowded city districts, as it is shown here on the left for the Liverpool in 1900. This, in turn, increased the risk of acute and also chronic infectious diseases and proffered additionally a high background mortality rate, particularly in the inner city districts near the port, shown here again for the crude death rate for Liverpool, according to districts. The closer you got to the port, the higher the mortality rates were. Excess mortality was registered in the Irish districts of Liverpool. Poor working and living conditions, the notorious cellar flats described by Frederick Engels in his famous work on the condition of the working class in England, were associated with high rates from tuberculosis. Infant mortality rates were enormous among the Irish population of Liverpool, which were, of course, also the result of high birth rates. Many children also implied many dying children. Similarly, Chinese quarters, here on the left you see the entrance to Liverpool Chinatown, and on the right hand an US cartoon. Chinese quarters were considered to register high mortality rates even from such diseases as malaria or leprosy. All in all, port cities were not a good place to live in, what health were concerned. Unhealthy conditions were in many respects, and can be depicted here on the left for Liverpool and compared with the national average for England and Wales. You see the rates for Liverpool are well above the national average. In the 1860s, you see a peak, which refers also to another cholera epidemic. So, and now we see Kelly Watt will report us on the strategies to combat these diseases.
Ladies and gentlemen, when the first cholera pandemic approached from the east in the 1830s, doctors and public health officers had no experience with the disease. The disease was even labeled the white police, and it was considered to clean up the quarters of the laboring poor, which were considered to be a threat to the bourgeoisie society. As a waterborne disease, there were indeed excess mortality rates in the less well-off quarters on the waterfront. But it did not stop there. At this point comes in the famous example of Hamburg cholera epidemic of 1892, which I'm sure you know better than we do. Without a filter plant, the disease was spread throughout the city via central waterworks and stopped only at the border to Altona, where filtered water was standard. It was only after the infamous epidemic when a filter plant was installed in record time when Hamburg became a cholera-free city. Moreover, the dominance of merchant capital directly affects the response to public health matters. On the one hand, the need to confront health risks was apparent in port cities. On the other hand, there were a high dependency on charity and philanthropy and a general absence of collective commitment in social welfare. Merchants were preoccupied with the global market and less interested in local affairs, except, of course, when financial matters were concerned. On the basis of Max of Pettenkofer's health economy, Adolf Gottstein calculated the financial loss caused by the Hamburg cholera epidemic in 1892, with a total loss of 430 million marks when compared to the modest expense of 22.6 million marks for the newly constructed waterworks in 1893. One issue which we won't develop any further today is the role of port cities within the context of medical knowledge transfer. Just two brief examples. First, the colonial port cities like Tsingtao under Chinese, Japanese, and German rule, with corresponding transfers in medical practice. And second, the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine, which was the first institution in the world dedicated to research and teaching in tropical medicine. As a conclusion of our paper, we would like to mention the following 3 points. Port cities became a central element of the European expansion. As a nexus of the growing world market, port cities were prone to an increased risk of exposure to infectious diseases. From the ports, epidemics spread into coastal areas and hinterlands. Extending trading networks aggravated the latent exposure risks of the indigenous population. High immigration, working, and housing conditions proffered high background mortality rates. On the one hand, the need to confront health risks was appeared. On the other hand, merchants were preoccupied with the global market and less interested in local affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your interesting insight into diseases, infections, and other things due to port and exchange in the world. Are there any questions?
Okay.
Over there? Yeah.
Thank you for your overview in your lecture. Certainly you know the study of Richard Evans' death in Hamburg, and I miss a little bit the hint to this study, because we in Hamburg are confronted with this history in a very near, clear way. But what I want to put out is this, the port cities with the increased risk of exposure to infectious diseases. On the one way, that's right, but on the other way, perhaps there is the continuing narrative of colonialism that the classes That is to see the working classes and the classes who are occupied in the harbor or on the ships are the most principally exposed to these infectious diseases. For Hamburg, you know that the disease was spread because of the, as you told, the attitude of the Hamburger Bürgerschaft and the Senate, who did not introduce the filtration system to protect the population. And this is the contrast to Altona. And so I wanted to underline that this narrative must be a little bit differentiated.
Of course, you are right. Cholera is a waterborne disease, and it especially affects people having contact with water. And of course, the social stratification underlines this in a way. So in which city districts you find central water supply, in which you don't find them. So it's a bit of a mixture, but if you think of plague, that's not waterborne. So you can't, you're right where cholera or typhoid fever is concerned, but it doesn't fit to plague or other diseases with a human vector. So it's all a bit mixed up and makes it really complicated. But as for Hamburg, Richard Evans has shown this brilliantly, so you can't do any better. But he also showed that although cholera is waterborne, there's a major difference between the city districts, and cholera wasn't so much available in the districts had not such an impact on in the better off districts. So.
Okay, I have to turn to the other side. Mm-hmm. In the middle.
Well, thank you very much, but I'd like a view to the connection to build hospitals, for instance. Can you say something about that, or special parts of the university medicine who developed in course of these connections to harbor diseases?
It's, well, we mentioned this briefly with Tsingtao. So this was supposed to be a German model city, and one of the most important was to build a hospital there. But the aim of the hospital was to cure the white population, the Germans, and mostly venereal diseases, so it's a bit tricky. But you must put this into context. What is a hospital around 1900? This is not really an institution to cure people. It's there where you go when you are poor and have nothing to eat, and you are, of course, sick and ill, but don't expect any medical treatment which is properly. If you go around Düsseldorf, I do guided tours once a year through Düsseldorf University Clinic. And the most important building is in the middle of the clinic. And what is the most important building at that time in a hospital? That's, of course, the church, because medicine hasn't much to offer at that time. And finally, it's decided up there whether you survive or not. There were attempts to get the better offs in the hospitals around this time. And if you look at pictures of first-class rooms in hospitals, you have a carpet, you have polstered chairs, which is, with respect to hygienic views, a disaster. So be careful not to go into a hospital at that time. So this, I know she's skeptic.
I asked this question because at home I have a so-called Entlassungsschein eines Seemannes aus Hamburg, aus dieser Zeit, aus dem Krankenhaus Eppendorf, der dort dann geheilt entlassen wurde. Und deshalb meine Frage.
Yeah, there is this hypothesis by Thomas McEwen who says, he says that people are sent off from hospital shortly before they die, not to destroy not to worsen the statistics. So you have to be really careful about these things.
Thanks a lot for the talk. I was wondering, you mentioned the economic side here, but I mean there's this very strong political aspect, and I find it interesting that, for example, in New York, if I'm not a specialist on it, but if I got it right, it really affected immigration, legal solutions or handling of this relationship. And I was always wondering about the perception of the notion of migration and diseases on board of ships and on land. And I was wondering just if you couldn't perhaps look at it in a project, how sailors, for example, dealt with it, put notions of political, racial segregation in contrast or in connection to the segregation ideas which were connected to epidemics on land. So perhaps you could comment on it.
That's an interesting point. Diseases on ships, we have some projects running on there's also, when it comes to knowledge transfer, the English Blue Books, where all the diseases on each ship of the British Navy were recorded. They were translated into German to make use for the upcoming Prussian Navy, that they know what diseases are to be expected on ships. So that's quite a really interesting point. But it also was mentioned earlier, so you have to be really careful about this. It's really politically not correct to state that the slave ships, the mortality on slave ships, the mortality amongst the slaves was lower than the mortality, you say, okay, then on the sailors.
Yeah, actually, according to this question, one comment I've read in my sources that Stralsund gained bad famous for being typhus town in the region. So what were strategies or reactions from port sides to either protect seafarers, to restrict access to the harbor if there were some pandemic, or from the other side that the ship side said, okay, the captain said, you see there's cholera, do not go ashore, or something like this.
This is an important figure is this Max von Pettenkofer. He dominates the medical debate in the middle of the 19th century. And he's the first one who applies really based on natural sciences and based on scientific. Today we would say it's a modern orientated medicine. And he said diseases such as cholera or typhoid fever, they don't spread from human being to human being, but diseases, they come from the ground. Miasman theory is that, from bad air, from the soil. So, and this, so in that way, he gave the towns, the municipalities, the scientific background to water supply and sewage systems. But this was also a theory which fitted perfectly into the upcoming industrial port cities. That because it meant you don't have to apply quarantine. It's not of any use because diseases come from the soil. So you don't have to say the ship stay out for 4 days or for 40 days and we wait and see what's happened. So it doesn't matter. And of course, all the port cities, the Hamburg, as Richard Evans stated, they were very much in favor of Max von Pettenkofer, and they didn't want to have Robert Koch's theory, who Koch said that disease spreads from human being to human being via germs, and this was not something that the merchants would like to hear. It's much cheaper than the Pettenkofer theory. So,
okay. One last question.
Thank you for a brilliant discussion. I think I've learned a lot in the discussion, and I want to make more of a comment than a question. I was just wondering, because when you look at the mobility of diseases, call it, and the history of diseases, it was a two-way type of a thing. Diseases moved from Europe to Africa, from Africa to Europe, to Latin America, just like foodstuffs were moving. And I was wondering whether you could factor that into your discussion. Because if you look, for example, in Africa, most of the port cities, the Europeans took back malaria and died out of that. And then that actually gave a headache to colonial administration. And then gonorrhea came from Europe. That is what the history tells us, as well as Latin America. And if you could factor that in, you see a whole global mobility of these diseases. And then you actually see the port city as a funnel where all these diseases were passing into the whole. But then you see again, France seemed to have been one of the leading countries in Europe that took pride in curing colonial or tropical diseases, tropical medicines. And I don't know whether you try to take that into consideration. France seems to have been so much into doing research on tropical diseases in both the 19th and 20th century.
Yeah, I'm not a specialist on these tropical diseases, but in the context of Liverpool, you just have to mention the tropical medicine. But malaria is something really interesting. Malaria used to be here in Europe. So in Italy was malaria-ridden. All the warmer areas which had water were exposed to malaria. And when colonial doctors searched about malaria, so they didn't understand it for quite a long time because it's so complex with the flies and all this stuff. So it's even nowadays that you hardly understand malaria, and they are not successful to provide any vaccination against malaria. So it's still the old ways of doing. But it's a great, malaria put a great impact on let's say, to control the soil. It's a bit so Pettenkofer-like, yeah? That you don't have any water, don't have any wet soil around you, so that helps you to get rid of malaria, but they didn't understand why. It's like today with many diseases. But to come back, this is so important for when the steamship comes up, you know, that the incubation period of a disease is so important. You know, if you go back to the sailing ships, all the people were dead when the ship arrived in Europe. So there was no fear. You don't have to be afraid of anything because they were dead. But cholera with a short incubation period and a steamship, so it's very easily to spread it around the world. It's like AIDS today. You know, you have also this problem of global tourism, global industry, and this long period, so you don't realize when someone has AIDS or not, or is infected by the virus. That makes it so tricky.
Thank you very much, Jörg Vögele.
Thank you.
Kelly Gisela Wapp for your talk, and we'll proceed on to our next speaker. We had two big issues. Another big issue is biodiversity. Hanno Siebens from the Senckenberg Institute Center of Biodiversity and Climate Research Center in Frankfurt. It will give us a talk on how global shipping reshapes biodiversity worldwide by the introduction of alien species. You have studied ecology at the University of Essen, did a PhD at the University of Constance, and followed by postdoc activities at the universities of Oldenburg and Vienna. Your special interest is in mathematical models to simulate the spread of species on the computer. Supported by these computer-based models, you study the spread of species across complex networks such as international trade or shipping. This is your stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction. And thank you, of course, also to the organizers for allowing me to present my work here and to give you some insights about something which you not so sure how familiar are you with it. And you already heard and you already see from my slides that I'm not a historian. So I'm a biologist working in the field of ecology. And even worse, I'm working in quantitative ecology, which means I'm dealing with large data sets, I'm dealing with numbers, I'm performing statistical analysis, and I'm developing mathematical models. And while this may seem quite far from your field of research and your field of work, I would like to show you in the next minutes that there is actually a substantial overlap between both fields. And that's also the reason why I'm very happy to be here, to get in contact with historians more, because this is something which I'm now facing the situation that I have to deal with things which I do not really fully understand. And you as historians are much closer to this topic. So that's the reason why I'm really glad to be here and to get in closer contact to the field of history and to learn from you. So the topic is introduction of alien species. And so before I come to these explaining the overlap, I have to introduce you to the topic. So what are alien species? So it sounds a bit strange. So it's not about aliens from outer space or so. It's about species here on Earth. And these are examples of alien species here. And maybe these are not so alien to you. For example, here the domestic cat, you should know, and maybe probably also some of these other species. For example, these plants here are very common. Also here in Hamburg, they grow near roadsides and river shorelines and so on. So what is an alien species? These are all species living in Germany, but these are all species which are originally not occurring here. So they have been introduced by humans to this site. For example, here the bullfrog is from North America, the parakeet, kind near Cologne, Bonn, Wiesbaden in high densities, is from Indian region. This is a Chinese midden crab in the North Sea, from China. This is from North America, jellyfish, and so on. So what are alien species? Alien species are species in a given area whose presence there is due to intentional or accidental introduction as a result of human activity. So the reason why we find a species at a certain location is due to human activity, and this is a very broad definition of alien species. It's actually more complex, but this is kind of a simplified definition. So alien species are there because of our human activity. And this has already a long tradition. And probably you know this tree here. This is the chestnut, the sweet chestnut. Very common in Germany and very famous. But it was originally not native here in Germany. It was introduced by the Romans to support, to secure the food supply of the Roman troops. And the same, for example, for the cherry trees. Cherry tree is originally from Turkey and it's not growing here in Central Europe. So it has a long tradition, and it's not always clear if this is a native or an alien species. Here are some facts about alien species. By the way, you may have heard about the term invasive species, and this is usually a subset. I can explain later. Here some facts about alien species, and to show you the magnitude of this so-called biological invasion, because this is another term for describe the process of introducing and establishing an alien species. So alien species are everywhere. We really see every alien species. If you go out, you directly see alien species here outside. You can see them all over Germany, but all over the world, also in very remote places like Antarctica or very remote oceanic islands, also islands without human population. We know thousands of alien species worldwide. So in Germany, we have probably 1,500 alien species, or we know of 1,500. But at a global scale, we know, for example, of more than 13,000 alien plant species, which is the size of the total European flora. So it would be the same magnitude as you take all plant species in Europe and planting them outside, somewhere outside Europe. This is the same magnitude. And we know in a recent global study about islands, we found that more than a quarter of all islands host more alien than native species. And these are not bare rocks somewhere in the ocean. These are islands like Hawaii or Galapagos, which are originally rich in plant species, but now we have found twice the number of plant species there due to human intervention. And some of these species may have devastating impacts on nature, so they can outcompete other native species. They can also drive species to extinction, and they may have impacts on economy and society, resulting in costs of more than 12 billion euros for the European Union alone. And these are costs for combating forest pests, for example, or agricultural pests. And alien species, these kind of species are called usually invasive alien species. So invasive species are those which posing some kind of harm. This is also a broad definition. So alien species in general, they are considered to be a major driver of biodiversity loss in general at a global scale. And in Germany, you may have heard of the Dutch elm disease, which is in German the Ulmensterben, caused by a fungi from China, from Asia, and resulting in a decline of the population of elm trees, and you hardly found elm trees in Germany anymore. But actually, Germany is not so much affected by alien species compared to other regions worldwide. Here's a map, so zooming out to global perspective, this is a map of the global distribution of alien bird species. So it's the number of birds, alien birds you find in a certain region. And the gray areas you can ignore. These are knowledge gaps, so we don't have any data about this, and it's already interesting that we have so large gaps. The bluish colors indicate a very, very low number of alien bird species, while the reddish colors indicate a very high number of alien bird species. And when we now try to identify those regions with very high alien bird species richness, then you see here regions like England or North America, particularly USA, Caribbean islands, Hawaii, a bit in South Africa, Australia and New Zealand, surprisingly, then Taiwan, Japan, and here tiny little Hong Kong, which is difficult to see on this map. This is actually a strange pattern. So when you have these typical maps of biodiversity in mind, then you usually see here the Amazonian rainforest popping up, or Central Africa or Southeast Asia, but not these regions. So what is the driver? Why do we see this pattern here, which is quite strange? And the reason is, of course, human activity, and human activity during the last centuries. So these are mainly due to colonial activities of the British Empire. So it exchanged a lot of commodities. The British Empire exchanged a lot of commodities with these regions here, but also South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand. And there are also many people emigrating from this region to all these other regions worldwide. And they bring their plant species and their pets to these regions, but also they introduce species accidentally, for example, rats and mice, for example. But this is, of course, not only due to the British people, but in general to the diaspora of European settlers and immigrants, and explorers, of course. So if we want to understand these dynamics here, we need to consider that this is the result of past introductions. And when we now look at global trends, you see here the trend, the number of alien species in general on a global scale. So not only birds, all kinds of species here included for the last 500 years. And you see this continuous increase in alien species richness with a particular acceleration here in the late 19th century. So the introduction of alien species is a centuries-long process, and it has distinctly intensified, and also the rate of introducing new alien species is higher than ever. Also, when you look at at continental scales, you see similar patterns with Europe starting a bit earlier and Africa starting a bit later, but actually it's, I would say, more due to sampling bias, because we hardly have any data for Africa and we have many data for Europe. So when we now try to understand these dynamics here, and you see here very high, when you try, for example, here to understand these high numbers here and the distribution of these species at a global scale, it is not really enough to focus on the last 10, 20, 30 years of introducing alien species, because this would only explain these new species here, but we have to go back probably 100 or 200 or even more years back in time to get really good understanding of the dynamics. And when we now try to understand these dynamics, we quickly come to global shipping, because global shipping represents the backbone of globalization, and this is actually the main driver of introducing alien species. So global shipping is one important component. There are, of course, many other components, but this is one of the major drivers here. And you all know how important global shipping is, and also was in former times. And for alien species, there are numerous ways of how species were and are still transported by these ships. Species can be inside the cargo, can be found inside the cargo, but can also, of course, be cargo itself. So, for example, if a plant, very often plants are transported around the world, or other species, and also many people looked during the last centuries for new exotic species and wanted to bring them to Europe to show them, and also brought species to other regions to enrich the local flora with European species, for example. But by transporting a plant, you bring numerous other species with as well. With, for example, in the potting soil, you find lots of species there, or diseases of the plant species, and so on. Alien species can also be in the ballast water, or in the ballast in general. So before the use of ballast water comes into play, solid ballast was also a major component, and also with these solid ballasts like soil, we also introduced they also introduced species, and now these ships use huge amounts of ballast water. So, and they carry this mostly unfiltered ballast waters from one region to the other. So there are thousands and millions of tons of ballast water transported at any time. And with this ballast water, all kinds of species were transported as well. So it's not only about planktonic species, but also about fishes or crabs or whatever. Hull fouling plays an important role. So species are able to stick to the hull of the ship, and they can easily be transported, for example, mussels or barnacles or crustaceans. And of course, humans itself, they also can carry species with them. Actually, we are all carrying species all the time, not only our species. So I told you that I'm a quantitative ecologist, and so this is now closer to my work, or actually this is my work, what I did. So I try now to get this information about, for example, global shipping, to understand how species spread around the world. And now this is an example for global shipping, because of course this is a conference about ports and shipping. And so we used a large database about global shipping, global ship dynamics for 2 years, 2007 and 2008, and we have altogether around 3 million ship movements in this database, in which we can use to reconstruct individual ship trajectories. And we can put all of them on top of each other, so getting a map like this showing the global shipping network. These are the routes, or actually these are the shortest path between two ports, not exactly the routes. And the colors here indicate the ship journeys, how many ships traveled along such a path. And okay, this is one source, but I'm dealing here with species, so I also need to account for environmental conditions. And we did this by combining this data set here with information about environmental conditions. For example, here this is water temperature, but we also considered salinity, for example, and tested many other drivers, potential drivers. And to combine these and other data sets, it's not trivial. So we developed a model, which is here surrounded by a black box. And The details, I would like to leave it as a black box right now, but I, of course, can open the black box if you're interested. So this mainly consists of a set of mathematical formulations integrating these kind of data and also other data to come up at the very end with predictions, which is just the probability that a species is transported along such a route from this region to that region. And then we are able to plot these predictions, and here you again see these, the routes, and now the colors indicate here the probability that a species is transported along this route, depending on shipping intensity and the routes of the individual ships, and the environmental conditions, and the distance, and so on, and the timing, and the time the ship takes from one port to the other one, and so on. But probably more important, so what you see here is these are the major routes of biological invasions here in yellow, and this mainly follows the most intense shipping routes, at least at long scales, at long distances, yeah. But probably what is more important here is the information about ports, so we can integrate this information for individual ports and calculate an invasion probability for each port. And what sticks out is that all these ports with a high invasion probability, they cluster all in East Asia and Southeast Asia. And the region is, I mean, this is, these are canals here, so this is just an artifact of the model, so we didn't remove it here, so that's not really clear. But yeah, these East Asian port, the reason why these ports are so important is, on the one hand, the high shipping intensity there, and on the other side, the environmental conditions, which are very similar to many, many other ports worldwide. So many of the ship routes, they occur in tropical and subtropical regions, providing suitable conditions for species living in these environmental conditions, of course. So in comparison, this is also the reason why the North Sea ports, for example, have a comparatively low risk, simply because the North Sea is quite cold compared to other regions here. We did another study afterwards, and which showed that actually the risk is a bit higher here. This also depends on the species which you're looking at and the individual ship connections here. So we have a lot of alien species also in the North Sea, and most of them are coming here from the North American coast, on the East Coast, and from the northern Asian seas here around Japan, for example. But I mean, this is a study about shipping dynamics in considering shipping in 2007 and 2008. But before, I told you that it's really important to consider historic dynamics to understand what we observe today. So because we cannot fully explain the current distribution of alien species while ignoring the past, and this is exactly what we did during that time. But at that time, we didn't have the temporal trends. So understanding the past is really the key here to understand what we observe today. And I also told you that introducing alien species is tightly coupled to human socio-economic activity. And with socio-economic activity, I mean global shipping, but also, of course, there are other drivers like human mobility, and nowadays other means of transportation are important, like trucks and trains and planes, of course, but also local changes like growth in human populations or land degradations, how we transform all our habitats here, so providing new opportunities for species to establish. And it is really essential to understand these past socio-economic activities for me to get a good understanding about biological invasions in general. And I would like to go on. This is actually work in progress, what I'm coming to, so I cannot really show you the final results, but I can show you what I would like to do. And actually, I would like to do something like this, which we did for recent shipping dynamics. I would like to do this for historic shipping dynamics as well. And this is a kind of roadmap, what I would like to do and what I already started to do. So first, I would like to have data or information about historic shipping dynamics, ideally at a global scale. And there are surprisingly many data available. Then I would like to reconstruct individual ship trajectories. which allows me to quantify past global shipping dynamics and how this changed in time. And this is now an example. This is one example. Oh, can you see something here? No. That's a pity. Okay, this should be a global map. Okay. That's really difficult to explain without showing the picture. Here you can see at least this one, but probably it's the gray, which is not really coming out. So that's, I'm sorry. So this is, of course, as you can see, the North Atlantic here. So it actually doesn't make much sense right now. Okay, so these are, so I use a data set which is called CLIVOC. And the CLIVOC data set is, CLIVOC is an abbreviation for the data set with the name Climatological Database of the World Ocean. And so you can see it's not a database about shipping or about ecology. It's a database about climatology. So, and the reason for this is there was a lot of money available to analyze climate change and so on. And so they had the money to digitize logbooks of historic ship travels, thousands of logbooks. And they used this information to reconstruct weather conditions above the oceans during certain time periods here from 1750 to 1866. And I'm not so interested in the weather conditions and the climatic conditions, but I can extract the location of the ship at a certain time, and I can also identify the ship. So I extracted the coordinates of the ships to reconstruct the ship routes. And the focus here was on British, Dutch, French, and Spanish ships. And okay, this is the North Atlantic. So here's Africa somewhere, hidden, and North America. And here somewhere should be Australia. And now I can visualize how the ships spread around the world, which is already nice. And probably you see at some points here, now you probably better see here the African continent. But I would actually, what I wanted to ask you is about the gaps, because, and this is hardly, cannot be seen here. Here is the Pacific Ocean, and there's nothing going on in the Pacific. And when I now have this data, and I look at these dynamics, also with the continental boundaries, and I was just wondering why there was so little activity in the Pacific Ocean. And this is just because of the lack of information in the data sets? Or is it because they just focus on these three empires during that time? So I'm not so sure. I would assume that this is a quite comprehensive data set, actually the most comprehensive one which is available, but maybe I'm really missing something here. I don't know. Probably you know better than I do. Okay, then there's another data set called ICODES. ICODES is an abbreviation for International Comprehensive Ocean Atmosphere Dataset. Again, data set not about shipping, not about ecology, not about biological invasions, but about oceanic atmospheric dynamics. But again, they provide the coordinates of the location of the ship during a certain time period, or at a certain date. And the dataset, the provider of the dataset is the the US Weather Service, which already shows that it's not about shipping here. It's not really the purpose for them. They are interested in the weather conditions here. But and just plotting these locations here, this is quite messy, so you cannot see anything here, or not so much at least. But if you compare these two figures here from 1862 to 1900 and 1925 to 1950, when you compare both, you see, for example, the effect of the opening of the Panama Canal and the Suez Canal, because there were hardly any ships going south of South America and south of Africa. And you also see this improvement in navigational tools, so the ships were now traveling much narrower roads than before. And the idea is now to use this kind of information and to relate it to the spread of alien species. So this is my attempt to understand historic global shipping dynamics which I first have to do before I can use this information to predict alien species dynamics and finally come up with a good understanding of what we observe today, in the understanding of what we observe today. So in conclusion, the introduction of alien species really reshapes biodiversity pattern, and this is something which is happening very intensive rate right now. And so we are currently in the process of really reshaping and also redistributing species all over the world. And this is something I think in 10 years or 20 years or so we have to rewrite the textbooks, because the biogeography which describes the species biodiversity patterns on the globe is really changing a lot. And this has a huge impact and will have a huge impact. And we cannot get rid of these species anymore. Once they are there, it's nearly impossible to get rid of them. So global shipping constitutes one of the most important drivers. There are, as I mentioned, there are many, and I can speak on this for the whole day, but global shipping is one of the most important one, and I worked on global shipping most intensively. And with the ports acting as the typical entrance areas for these alien species. That's also the reason why you usually find many alien species in the direct vicinity of a port. And I also hope that I've shown you that we ecologists, we need to have a good understanding about the socio-economic activity during the last century to understand the current patterns of biological invasions, and also to predict what will be, what is going on in the future. So I'm very much looking forward, collaborating also with historians much more intensively. I'm already been in contact with people from the Deutsche Schifffahrtsmuseum, German Maritime Museum in Bremerhaven, but I'm very open for collaboration, and probably somebody of you can tell me that this is all wrong, and maybe you can, or I'm missing something which is very important. So if you have any questions or also interested, you can approach me afterwards, but also write me an email or so. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Hanno Sevens, thank you very much for your outlook on the invasion of foreign species all over the world. I guess there are some questions. You may start.
Thank you very much. This is more a comment to your presentation, also the one before you. If I understood you correctly, then the first part of your contribution was based on the assumption that mobility is something very, very normal during the last century. And yet the phrase of invasion is used. And I think also with regard to a national museum that is under construction now, I have the emergent question of how to find a language or metaphors that somehow resonate with master narratives, but step away from the negative semantics of invasion, alien, also the metaphors with epidemiology of something flooding in. This is something we encounter when we open the newspaper or when we switch on the news today. I find it a very, very big challenge, as what you have presented shows clearly that sedentism, Sesshaftigkeit, can also be considered as the exception in opposition to mobility of, be it species, knowledge, germs, and any other, and human beings, obviously. So it's not a question to you personally, but rather to all of us.
Yeah. I mean, in general, concerning these semantics, and there are many terms like invasive species and so, and there's also in the media, there's much of I mean, they usually pop up in the media when there's something happening really badly, and so they have some huge impacts on something. They drive species to extinction or whatever. So that's really a tricky question. And also in the field and the community of invasion ecologists, these are kind of ecologists who I belong to, they are particularly in the last, or 10 years ago, there was actually the impression of alien species was always that they pose some kind of harm. So it's not nothing we want to have. So we really have to try to get them out. But this is also reflected in the media, and also reflected in the terms used like biological invasions and invasive species and so on and so on. But now it changed a bit because, I mean, this is also probably a bit one side of the coin only, but there are also, of course, positive effects on this. So we really have to consider this. Now actually we also start to consider this in the more neutral perspective than, yeah. Right. No.
My question was exactly the same as Kerstin Pöhl's question, but I think it's so important that I still want to follow up. I think you're working on a really important topic here that is of, as you said, also very current interest. If you think about debates like about the Zünsler, I think this summer or the summer before, invading, German gardens from China. So there were all these things going on, and I'm always very, very frustrated by this language, and I would also prompt you to think further about this language. And there's one, perspective that might be helpful there, and that is the cultural history of science. And there are some important works on this earlier period of globalization, which already covered very similar instances. There's a terrific book by Sarah Hansen on Schädlinge, so vermin. In the 19th century, in the long 19th century, and it covers very similar debates. So it's about the Weinreblaus, so the lice on, in vineyards. And there was a debate in the 1880s that these lice were coming over from France and, invading German vineyards. And it was happening in very, very similar terms to what is happening right now in these debates. And the, of course, extremely depressing perspective that she opens up at the end is that Schädlinge, for instance, is a word. It came up as a new concept in the 19th century. Before it was only schädliche Insekten, so harmful insects. But then there was this new concept of Schädlinge, and there was something that, for instance, could also be transferred to human beings. So you had, on a conceptual level, it also led to the Holocaust and Zyklon B and Schädlinge as human beings as Schädlinge. So I really, really prompt you to think about this language, and I always don't understand why it's not just called new species. Why does it have to be invading or alien? I mean, also this sort of, I think the separation between nature and society that is also standing behind it is also a bit problematic in that respect, because we tend to think about nature as something that is static, and society is that where, that is where the changes are happening. And I think it's often more complex, and nature is changing, also without human action in some instances. So, that's basically the same point, but I still wanted to make it because I think it's so central, and that is something that your invitation for interdisciplinary dialogue, I think, could also open up.
Thanks a lot. Concerning the language, there's a lot of debate also still going on, and actually the invasion ecologists, they did not succeed to find a common language which is used for everybody. So there are a lot of papers, and actually the number of papers about the definitions of the terms is also increasing, because all these terms, there are many, many different terms. For example, probably it's better to use non-native species. No? But for me, it's actually non-native, alien. It's also the question. There's also debate if you really should distinguish between these kind of species. Because actually this is a normal process. Biodiversity or nature in general is constantly changing all the time. So, but now we add a new component by the introduction of these, or by this massive increase of the rate of exchange. And this is something, I mean, in former times there was also the exchange of species by wind dispersal or whatever, but this happened at a much lower rate, and it was a similar rate as, for example, evolution happens. So you can find new species in some regions, but they can evolve, they can adapt, and also the native species can cope with the new non-native species. But then now we are introducing so many species at such a high rate that really nature is not able to cope with this anymore. So yeah, but in general we have this problem with the language. That's true, and this is something which is really under debate right now, and we did not manage to come with a true consensus right now. And the second part was about actually the change of nature, and so that's of course this is something which is going on, and also the connection to society. So it's not that nature is static and society is changing; it's changing both, but society is changing much more rapidly, and we are, with the exchange of species, we are posing a kind of harm, like it's a kind of pollution, I would say. Yeah? It's not pollution; it's also a negative word again, but we have an impact, and usually, as all impacts on nature, we should try to mitigate these impacts. Of course, there are positive aspects as well, and I'm probably a bit too much focusing on these negative impacts because they are so overwhelming. But of course, it's much more complex, as I have shown you here. Yeah, right. Thanks.
Yeah, my question refers to the discussion before. The terms you used, I don't think that they are that wrong, because if you have I don't know if that's right to say it like that, but if you have a sea full of jellyfish, I don't know if you can say that's a new species and that is not negative. I think that is negative, and my question to you is, would you say that these processes are something like accelerated evolution, or would you see that in a negative way and then say that it's a destructive process, like I thought you meant it with your lecture?
It's not just an acceleration of the natural rates, because we are introducing really a new pathway, for example. So the exchange of a very long distances rarely happens in nature naturally, because a species was at some point blown from one continent to the other, but now we really connect regions all over the world so intensively that this is nothing. It's not really just an acceleration of the natural processes, and there are also a lot of papers just pointing this out very clearly, that it's really something, a new mechanism, a new development. I wouldn't say that this is a negative one. It's just I would like to avoid this discussion, actually, because for me as a scientist, I'm just interested in the mechanisms, in the dynamics, and it's very much depending on the perception of the individual. So, for example, introducing a new fish species is very beneficial for the fishermen, and the potato is also very beneficial for Europe. So, okay, if it's not an alien species or an invasive species growing somewhere outside, but in general, there are many positive aspects as well. So this is really difficult to assess, and this is also, we're also currently in the process of developing good concepts to quantify or to assess the impact of an alien species from all different perspectives. And with impact, for me, impact is not really, it's not a purely negative word. We also have positive impacts, positive influences. And now it's a question, how can we weight these different impacts to assess really the consequences of introducing a new species? And I have to say, most of these species don't do anything. So most of these species, there's a rule of thumb which says, okay, probably 10% of the species arriving here, they don't establish. 10% of these established species, they don't spread. And 10% of these species are actually invasive species. So it's just 0.1% or 0.1%. So the total percentage is very low. But nevertheless, we have these huge amounts of costs. So it's always a debate also going on in the scientific community. Yeah, right.
Any further questions? Okay.
Just a very little catching question. Would you think that the birds would prefer to reach the port before flying out of the ship?
Sorry?
Will you think that a bird that hops on a ship from Amsterdam getting to Lagos will need to reach the port before flying off?
Yeah, right. I mean, many species have been introduced intentionally.
Exactly.
So birds, for example, they are, I would say, probably nearly all bird species have been released intentionally.
Okay, exactly.
So there was a time period in the 19th century where acclimatization societies were founded, and these acclimatization society were really the purpose of these societies was to provide a good environment for the European settlers somewhere outside Europe. Okay. So they deliberately introduce mammals, fishes, bird species in, for example, North America, Australia, New Zealand, and so on. So these species have been mostly introduced deliberately, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think I've really enjoyed your presentation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
This dimension, I've never known about it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Okay, one last question.
Yeah, one just to add to the debate. I was wondering, and my guess is that I'm wrong, but I was wondering that this term of biological invasion might be totally justified if we, or I think it might be understudied to look at the notion of or the genealogy of the notion of invasive species, and that it might have popped up kind of in the colonial domain, in the colonies, and that it might be the result of the nature-culture divide in the European mindset, rather than you get. I don't know if you get the point, or if, as I said, I might be wrong. But if the notion popped up in the colonies, and Westerners were establishing this notion of invasive species, it might have been evident in the Americas, for example, that Europeans imported diseases, for example, and species that had negative impact, that they used this notion despite their own invasive nature. Yeah, I don't know. And disregarding, yeah, you get the point. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a complex topic, and it's not so easy also for the invasion ecologists to differentiate between these terms. And I personally, I usually try to avoid using the term invasive and biological invasions. So in my scientific papers, I usually try to avoid them completely, because it's always related to negative impacts. Even if you explicitly state that it's not about negative impacts, in the next sentence, the reader usually forgets about this. So that's the reason why I'm trying to avoid the term invasive at all. But when I talk to people, for example, to journalists or so, then they don't want to, they want to have this term invasive species. And also when I talk to the public and to people outside the community, it's much easier to say, okay, I work on invasive species, because everybody knows what I mean, than to say, okay, I work about alien species. I mean, alien species is still okay, but in German it's called gebietsfremde Arten. Yeah, so nobody knows what is gebietsfremde Art. Yeah? Nobody knows. So it's much easier to say, okay, I work about invasive Arten. Yeah? So this is also the reason why the media don't usually take up this term gebietsfremde Arten. Although I always write in the press release, when we have a press release, I write gebietsfremde Arten, then they cut this, they use the term invasive. And then it's, at some point, it's not really in my hand. So.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting talk and the discussion. I'd like to remind that you did not want to talk about invasion, but about collaboration, and maybe one or the other in the auditorium has an idea how to collaborate with you on ship issues, which is our subject. Thank you very much for the last panel for today. We have a short coffee break now, and for anybody who's interested in our exhibition, you're quite welcome to look at Taktgeberhafen, and then we hope to see most of you at 6 o'clock tonight for the public discussion here at in this auditorium. Thank you very much for listening and for coming, and have a nice day.
Herzlich willkommen im Museum für Hamburgische Geschichte. Ich freue mich sehr, ich freue mich auf einen interessanten Abend und möchte Sie einladen, sich auch aktiv zu beteiligen im Anschluss an die Podiumsdiskussion, die wir hier haben werden. Die Podiumsdiskussion findet statt im Rahmen eines Symposiums, was wir hier veranstalten, schon seit gestern, zur Entwicklung des Deutschen Hafenmuseums. Das Deutsche Hafenmuseum wird ein Projekt werden, das wirklich ein herausragendes Museumsgebäude, ein herausragendes Museumskonzept werden soll. Wir haben die wunderbare Situation, mit einer soliden Grundfinanzierung ein Konzept zu entwickeln, ein Museum für das 21. Jahrhundert zu machen. Und wir wollen und haben schon in den letzten 2 Tagen entwickelt inhaltliche Grundlinien für dieses Museum, denn dieses Museum wird als Hauptthema haben, wie der weltweite Handel funktioniert, am Beispiel Hafen dargestellt, wie Netzwerke in einem Hafen ineinandergreifen, haben verschiedene Perspektiven aufgezeigt bekommen von einem Kameruner, der über westafrikanische Häfen gesprochen hat, über Krankheiten, Pflanzen, Tiere, was alles über einen Hafen in den Austausch kommt, und die vielfältigen Perspektiven auf das Thema Hafen befruchten meine Arbeit sehr, und ich freue mich, dass wir tolle Referentinnen und Referenten einladen konnten, mit denen ich auch gern zukünftig noch in Austausch bleiben möchte. Heute Abend soll es darum gehen, über Hafen mal ganz grundsätzlich zu sprechen. Werden wir in 20, 30 Jahren noch einen Hafen überhaupt haben? Wenn ja, wie wird er aussehen und wie kann ein deutsches Hafenmuseum damit umgehen, wie so ein Hafen aussieht? Wird ein deutsches Hafenmuseum in 20 Jahren noch gebraucht? Wird es nur über Vergangenheit sprechen? Oder wie kann ein Museum dem schnellen Wandel, dem schnellen Wechsel eines Hafens Rechnung tragen? Bevor wir in die Podiumsdiskussion einsteigen, freue ich mich sehr, dass Dr. Carsten Broster, Senator für Kultur und Medien der Freien und Hansestadt Hamburg, relativ spontan zugesagt hat, in die Podiumsdiskussion einzuführen. Ich freue mich sehr, dass wir eine sehr, sehr gute Zusammenarbeit hier in Hamburg pflegen und haben, und habe schon die Einführung beim ersten Symposium zum Deutschen Hafenmuseum sehr genossen, wo Herr Broster auch sehr klar formuliert hat, was das Herausragende an diesem Projekt Deutsches Hafenmuseum ist. Ich freue mich sehr, dass Sie da sind und möchte Sie gerne nach vorne bitten.
Ja, vielen Dank, liebe Frau Riechenberger. In der Tat bin ich spontan eingesprungen, weil eigentlich wollte Peter Tschentscher heute Abend hier sein und sagen, komm, also der erste Bürgermeister, dem ist nur was dazwischen gekommen, und dann, wie das halt so ist, mit noch bewegteren Terminkalendern, als das so ein Senator schon hat beim ersten Bürgermeister. Aber ich freue mich außerordentlich, hier zu sein, auch wenn der eine oder andere, der vielleicht bei den letzten Symposien schon mal da war, dann feststellen wird, dass, ich drücke das mal positiv aus, ich konsistent argumentiere in dem, was ich zum Hafenmuseum sage. Das könnte negativ dazu führen, dass Ihnen das eine oder andere vielleicht auch bekannt vorkommt. Das liegt aber schlicht daran, dass sich da jetzt auch nichts dran geändert hat, sozusagen auf der Ebene, auf der ich mich damit befasse. Vielleicht nehme ich der Podiumsdiskussion 1, 2 Fragen schon mal vorweg. Also ich will doch mal ganz, ganz doll hoffen, dass wir auch in 20, 30 Jahren noch einen Hafen in Hamburg haben, weil mir das sonst mit der volkswirtschaftlichen Gegebenheit unserer Freien und Hansestadt Hamburg und ihrem Wohlstand und dann auch den Möglichkeiten, hier gut zu leben, schwer vorstellbar ist, wenn das anders ist. Auch wenn sich natürlich die Frage, wie ein Universalhafen dann aussieht und wie er sich einbettet in eine wissensbasierte Ökonomie, vielleicht anders gestaltet. Aber dass wir auch in 20 oder 30 Jahren noch einer der Knotenpunkte weltweiter Warenströme sein werden, daran sollten wir alles setzen. Und insofern bin ich auch ganz froh, dass wir seit einigen Wochen zumindest die Klarheit haben, dass wir jetzt mit diesem Projekt die Erreichbarkeit des Hafens dauerhaft sicherzustellen über die sogenannte Fahrrinnenanpassung, vulgo Elbvertiefung, dann auch tatsächlich anfangen können, daran zu arbeiten, dass auch zukünftig da eine Möglichkeit da ist, den Hafen weiter in die Zukunft zu entwickeln. Und insofern wird ein deutsches Hafenmuseum, das innerhalb dieser Hafenlandschaft liegt, immer ein Museum sein, das sich nicht ausschließlich historisch mit einer einstmals gewesenen Industrie- und Logistiklandschaft auseinandersetzen wird, sondern es wird immer ein Museum sein, das auch ein Reflexionsraum ist für das, was dort tatsächlich nebenan logistisch, ökonomisch, betrieblich tatsächlich praktisch organisiert wird und in einem ganz anderen Spannungsverhältnis zu dem stehen, was dann eben auch entsprechend an sozusagen großer industrieller und wertschöpfender Gestaltung im Hafen möglich ist. Wenn Sie sich das angucken, dann sehen Sie nicht nur auf einer Landkarte, nicht nur wenn Sie bei Google Maps rein oder rauszoomen, sondern wenn Sie die verschiedenen Abtragungen in unterschiedlichen geografischen Darstellungen sehen, sehen Sie die ökonomische Bedeutung des Hafens. Das wird gerne genommen als Metapher dafür, aber es ist mit Fug und Recht richtig. Das ist das Herz der nordeuropäischen Ökonomie, das hier schlägt, mit dem Hafen und mit dem, was sich um den Hafen herum an weiteren Fragestellungen dann auch heranbewegt. Und das geht am Ende bis zu so Fragestellungen von, wie gestalten wir eigentlich künftig etwas, was man in der modernen Wirtschaft Additive Layer Manufacturing nennt, was neudeutsch 3D-Druck heißt, was damit zu tun hat, dass Sie natürlich, wenn Sie früher Waren um die Welt geschickt haben und jetzt feststellen, dass es künftig vielleicht an der einen oder anderen Stelle ausreicht, Daten um die Welt zu schicken, um die Produkte dann dort jeweils entstehen zu lassen, wo die Daten ankommen, dass wir natürlich ein Interesse haben, die Waren, die künftig nicht mehr verschickt werden müssen, hier dann auch produzieren zu können. Also die nächste industrielle Welle da auch gleich mit zu betrachten. Aber Sie können sicher sein, für den Hafen, gerade als Universalhafen, wird dort genug Raum in der Stadt bleiben müssen. Und es stellen sich Fragen mit Blick auf den Hafen, auf die komme ich dann gleich noch zu sprechen, weil er natürlich eine sehr besondere Lage hat, die ihn auch sehr unterscheidet von den meisten anderen großen Häfen, die wir in der Welt kennen und die wir insbesondere in Europa noch kennen. Aber anfangen bei der Frage, was macht eigentlich ein Hafenmuseum aus, das in dieser besonderen Brechung entsteht, will ich beginnen mit einem Zitat, damit das nicht alles immer so ist wie immer, einem Zitat von Bert Brecht. Bert Brecht, finde ich, eignet sich sehr, wenn man mit der Frage sich auseinandersetzt, wie organisieren wir eigentlich Vermittlungsprozesse gesellschaftlich und wie gehen wir damit um, dass wir technisch veränderte Entwicklungs- und Vermittlungsprozesse haben. Er hat mal über die Aussagekraft eines Bildes, und zwar eines fotografischen Bildes, gesagt, eine Fotografie der Krupp-Werke oder der AEG ergibt beinahe nichts über die Institution. Die eigentliche Realität ist ins Funktionale gerutscht. Das war eine Aussage, die sich damals auf die Abbildung der Auswirkungen von Industrien und ihrer fotografischen Bearbeitung befasst hat. Aber ich glaube, dass das etwas ist, dass wir auch durchaus auf die Frage, wie bilden wir eigentlich Hafen in einem Hafenmuseum ab und wie machen wir Hafen in einem Hafenmuseum zugänglich, eine Rolle spielen kann. Denn was ergibt, so ließe sich ja mit Brecht fragen, die Präsentation eines Pollers, eines Schauerhakens, eines Krans oder eines Containers über die Institution Hafen. Das Festmachen von Schiffen und das Heben, Bewegen und Befördern von Ladung sind zweifelsohne Funktionen, die einen Hafen als Hafen konstituieren. Doch ein Hafen ist am Ende viel mehr als seine Infrastruktur, als seine Technik und auch als die Arbeit, die in ihm verrichtet wird. Hafenwaren, und das ist ja auch der Gegenstand dieser Tagung, die schon läuft und an deren Scheidepunkt wir gerade uns bewegen, waren schon immer Knotenpunkte globaler, ökonomischer und soziokultureller Zusammenhänge und Verflechtungen. Sie sind Schnittstellen zwischen dem Wasser und dem Land, zwischen Meeren, Flüssen, Kanälen und entlegenen Orten einerseits und Städten, Straßen, Schienen und dem angrenzenden Hinterland andererseits und ermöglichen so seit jeher den nahen und fernen Transport und Austausch von Rohstoffen, aber auch von Waren, von Wissen und von Menschen. Es ist kein Zufall, dass Hamburg auch seit Jahrhunderten eine Medienstadt ist, weil hier eben nicht nur Waren im Hafen ankamen, sondern mit den Waren und den Menschen, die die Waren transportiert haben, auch das Wissen und die Geschichten und die Informationen von andernorts, die ein findiger Kaufmann natürlich auch in ein Geschäftsmodell übersetzt. Und das war dann auch mal sowas wie der hamburgische unparteiische Kurier, der mal die größte mitteleuropäische Tageszeitung zu seiner Zeit gewesen ist und maßgeblich davon profitiert hat, dass hier auch Informationsflüsse in großen, breiten Strömen durchgelaufen sind und nicht nur Warenflüsse. Viele Jahre gehörte Hamburg zu den weltweit größten Containerhäfen. Und die Identifizierung mit der Funktion als ein Knotenpunkt ist noch viel älter und uns allen in der Stadt bekannt mit der Metapher und der Selbstzuschreibung als Tor zur Welt. Heute liegt der Hafen weltweit betrachtet immer noch auf Rang 18. Die Top 10 befinden sich mittlerweile allesamt in Asien, insbesondere in China. Und dennoch können wir in Hamburg feststellen, dass wir weiterhin beeindruckende Wirtschaftskraft der maritimen Logistik in der Stadt haben und das durchaus etwas ist, das Relevanz auch für die ökonomischen Fragestellungen der Stadt hat. Rund 9.000 Schiffsanläufe pro Jahr, knapp 300 Liegeplätze an insgesamt 43 Kilometer langen Kaimauern für Seeschiffe. Ich habe mir jetzt erspart, das hat ein Vorgänger von mir regelmäßig gemacht, dass er die Kaimauernlänge in der Stadt umgerechnet hat in die Zahl der Kulturhaushalte, die man daraus finanzieren könnte. Das sind nämlich einige, woran Sie auch was sehen können an der Bedeutung, die die Stadt dem Hafen zumisst, wo ich mir manchmal wünschen würde, dass wir 5 Meter Kaimmauer in Kulturförderung umsetzen könnten. Aber vielleicht arbeiten wir da irgendwann ja auch noch mal dran. Wir haben mehr als 2300 Güterzüge, die pro Woche im Hafen abgefertigt werden, 4 moderne Containerterminals mittlerweile, 3 Kreuzfahrtterminals, rund 50 spezialisierte Umschlaganlagen für Roll-on, Roll-off und Stückgutverladung und Massengüter aller Art und 7300 Logistikunternehmen innerhalb unserer Stadtgrenzen. Und das zeigt schon, dass das nichts ist, was binnen 20 oder 30 Jahren verschwinden wird, wenn wir es richtig anstellen. Wenn wir es falsch anstellen, natürlich. Also ich habe das beim ersten Mal erzählt, ich komme aus Gelsenkirchen, damals das zum Anlass genommen, darüber zu berichten, dass die dortigen Industriemuseen ja alle diesen romantisch verwehten Erinnerungsgestus ans damals, an die ehemalige Montanindustrie hatten. Aber natürlich kann ich in Gelsenkirchen auch lernen, dass 1968 diese Stadt ausweislich der europäischen Statistiken der Ort war, an dem mehr Stahl gekocht und produziert wurde als an jeder anderen Stadt in Europa. Und 1984 der letzte Hochofen in der Stadt gesprengt wurde. Das waren 16 Jahre von Europameister in einer Disziplin bis zum Ausstieg aus der Sportart, wenn Sie es ein bisschen salopp nehmen wollen. Und da muss man sich schon anstrengen und entsprechend rechtzeitig in Veränderungsprozesse eintreten, damit man da nicht Opfer einer Entwicklung wird, die man dann eben ökonomisch nicht verkraften kann. Aber das geht und ich glaube, das bekommen wir miteinander hin. Und der Hafen hat sich immer wieder angepasst und man sieht das, glaube ich, ganz wunderbar genau an dem, was quasi parallel oder kurz nachlaufend, vorlaufend zu dem, was in Gelsenkirchen in der Montanindustrie passiert ist, hier im Hafen passiert ist, nämlich die Konsequenz und Stringenz, in der auf den Umstieg auf den Containerumschlag gesetzt worden ist, was ja der Grund dafür ist, dass wir heute noch einen Hafen haben. Fast alle anderen vergleichbaren Häfen haben sich damals anders entschieden und sind heute sozusagen Amüsier-Ausgehviertel, nachdem sie 20, 30 Jahre lang brach lagen oder haben sich anderweitig entwickelt, aber dass sie wirklich noch ökonomisch relevante Orte sind, ist dann schon die Ausnahme. Hier verzeichnen wir 136,5 Millionen Tonnen Ladung Umschlag in 2017, darunter 8,8 Millionen Standardcontainer. Und das ist immerhin noch deutlich die Nummer 3 in Europa hinter Rotterdam und Antwerpen. Jetzt könnten wir darüber reden, woran das liegt und warum wir nicht mehr an 2 sind und irgendwie hoffen, an 1 zu kommen. Aber da sind größere Experten auf dem Panel, das will ich gar nicht tun. Da will ich als Kultursenator hier meine sozusagen Ansprüche nicht überstrapazieren. Was aber spannend ist, und ich glaube, das ist mit Blick auf die Zukunft interessant ist, ich habe auf die besondere Lage des Hafens angesprochen, da er von allen Seiten von Stadt umgeben ist, kann er eigentlich nicht flächenmäßig wachsen. Das heißt aber, er steht unter einem immensen Innovationsdruck in den nächsten Jahren, sollte er weiter ökonomisch wachsen und sollte er sich verändern. Ich kann eigentlich künftige Steigerungen der Ladungsumschläge nur dadurch erreichen, dass ich noch effizienter mit den Ressourcen und den Flächenverbräuchen umgehe, die ich im Hafen habe. Und das führt dazu, dass der Hafen schon seit etlichen Jahren maßgeblich über die Smart-Port-Strategie der HPA sich zum Ziel gesetzt hat, noch effizienter digitale Technologien und moderne Technologien zu nutzen, um an der Stelle tatsächlich darauf gewappnet und darauf vorbereitet zu sein, dass sich da Umbrüche innerhalb des Hafens ergeben. Weil natürlich, wenn Sie keinen Platz haben, haben Sie hinterher auch keinen Platz mehr, einen LKW 5 Minuten auf irgendeinem Parkplatz darauf warten zu lassen, dass er einen Container mitnimmt, sondern eigentlich müssen Sie ihn so steuern, dass er durch dieses Areal durchfährt, in der Sekunde durchwippt, in der der Container runterkommt und dann wieder rausfährt. Und Sie müssen möglichst hohe Flexibilität darauf haben, wie Sie das Gut denn eigentlich wegbringen und das sehr präzise nach den Ressourcenmöglichkeiten, die Sie in der konkreten Situation haben, entscheiden und nicht irgendwie das einfach mal irgendwo abladen und dann mal gucken. Das könnte perspektivisch schwieriger werden, wenn denn die Margen und Mengen, die wir unterstellt haben, tatsächlich sich mal realisieren sollten in der Zukunft. Das, glaube ich, ist wesentlich und führt dazu, dass der Hafen, und das kamen wir in der Stadt gar nicht so wahr, wenn wir über Digitalisierung und über digitale Umbrüche reden, eine der größten, in Deutschland sprechen wir immer von Industrie 4.0, aber auf jeden Fall von eines der größten Projekte in der bundesdeutschen Volkswirtschaft ist, wenn es darum geht, wie implementiere ich digitale Technologien eigentlich in realwirtschaftliche Abläufe als ein tatsächliches Steuerungs- und Wertschöpfungskriterium. Das ist schon etwas, das sollten wir nicht übersehen, und das ist etwas, was auch für das Museum eine Rolle spielt, weil es natürlich ganz schnell ganz altbacken aussehen kann, wenn ich da den Poller, den Schauermann, den Container und den Kran hinstelle und sage, guck mal, war das schön. Das, glaube ich, ist schon ganz wesentlich, dass wir das anders miteinander hinbekommen. Hafenstädte sind die Orte, an denen sich Globalisierung der Weltwirtschaft immer wieder am deutlichsten abgeprägt hat. Sie sind Knotenpunkte der Globalisierung und ich glaube, wir stehen gemeinsam vor der Aufgabe, diese globalen Verflechtungen auch in einem Museum, in einem musealen Raum zu entknoten, um die dahinterliegenden Zusammenhänge zu verstehen. Und die zeigen sich ja sozusagen nur, wenn man sie auch gemeinsam betrachtet, mit kulturellen, mit sozialen, mit religiösen, mit weltanschaulichen und mit ökologischen Austauschprozessen, Veränderungen und Asymmetrien, die unsere Welt prägen. Diese Tagung dient an 3 Tagen genau dem Ziel, diese verschiedenen Perspektiven zusammenzubringen. Hier werden Erkenntnisse aus Sozial- und Wirtschaftsgeschichte, aus Globalgeschichte, aus Kulturanthropologie, aus Technikforschung, aus den Postcolonial Studies, aus der Medizingeschichte und aus den Naturwissenschaften zum Themenkomplex Hafen und Globalisierung miteinander verhandelt. Wir haben es bereits gehört, 29 Referentinnen aus der wissenschaftlichen Forschung, der Museumspraxis und der Hafenwirtschaft sind der Einladung der Stiftung gefolgt. Insgesamt über 80 Expertinnen und Experten nehmen an dieser Tagung teil. Und hier haben wir jetzt noch ein Fenster, in das auch die allgemeine Öffentlichkeit gucken kann, weil das natürlich ein Thema ist, das uns in Hamburg insgesamt bewegt. Aber das ist schon genau die Form und die Art von global vernetzten Wissenstransfer, die wir da brauchen. Besonders, weil es sich nicht nur um das 3. internationale Symposium zum Deutschen Hafenmuseum handelt, sondern, das können Sie auch auf der Rückwand sehen, gleichzeitig um die 3. Regionalkonferenz des Internationalen Verbandes Maritimer Museen. Das heißt, man ist auch eingebunden in einen breiteren Diskussionsprozess. Und ich habe mich besonders gefreut, dass es gelungen ist, im Tagungsprogramm den Blick auch über den Tellerrand hinaus zu wagen und sich nicht nur auf die deutsche oder auf die binneneuropäische Perspektive zu beschränken, sondern die globalen Verflechtungen auch wirklich global zu betrachten und das nicht nur aus der eigenen Perspektive zu tun, sondern auch den Gegenschnitt zu wagen und deswegen unter anderem auch Herrn Dr. Qui aus Kamerun hier zu haben, der bereits gestern Vormittag in seinem Keynote-Vortrag das Konzept der Globalisierung kritisch hinterfragt hat und ihm analytisch den Begriff der Europäisierung entgegengestellt hat und uns damit zu Recht mit der Frage konfrontiert hat, ob das, was wir als Globalisierung betrachtet haben, nicht eigentlich nur die Globalisierung unserer kulturellen und ökonomischen Ansprüche und Machtdemonstrationen ist und ob das nicht aus einer anderen Perspektive sich vielleicht auch anders gestaltet und wir diese andere Perspektive mit in den Blick nehmen müssen und auch da in der Lage sein müssen, unseren Blick zu relativieren. Diese Tagung behandelt das zentrale Thema des Deutschen Hafenmuseums, dass die Stiftung Historische Museen Hamburg dank des Beschlusses des Deutschen Bundestages mittlerweile aus dem Jahr 2015 mit einer Gesamtfördersumme von 120 Millionen Euro, das ist die üppige Finanzierung, wie üppig die dann ist, werden wir angesichts eines Schiffes, das in Wewelsfleth liegt und teurer wird in seiner Wiederherstellung, dann mal sehen. Aber wir sehen ja auch gerade in Berlin, dass parallel auf den Weg gebrachte Kunstmuseen in der Bundeshauptstadt gerade ihren Preis verdoppelt haben. Insofern sind wir da nicht alleine in der Frage, wie viel Geld geben wir dann am Ende aus. Aber genauso wie Bertolt Brecht für die Fotografie erklärt, dass die analytische Kraft des fotografischen Bildes der Kunst bedarf, um, wie er es ausdrückt, Wirklichkeit zu geben, so soll eben auch das Deutsche Hafenmuseum mehr sein als ein historisches Museum. Wir wollen einen Ort schaffen, an dem der Hafen als Erklärungsmodell globaler, ökonomischer und soziokultureller Zusammenhänge dient. Kurz, eigentlich wollen wir ein Museum der Globalisierung entwickeln und wollen den Debatten über Wohl und Wehe der Globalisierung einen Ort geben, an dem sie informiert geführt werden können, weil wir immer häufiger feststellen, dass es viele Debatten gibt, die wir auf Basis von individuellen Befindlichkeiten und von Meinungen und von sozusagen Einzelnarrativen führen, aber wir doch, glaube ich, uns ein bisschen stärker wieder damit befassen müssen, dem Ganzen eine empirische, eine analytische und auch eine normative Grundlage zu geben. Und das geht nur, wenn wir Räume öffnen, in denen wir miteinander ins Gespräch kommen. Das sind in der Vorbereitung Tagungen wie diese, aber das sind natürlich in der Perspektive auch Orte wie das Deutsche Hafenmuseum, genauso wie es dieses Haus ist, wie es die vielen anderen Museen unserer Stadt sind, viele Kultureinrichtungen, viele Bildungseinrichtungen, an denen wir gemeinsam miteinander verhandeln können, was uns eigentlich gemeinsam ist. Denn das ist aus meiner Sicht sehr wesentlich und etwas, was uns derzeit ein wenig abhanden zu kommen droht in unserer Gesellschaft und das jetzt nicht nur in Diskussionen darüber, wie Museen aussehen, sondern ganz generell mit der Frage darauf, was eigentlich der normative Wertehaushalt einer freien, offenen und vielfältigen Gesellschaft ist, die sich als Teil einer vielfältigen Welt begreift. Und zwar als gleichberechtigter Teil einer vielfältigen Welt. Das ist etwas Wesentliches und ich glaube, das wird den Geist dieses Museums prägen und deswegen werden nicht nur Fragen des Freihandels und des Protektionismus oder von CETA und TTIP oder wie auch immer Nachfolgeprozesse dann heißen werden, die Debatten dieses Museums prägen, sondern natürlich auch Fragen des Kolonialismus, der postkolonialen Aufarbeitung und Erinnerung und viele, viele weitere Fragen, die sich auch mit globalen Machtasymmetrien auseinandersetzen müssen. Und dazu eine Einladung auszusprechen, diese globalgeschichtlichen Zusammenhänge zu verstehen, zu reflektieren und empirisch weiter zu bearbeiten, das kann eine ganz, ganz große Chance werden für das, was wir hier in der Museumslandschaft der Stadt entwickeln können. Sie alle wissen, dass die Gründung eines neuen Museums ein höchst langwieriges und komplexes Vorhaben ist und dass die Stadt lange Zeit sich insbesondere mit der Frage, wo wird es denn nun entstehen, auseinandersetzen wird. Und ich kann immer noch sozusagen an dieser Stelle keinen neuen Wasserstand vermelden. Ich kann sagen, wir haben mittlerweile eine Staatsräterunde daran, die sich damit befasst, wo man es denn tatsächlich entstehen lassen kann, weil bei jeder Frage und bei jeder Hoffnung, jetzt haben wir es, kommt jemand Neues um die Ecke mit einem neuen Hinweis darauf, warum das schwierig ist, warum es an dieser Stelle gerade nicht geht. Und das hat schlicht was damit zu tun, dass der Hafen so ist, wie ich ihn vorhin beschrieben habe. Und wir es aber immer noch, und daran halten wir auch fest, im Hafen entwickeln wollen und nicht in Langenhorn. Da wäre es einfach. Bitte? Ja, genau. Da freuen wir uns, wenn da noch möglichst lange eine Werft drauf ist. Aber das gucken wir mal. Wie gesagt, da sind jetzt Staatsräte dran aus den verschiedenen Behörden und das betrifft Stadtentwicklung, das betrifft sozusagen die Umweltbehörde, das betrifft die Wirtschaftsbehörde, das betrifft uns. Da sind wir alle miteinander dran und suchen unter Hochdruck den Ort, an dem es denn dann gehen kann und an dem es auch dauerhaft gehen kann. Das ist ja vor allen Dingen das. Es gab schon mehrere Orte, an denen uns gesagt wurde, da könnte es gehen, aber dann ging es immer nicht dauerhaft. Deswegen wird die Diskussion sich heute, und dabei wünsche ich Ihnen ganz viele spannende Einsichten, auf die inhaltlichen Fragen und auf die inhaltlichen Bezüge zum Thema, was passiert eigentlich im Hafen und was passiert in einem Hafenmuseum, das sich mit diesem Hafen beschäftigt, konzentrieren. Es wird sozusagen, wenn Sie wollen, ein Einblick in die inhaltliche Planungswerkstatt des Museums werden. Und ich möchte mich bei all denjenigen bedanken, die diese Tagung organisiert haben, die hierher gekommen sind, die uns damit schlauer machen, die diejenigen, die das Museum auf den Weg bringen wollen, schlauer machen in dem, was passiert und die mit uns genau die Diskussionen führen, die wir brauchen, damit wir gemeinsam miteinander eine Vorstellung davon haben, was denn alles möglich ist mit einem solchen deutschen Hafenmuseum. Das ist nämlich, glaube ich, mehr, als man so auf den ersten Blick sieht. Ich bin mir sicher, dass diese Tagung uns wertvolle und konzeptionelle und inhaltliche Impulse liefern wird, um den Poller, den Schauerhaken, den Kran oder den Container am Ende dann als Teil der globalisierten Wirklichkeit des Hafens zu verstehen und zu vermitteln und zu nutzen als Anknüpfungs- und Anrisspunkte für die dahinterliegenden inhaltlichen, sozialen, ökonomischen, politischen und kulturellen Fragen, die uns alle in diesen Tagen bewegen, wenn es darum geht, wie wir unsere Welt eigentlich so aufstellen, dass wir überall mit gleichen Ansprüchen in Wohlstand, Freiheit und Frieden leben können. Dazu hat sich Freihandel immer als ein erstaunlich widerstandsfähiger Mechanismus erwiesen. Und auch das dem hinterher zu spüren, was das eigentlich in der Zukunft bedeuten kann, ist ein wesentlicher Diskursraum des Deutschen Hafenmuseums. Und dabei wünsche ich Ihnen jetzt viel Spaß beim Betreten und Beschreiten dieses Diskursraums und beim Vertiefen der dann hoffentlich gemeinsam gewonnenen Einsichten in der folgenden Diskussion, die, so habe ich mir schon sagen lassen, davon geprägt sein soll, dass man engagiert ins Gespräch miteinander kommen soll und die Moderatorin möglichst ignorieren soll, hat sie gerade eben selber gefordert. Haben Sie viel Spaß. Ich kann leider nicht dabei sein, weil ich jetzt nur kurz eingesprungen bin, aber ich wünsche Ihnen tolle Erkenntnisse und weiterhin eine schöne Tagung. Schönen Dank.
So, ich mache das jetzt mal alleine. Ich hole noch mal ein Mikro mehr, was wir hier vorne brauchen. Danke. Also, das, was der Herr Senator eben gesagt hat, dass ich gerne ignoriert werden möchte während dieser Diskussion, das werde ich so nicht zulassen, auf jeden Fall. Ignoriert werden kann ich gar nicht, weil ich habe immer ein Mikro in der Hand, im Gegensatz zu allen anderen. Die müssen sich zwei teilen. Der Senator ist rausgeeilt, trotzdem schicke ich ihm noch einmal sehr, sehr großen Dank und viele Grüße hinterher für diese konsistente Argumentation. Und ich werde wahrscheinlich an vielen Stellen in dieser Diskussion fragen müssen, gibt es zu dem, was Senator Broster gesagt hat, noch irgendwas hinzuzufügen? Ich habe gerade schon gesehen, Herr Jahn hat die ganze Zeit eben auch noch mal kurz bemerkt, können wir nicht eigentlich gehen? Das machen wir nicht. Wir bleiben hier. Wir setzen da noch einen drauf. Erst einmal herzlich willkommen von meiner Seite zu dieser öffentlichen Diskussion im Rahmen dieses Symposiums. Wie sieht der Hafen der Zukunft aus? Welche Rollen nehmen Museen in diesem Prozess ein? Wir sprechen in der kommenden Stunde genau darüber und darüber, inwieweit der Hamburger Hafen als, wie eben schon gesagt, exemplarischer Knotenpunkt der Globalisierung als Welterklärungsmodell für das Hamburger Hafenmuseum, das Deutsche Hafenmuseum, Entschuldigung, dienen kann. Und wir diskutieren das hier vorne mit Boris von Notz, Stiftung Historische Museen Hamburg, vertritt er, Daniel Jahn von der Hamburg Port Authority, Janine Schemmer, sie ist von der Alpen-Adria-Universität Klagenfurt zu uns gekommen, Thomas Eisentraut, Deutsches Museum in München und Christoph Schwarzkopf von Denkmalschutzamt Hamburg. Mein Name, bitte. Mein Name ist Siri Keil und ich habe das Vergnügen, um durch die nächste Stunde zu führen. Wir sprechen jetzt hier ungefähr eine gute Stunde, aber bevor wir mit dem Gespräch anfangen, kommt noch ein Input, und zwar einer, der sehr, sehr spannend wird, auch bebildert, und zwar von Herrn Eisentraut. Es geht um die Ausstellung Europa und das Meer, die ist derzeit im Deutschen Historischen Museum in Berlin zu sehen. Thomas Eisentraut.
Vielen Dank für die Anmoderierung. Hören Sie mich? Ja, gut, alles klar. Ja, Bilder sind versprochen, Bilder brauchen wir auch, wenn wir über das Museum reden, wenn wir über das Hafenmuseum reden. Jeder hat schon Vorstellungen im Kopf, jeder hat aber andere Vorstellungen. Und genauso möchte ich Sie jetzt auf einen ganz kurzen Exkurs, circa 5 Minuten, etwas länger, mitnehmen zu Europa und das Meer. Eine Ausstellung, die noch bis 6. Januar 2019 in Berlin zu sehen ist. Es geht darum, einmal zu zeigen, welche Bedeutung die Meere, die maritime Bedeutung Europas eigentlich hat. Wie sind die Zivilisationen zusammengewachsen? Grenzüberschreitend, nicht die nationale Geschichtsschreibung zu verfolgen, sondern wirklich einmal Europa vom Meer zu sehen. Wie wurden die Europäer vom Meer geprägt? Nicht nur als Ressource haben sie es genutzt, sie haben es auch als Seeweg genutzt. Sie haben es genutzt, um zu entdecken, zu erobern, militärische Operationen durchzuführen, Ressourcen herauszuholen und Meeresforschung zu betreiben. Und Sie sehen, 400 Objekte, es sind 2500 Jahre Geschichte. Jetzt möchte ich Sie aber gleich um etwas bitten, und zwar eine Denkaufgabe, ganz kurz. Stellen Sie sich eine europäische Hafenstadt vor und die ist mit einem Thema verbunden, was ich gerade so erzählt hatte. Es kann Seeherrschaft sein, da denkt man automatisch an ein Land manchmal, da denkt man aber auch an Hafenstädte, an den Tourismus, an die Auswanderung. Denken Sie einfach mal ganz kurz nach über verschiedene Hafenstädte, europäische, die Ihnen einfallen. Verbinden Sie die einfach mal mit einem Thema, einfach im Kopf, und gleich gibt es mal eine Auflösung und ich hoffe, ich kann Ihre Erwartungen vielleicht erfüllen. Vielleicht auch nicht und vielleicht sind Sie überrascht am Ende. Also jetzt haben Sie mal 30 Sekunden, würde ich sagen, ganz kurz eine europäische Hafenstadt zum Beispiel, mit einem Thema verbunden und dann toi toi toi, dass ich die Erwartungen erfülle. Achso, Sie müssen nicht reinrufen, denken Sie erst mal. Also Sie können auch, wenn Sie wollen. Oder ich löse es mal ganz einfach auf. Wir haben uns für 12 Hafenstädte entschieden. Man kann nur eine Auswahl treffen. Ich wette, jeder von Ihnen hätte jetzt 10, 20, 30 Hafenstädte im Kopf gehabt, die er besichtigt hatte oder wo er hin möchte. Wir haben uns für 12 Themen entschieden. Sie sehen sie einmal an der Wand oben. Rot markiert sind die Hafenstädte dazu. Das ist eine exemplarische Auswahl. Das ist nicht zwingend, dass es diese Hafenstadt sein muss. Aber weil es Objekte aus diesen Hafenstädten gibt, historische Objekte, konnten wir sie ganz gut verwenden. Manche Erwartungen wurden erfüllt, denke ich. Venedig hätten die meisten wahrscheinlich eher an Tourismus gedacht, gebe ich zu. Ich gehöre auch dazu. Es ist aber eine Seeherrschaft gewesen. Und ganz kurz, wir haben eine Ausstellung gemacht, die ist chronologisch. Sie sehen hier die Themen von der Antike mit Piräus, darüber hatten wir auch schon gehört gehabt, welche Bedeutung das heute vor allen Dingen als ein Containerhafen hat, bis zum Tourismusbereich Brighton. In England wurde übrigens der Meerestourismus, der Küstentourismus erfunden, Mitte des 18. Jahrhunderts. Da gab es einen Arzt, der hatte praktiziert. Also eine Auswahl, eine exemplarische Auswahl. Wie sieht das aus, verteilt über Europa? Sie sehen, es gibt Schwerpunkte, vor allen Dingen an der Westküste, im Norden, im Westen und im Süden. Im Osten, vor allen Dingen Ostsee und Schwarzes Meer, war es schwieriger, zum einen Objekte zu bekommen, zum anderen wirklich innovative Zentren zu finden. Denken Sie daran, da hätten wir andere Hafenstädte ausblenden müssen. Es kann immer nur ein Thema mit einer Hafenstadt präsentiert werden. Was Sie auch gleich sehen ist, Hamburg hat es nicht geschafft. Es ging um die Weltwirtschaft und die haben wir anhand von London gezeigt. Und London spielt im 19. Jahrhundert leider noch eine etwas dominantere Rolle als Hamburg, aber da komme ich gleich ganz kurz dazu. Wir hatten ein schön großes Gemälde, Sevilla 1600, das ist genauso groß wie die Beamer-Präsentation ungefähr, es ist 3,34 Meter lang, breit gewesen, dass man sich das vorstellen kann. Und hier sehen wir wunderbar Objekte, die einen Hafen ausmachen, Themen. Ich zeige das mal ganz kurz. Das Gemälde, wir haben Schiffe, wir haben den Schiffbau, der dazugehört, ganz wichtig Werften. Wir haben Nationen, Flaggen, wir haben Länder, aus denen die Schiffe kommen. Handel wird über alle Grenzen hinweg getrieben. Wir haben den Warenumschlag, die Verladung auf Maueresel, Mulis etc., die dann auch schon stattgefunden haben, der Weitertransport ins Hinterland. Ich hoffe, man kann es einigermaßen erkennen. Ich erkläre es dann immer ganz rechts unten jetzt der Geldverleiher. Geld, Wirtschaft, es geht bei Handel immer darum, natürlich Gewinn zu erzielen. Wir haben aber auch die Straßenmusikanten, sie werden auch angelockt durch den Handel, durch den Wirtschaftspunkt. Wir haben das Fährwesen, auch eine wichtige Rolle, wo Flüsse Brücke und Grenze sein können wie Meere. Wir haben den Weitertransport von Passagieren noch ganz kurz, die Kutsche ins Hinterland. Wir haben Häuser, Bordelle, die auch eine wichtige Rolle spielen. Es sind Merkmale eines Hafens im 16. und 17. Jahrhundert. Und zum guter Letzt der Tourismusbereich, badende Menschen. Es kann aber auch hygienische Gründe haben. Wir haben heute schon was über Krankheiten und deren Problematiken gehört. Also insofern hier einmal eine Art Rundumschlag, was einen Hafen überhaupt ausmacht. Da werden wir heute wahrscheinlich noch drüber diskutieren, weil es ja darum geht, was kommt denn ins Museum? Wo kommt es denn überhaupt hin? Ja, manche Themen sind klar, Schiffbau, Seefahrt, die Niederländer, das goldene Zeitalter, da denkt man heute an die Seefahrernation. London hat es geschafft, den Handel, den Exportbereich vor allen Dingen, die Docklands, die als Vorbild ja für die Hamburger Speicherstadt dienten, ebenfalls auch in diese Ausstellung zu kommen. Und was ganz kurz als Museumsmacher das Problem ist, ohne Objekte können wir nichts präsentieren für die Ausstellung. Man kann den Besuchern wenig erklären oder nur durch Medieneinsatz, durch Präsentationen anderer Art. Wir wollten eigentlich ursprünglich andere Häfen, Izmir, ein heute türkischer Hafen, damals Kleinasien, auch zu Europa gehörend, präsentieren. Es gab keine Objekte. Es gab Mosaike, einige Amphoren, nichts Ausleihbares. Auch das ist eine wichtige Rolle. Und ganz wichtig, die Gestaltung eines Museums. Wenn man ein Museum, wenn man eine Ausstellung aufmacht, dann muss die Ausstellung mit den Objekten harmonisieren. In dem Falle sehen Sie jetzt einen ganz kurzen Einblick einmal in die Ausstellung Europa und das Meer in Berlin. Was Sie sehen ist, wir haben Häfen gebaut. Und zwar ein Eingangsbereich links, diese weißen Panels, die Wände. Da sehen Sie immer, in welchen Hafen Sie hineinfahren, ein Text. Sie werden gleich noch eine Karte sehen. Und diese weißen Vorhänge sollen Wasser symbolisieren. Es ist durchlässig, es ist immer in Bewegung. Und umso näher man herantritt, desto mehr sieht man durch diese Vorhänge vor allen Dingen. Und so ist es auch mit den Objekten und so ist es mit der Geschichte. Einfach nur einmal Impressionen, ganz kurz. Venedig, man sieht eine goldene Galeere, den Bucentoro des Dogens, wichtige Prachtgaleere. Hier sehen Sie einmal solche Beispielkarte, ganz kurz hier etwas größer, vielleicht mit Brighton, dass man auch immer weiß, es ist wie eine maritime Europareise. Man kennt das Spiel Deutschland oder Europa oder Weltreise. Hier hüpfen Sie sozusagen von Hafenstadt zu Hafenstadt und erfahren, was eigentlich hier prominent war, wofür diese Hafenstadt steht. Und keine Hafenstadt ist gleich, das kann ich verraten, ganz kurz an dieser Stelle. Jede unterscheidet sich. In der Antike, Piräus, wichtige Rollen mit Münzen, mit Objekten über Homer, die Odyssee, eine große Rolle, ein Epos. Venedig, goldene Galeeren, die Kriegsführung im Mittelmeer und im Mittelalter. Danzig, der Küstenhandel, da kann ich gleich dazu sagen, wir haben den Vorwurf bekommen, es müsste doch mit der Hanse Lübeck sein. Wir wollten aber nicht so viele deutsche Städte in diese Ausstellung bringen, weil es Europa und das Meer ist. Und Danzig spielte im 16. Jahrhundert eine sehr wichtige Rolle. Die Expansion, Sie sehen hinten dieses größere Gemälde, was ich gerade vorgestellt hatte, da geht es wirklich um das, in Anführungsstrichen, Entdeckungszeitalter der Europäer, vor allem die Expansion über See. Schiffbau und Seefahrt mit den Niederländern, es geht um Werften, um den Schiffbau, Seemannsknoten, die dazugehören, jeder Besucher hat sie ausprobieren können und konnte sozusagen sein Patent erwerben und Navigationsinstrumente. Weltwirtschaft. Letzter Punkt fast. Sie sehen, London hat es geschafft. Nicht nur anhand der Flagge, der Red Ensign, rechts oben die rote Flagge, die National- und auch die Seekriegsflagge bis 1864. Sie sehen aber links Fotografien auf dem linken Bild, 6 Stück. Und die ganz kurz sind wichtig, weil wir uns entschieden haben, Hamburg doch mit reinzunehmen als einen Vergleichshafen. Der Exkurs zum Hamburger Hafen, den haben wir anhand von Fotografien von Georg Koppmann gemacht. Er hatte damals den Auftrag bekommen, die Hamburger Speicherstadt, bevor sie gebaut wurde, zu dokumentieren. Den Zustand vorher, den Zustand während des Umbaus und abschließend Fotografien vom Neubau. Hier sehen Sie jetzt mal 2 Fotografien, die um 1881 angefertigt wurden und den alten Stand der Speicherstadt zeigen. Wir sehen Häuser, die ja historisch gewachsen sind, könnte man sagen, die einen Eindruck einer norddeutschen Stadt erwecken. Wir sehen vor allen Dingen grachtenähnliche Wasserläufe. Da brauche ich hier auch nichts dazu in Hamburg zu sagen, die kennt jeder. Und wir sehen einmal den Umbau. Hier ruht alles auf Baumstämmen. Das Fundament ist morastig, sumpfig. Also insofern, man braucht solide Fundamente. Das einmal als ein Beispiel. Es sind wunderbare Aufnahmen, eben bis zum Ende. Wir hatten es gestern bei der Bustour noch gesehen, das Kesselwerk. Das ist ganz wichtig, Stromerzeugung. Auch hier in Hamburg relativ früh, 1879, wurde zum ersten Mal eine Laterne auf dem Hafengelände errichtet. Ganz wichtig, dann war Schichtarbeit möglich plötzlich. Hafen auch in der Nacht. Ja, damit schließe ich jetzt auch diesen Kurzvortrag und die Einführung. Also ganz wichtig, ich gebe es bloß auf den Weg für das Hafenmuseum. Wichtig ist, die Auswahl der Hafenstädte, wenn man überhaupt über ein Museum spricht, darf natürlich nicht willkürlich sein. Das war für die Ausstellung in Berlin wichtig. Hier ist es ja eindeutig, worum es geht, was der Schwerpunkt auch sein soll. Aber jede Hafenstadt steht in einer unterschiedlichen Zeit für ein anderes Thema. Ich hatte es gesagt, keine Hafenstadt ist gleich. Sie unterscheiden sich. Einige sind auf den Handel ausgerichtet, andere auf das Auswandererwesen, andere auf das Arsenal, zum Beispiel wie in Venedig, oder eben auf den Schiffbau wie in den Niederlanden. Wichtig sind Objekte, eindrucksvolle Objekte, wo man sofort erkennen kann, um welche Stadt manchmal es geht, um welches Thema es geht. Sie müssen wirklich eindrucksvoll sein. Und ganz wichtig, wenn es manchmal an Objekten mangelt, sollte man auch probieren, mit der Gestaltung zu arbeiten. Das ganz kurz abschließen. Und allerletzte Folie noch, was nicht fehlen darf, sind die Akteure, die Menschen. Und das ist es, nicht nur im Museum machen die Menschen etwas aus, auch im Hafen. Es geht vor allen Dingen darum, ein Hafen ist Architektur, es sind Gebäude, es sind Schiffe, aber Menschen letztendlich, die den Hafenbetrieb leiten, die ihn prägen, die ihn formen und die jetzt im modernen Automatenzeitalter, wenn man so möchte, vielleicht doch abgeschafft werden, auf dem Abstellgleis sind. Insofern die Erinnerung, vergessen Sie die Menschen nicht, die eine wichtige Rolle spielten. Das ist ganz kurz abschließend noch. Europa und das Meer, wie gesagt, läuft noch. Ganz wichtig auch, man kann ein bisschen spielen. Das ist das Plakat zur Ausstellung. Was Sie nicht gesehen haben, ist Rügen links am Rand. Es ist ein Zeitgenosse von Caspar David Friedrich gewesen, Carl Gustav Carus, der dieses Gemälde gemalt hatte. Also insofern, man kann auch mit Bildern arbeiten, mit Gemälden arbeiten, mit Impressionen arbeiten. Das Meer an sich hätte jedes Meer sein können. Aber wenn man Rügen, Kap Arkona sieht, links die Kreidefelsen, dann weiß man, es handelt sich hierbei um die Ostsee. Vielen Dank und jetzt freue ich mich auf die Diskussion.
Vielen Dank, Thomas Eisentraut. Hamburg jetzt immerhin ein Vergleichshafen in der Ausstellung, das ist ja schön. Wir kommen ins Gespräch und damit wir uns vielleicht ein bisschen besser kennenlernen, als erstes mal, wer hat dieses Tattoo nicht auf dem Oberarm von allen Leuten, die jetzt hier sitzen? Nicht. Ach, Sie können auch gerne das Mikro nehmen und uns erzählen, wo Sie das haben. Hat jemand aus dem Publikum dieses tolle Tattoo irgendwo? Ah. Und ist abgegangen?
Allmählich. Ich habe zu den Kindern damals gesagt, mir ein Jahr an die Stelle liegt fast, das möchte so lange arbeiten.
In diesem Sinne, an alle, die es noch versuchen wollen, beherzigen Sie diesen Rat. Hier liegt noch eins. So, das hätten wir geklärt. Und nachdem wir das geklärt haben, sprechen wir über die Zukunft. Und zwar ist es so, dass wir hier ja ganz unterschiedliche Personen auf dem Podium haben. Und eine Frage nochmal an alle. Wer ist eigentlich ursprünglich aus Hamburg? Das dachte ich mir. So, das wirft gleich auch ein doppeltes Licht auf Sie, weil Sie wahrscheinlich in Bezug auf die erste Frage diejenige Person sind, von der man zumindest denkt, dass Sie sie am eloquentesten beantworten können. Aber es geht ja genau hier und bei diesem gesamten Projekt Hafen und das Museum dazu, dass verschiedene Perspektiven auf ein so komplexes Thema wie Hafen geworfen werden. Und deswegen würde ich jetzt alle bitten, diese Frage zu beantworten, die jetzt kommt. Und zwar, wie der Hamburger Hafen in 20 Jahren aussehen wird. zugenickt und als erstes angeguckt habe ich eben Daniel Jahn, er ist von der HPA hier, seit 5 Jahren ist er dort Koordinator für Fachbesucher. HPA steht für alle, die es nicht wissen, für Hamburg Port Authority und mit dem Hafen verbunden ist er schon viel länger, denn er ist unter anderem seit 1992 auch freier Mitarbeiter des Museums für Hamburgische Geschichte. Daniel Jahn, Ihre Vision vom Hamburger Hafen in 20 Jahren.
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau Keil. Einige von Ihnen haben gerade schmunzelnd mir zugesehen, wie ich so schmunzelte, während der Senator seine Rede hielt, weil ich so im Geiste eigentlich alles abhakte, was ich hätte sagen wollen. Kann ja gar nach Hause gehen, dachte ich mir, aber ganz so ist es dann doch nicht. Ich stimme dem Senator zu, wenn er sagt, der Hamburger Hafen ist im Prinzip gut aufgestellt, er ist als verkehrsgeografischer Knotenpunkt gut aufgestellt, er ist als Gateway-Hafen für einen Wirtschaftsraum gut aufgestellt. Und ich bin auch fest überzeugt, dass all diese Schlagworte, die man jetzt in letzter Zeit immer so hört, die immer ganz gerne so in einem Wustwort, Wust genannt werden, 3D-Druck, Digitalisierung, Automatisierung, dass das sämtlich allerdings Dinge sind, über die man getrennt reden muss und die natürlich miteinander zu tun haben und zusammenhängen, aber die alle, jedes für sich, auch den Hafen beeinflussen werden, dass all die Unkenrufe, die in diesem Zusammenhang laut geworden sind, durchaus verstummen werden, weil ich denke, dass in diesen ganzen Prozessen auch mehr Chancen liegen als Risiken. Und Thema Unkenrufe, ich glaube, dass der Hamburger Hafen in seiner Zukunftsaussicht nur an einem Punkt getrübt ist und das ist die Akzeptanz in der Bevölkerung und das ist zweitens auch ein Punkt, der einem immer mehr Sorgen macht, dass so in den letzten Jahren immer mehr Entscheidungsträger aus der Politik, aber auch immer mehr Meinungsmacher aus den Medien diesen Hafen eigentlich nicht mehr als das verstehen, was er wirklich ist, nämlich als ein Erfolgsgarant, ein wirtschaftlicher Erfolgsgarant für eine ganze Region, für ganz Norddeutschland und eigentlich auch Nordeuropa beeinflusst ja auch dieser Hafen mittelbar. Ich war gestern sehr, sehr berührt, als der Kollege aus Rotterdam seinen Vortrag hier eingeleitet hat, hat er gesagt, er fühle sich wie jemand, der für einen guten Freund als Trauzeuge die Rede halten soll und plötzlich merkt, dass all das, was er vorbereitet hat, was er sagen will, eigentlich gar nicht mehr passt. Und er würde sich genauso fühlen, weil er am Abend, bevor er hier seinen Vortrag, seine Präsentation gehalten hat, auf dem Elbhang St. Pauli gestanden hat, so ungefähr bei Strand Pauli stelle ich mir das vor, so erhöht auf dem Geesthang über den Hafen geschaut hat und gesagt hat, im Gegensatz zu Rotterdam, Rotterdam ist ja eine Stadt mit einem Hafen, aus der sich der Hafen ja längst herausentwickelt hat, im Gegensatz zu Rotterdam ist Hamburg eine Hafenstadt. Und eigentlich muss man doch den Bewohnern dieser Stadt, den Menschen in dieser Stadt diesen Hafen überhaupt nicht mehr erklären. Also ist eigentlich doch all das, was ich jetzt sagen wollte, muss ich ganz anders machen. Und davon war ich sehr berührt von dieser Aussage. Aber was mich eigentlich am meisten berührt hat, ist, dass sie gar nicht stimmt. Dass man das eigentlich erwarten sollte, wenn man als Bürger einer fremden Hafenstadt hier nach Hamburg kommt, diesen Blick genießt, dass man erwarten sollte, dass das so ist, aber dass es eben nicht so ist, dass dieser Hafen nicht nur wenig Akzeptanz findet in der Bevölkerung und schwindenden Rückhalt, was auch natürlich mit dem schlechten Bild zu tun hat, dass die Industrie, auch sicherlich die maritime Industrie, so ein bisschen umweltmäßig in den letzten Jahren abgegeben hat. Das hat sicherlich damit zu tun, es hat aber auch mit einer allgemein mangelnden Akzeptanz an der Industrie insgesamt zu tun, an dem primären und sekundären Sektor der Wirtschaft insgesamt. Und ich glaube, das ist eigentlich einer der wesentlichen Punkte, an denen man arbeiten muss.
So, da war ja schon viel drin, aber wenn Sie denken, Sie kommen jetzt heute nicht mehr zu Wort, dann Ihre Vision, also der Hafen wird stärker, wird schneller, wird auf jeden Fall in 20 Jahren noch prosperieren.
Ja, absolut.
Gut, dann machen wir weiter mit der Vision von Janine Schemmer. Sie hat Volkskunde und Kulturanthropologie und Anglistik an den Universitäten München, Murcia und Hamburg studiert. Sie ist von 2006 bis 2011 studentische und freie Mitarbeiterin im Hafenmuseum Hamburg gewesen, unter anderem mit Schulklassenführungen beschäftigt. 2009 bis 2013 war sie wissenschaftliche Mitarbeiterin in der Werkstatt der Erinnerung, dem Oral History Archiv der Forschungsstelle für Zeitgeschichte in Hamburg. Promoviert hat sie 2015 an der Universität Zürich zum Thema Hafenarbeit erzählen, Erfahrungs- und Handlungsräume im Hamburger Hafen seit 1950. Seit 2016 ist sie Senior Scientist am Institut für Kulturanalyse an der Alpen-Adria-Universität in Klagenfurt. aus Ihrer Perspektive?
Aus meiner Perspektive, was keine Vision ist und auch keine Prognose, sondern vielmehr eine vorsichtige Einschätzung, lässt sich aber dieses Bild, das Herr Fritz Lohmeier gestern gezeichnet hat, glaube ich, nochmal ganz gut aufgreifen. Ich vermute, dass der Hafen, der Arbeitshafen, immer mehr zur Kulisse wird und der Tourismushafen, also der touristische Aspekt des Hafens Hamburg, der mittlerweile ja auch schon sehr groß ist, immer stärker und wichtiger werden wird, auch für die Wirtschaft der Stadt. Also zum einen dieser Tourismusaspekt, wenn man 20 Jahre zurückblickt, beispielsweise 1994 wurde das Theater im Hafen gebaut, ein paar Jahre später oder fast ein Jahrzehnt später dann das zweite Theater im Hafen und der Hafen wandert immer mehr, der Arbeitshafen wandert immer mehr nach draußen. Ich glaube auch, dass der Arbeitsplatzhafen noch ein wichtiger Teil der Stadt sein wird. Ich glaube aber vor allem in Hinsicht doch auf die Akteure, die Sie zum Glück, ich war sehr froh, dass die am Ende der Präsentation auch noch aufgetaucht sind, dass die Arbeit immer mehr, also noch unsichtbarer wird, als sie es ohnehin schon ist. Wir waren ja gestern auf dem Containerterminal, einige wenige Menschen sieht man noch und vermutlich, vielleicht werden es auch zahlenmäßig gar nicht so viel weniger Menschen, aber die sind eben nicht mehr an der Sackkarre beschäftigt, sondern in sehr vielen anderen Positionen und das ist, glaube ich, vermutlich eine Richtung, die noch sehr viel stärker werden wird in Zukunft.
Das ist auch ein wichtiges Thema, Arbeitsplätze, Wegfall von Arbeitsplätzen dann wahrscheinlich doch. Aber wir gehen nochmal weiter in der Visionsrunde. Und zwar kommen wir zu Christoph Schwarzkopf. Er hat an der Elbe, nämlich 1981 in Magdeburg, Abitur gemacht und sagte, er hat auch von dort aus immer schon mit Fernweh den tschechischen oder den tschechoslowakischen damals Schiffen nach Hamburg zugesehen, in der Hoffnung, als Pensionär auch einmal hier zu sein. Und dass er jetzt schon, wie er selber sagt, seit 9 Jahren versucht, im Hamburger Hafen Denkmäler zu pflegen, aber wie gesagt, das sind Ihre Worte, dass Sie das nur versuchen, sei eine deutliche vorzeitige Übererfüllung dieses damaligen Wunsches. Seit knapp 30 Jahren ist er in der Denkmalpflege tätig, war Konservator in Thüringen, hat in Baden-Württemberg erstmals im Karlsruher Binnenhafen auch Hafendenkmalpflege betrieben und als freier Architekt arbeitet er auch.
Habe ich auch gearbeitet.
Hat er auch gearbeitet. Naja, kann ja noch mal kommen.
Ja, vielen Dank. Was ist die Vision? Die Vision ist, gut, Vision ist ja so eine Sache, ne? Also das darf man heute wieder sagen in Hamburg, dass man Visionen hat. Insofern, in 20 Jahren, da gibt es in Hamburg bei HPA einen Koordinator für Denkmalpflege, weil man weiß dann eben, dass auch die historischen Bauten des Hafens auch Teil der Hafenkultur sind und die sind für die Firmengeschichte so wichtig, dass man da einen Koordinator dann hat und das Denkmalschutzamt ist dann, was den Hafen angeht, eigentlich völlig überflüssig. Und es sind nach wie vor, der Hafen floriert und die Stadt stellt auch Geld zur Verfügung für HPA, um die Denkmäler, die eben die Hafengeschichte zeigen, dann so angemessen zu pflegen. Das wird dann so funktionieren. Und es ist ja heute schon teilweise auch so, dass die Dinge gut funktionieren. Also ich versuche das zu tun, die Denkmäler zu pflegen. Heißt, ich bin der Sache selbst kaum gewachsen, weil es einfach so eine anspruchsvolle Aufgabe ist. Das meine ich mit dem Versuch, das zu tun. Und es wird in dem florierenden Hafen wird es Denkmäler geben, die wir heute auch alle kennen, schätzen und lieben, wie zum Beispiel die 50er-Schuppen oder wie die ehemalige chemische Fabrik auf der Peute oder wie eine Freihafen-Elbbrücke. Das sind so Dinge, die einfach wichtig sind für diese Stadt und die dann auch den Hafen prägen, neben den Containern oder was auch immer dann den Hafen prägen wird, was wir heute vielleicht noch nicht kennen. Vielleicht sind es auch nur digitale Druckmaschinen. So viel. Das ist meine Vision davon.
Das ist mal eine Vision, Christoph Schwarzkopf. Boris von Notz vertritt seit 2014 als Alleinvorstand die Stiftung Historische Museen Hamburg. Vorher war er Geschäftsführender Direktor der Stiftung Jüdisches Museum in Berlin und gleichzeitig stellvertretender Direktor des Jüdischen Museums in Berlin. Jurist ist er und war seit 2001 für verschiedene Museumsinstitutionen, wie zum Beispiel dem Deutschen Museumsbund, dem Institut für Museumsforschung und der Stiftung Preußischer Kulturbesitz tätig. Herr von Notz, was ist Ihr Blick?
Mein Blick auf den Hamburger Hafen hat sich in Antwerpen geschärft. Und zwar bei der APA, also der Antwerpen Port Authority, die einen Sarah-Hadid-Bau haben, gibt es eine Luftbildaufnahme von dem Antwerpener Hafen, so 10 mal 10 Meter. Und um diesen Hafen herum ist nichts, nur Marschland. Das heißt, es gibt ein Entwicklungspotenzial ohnegleichen. Und vergleicht man das mit einer Luftbildaufnahme von Hamburg, dann wird ein eklatanter Unterschied sofort sichtbar, dass Reaktionsmöglichkeiten auf ein Meer ist mehr, Meerumschlag und andere Güter Hamburg in der Konkurrenzsituation mit solchen Häfen nicht so gute Karten hat. Denn das eine, können wir ja darüber diskutieren, das eine ist schlauer werden durch die Digitalisierung und effizienter werden. Das andere ist, dass wir eben in einer Gesellschaft leben, die ihre Diskurse durchaus schärfer führt, um Umweltfragen, um was ist gutes Leben in einer Stadt und dass nicht unbedingt das ewige Mantra immer hingenommen wird, dass Sie haben das beschrieben, dass Sie das bedauern, aber es zeichnet sich ein Diskurs ab, in dem die Forderungen, die sich aus der Hafenwirtschaft ergeben, nicht 1:1 automatisch umgesetzt werden. Und so ist die Vision, die sich daraus ergibt für den Hafen oder ein Blick in die Zukunft, wie man es einschätzt, wie es sich entwickeln wird. Es wird weiterhin eine große Notwendigkeit für Logistik geben und Waren werden eher mehr verschickt werden und Rohstoffe auch. Ob Hamburg dabei eine wirklich bedeutende Rolle bei dieser Grundlogistik spielt, das ist aufgrund dieser Luftbildaufnahme in Antwerpen zumindest fraglich. Oder es macht sich eine starke Konkurrenzsituation, wird da eklatant sichtbar. Und so besteht, so wie Herr Prosser das ein bisschen beschrieben hat, man muss eben darauf reagieren und muss ein bisschen vorhersehen, eher in eine Diversifizierung der Hafenbetriebe, die da sind. Und wahrscheinlich wird es mehr in Zulieferung und auch in Fertigung gehen, die dann die kurzen Logistikwege haben. Und dann wird der Hafen auch stärker mit der Stadt zusammenwachsen, weil diese Stadt mit allen ihren anderen wirtschaftlichen Bedürfnissen einen extrem hohen Wachstumsdruck unterliegt. Und den spüren wir ja, wenn wir eine Wohnung suchen, den spüren wir in der gesamten Infrastruktur und Verkehr, was immer stärker wird. Das spüren wir auch bei der Suche nach einem Standort für das Deutsche Hafenmuseum.
Thomas Eisentraut, vielleicht kommen wir da gleich nochmal zu, aber ich glaube, da wurde auch schon das meiste zu gesagt heute. Thomas Eisentraut als letzter mit einem Ausblick in die Zukunft. Zu ihm nochmal kurz. 1987 ist er in Berlin geboren, hat Geschichte und Skandinavistik in Greifswald studiert und in Kiel, ist wissenschaftlicher Volontär gewesen im Landesmuseum Schloss Gottorf in Schleswig-Holstein und hat im Rahmen dieser Tätigkeit die Ausstellung von Degen, Segeln und Kanonen kuratiert. Der Untergang der Prinzessin Hedwig Sophia von 2015 bis 2018 hat er als wissenschaftlicher Mitarbeiter und Kurator am Deutschen Historischen Museum in Berlin gearbeitet. Das Resultat dieser Arbeit sehen wir hinten oder haben wir vorhin hinten an der Wand gesehen, beziehungsweise jetzt immer noch. Und aktuell arbeitet er als wissenschaftlicher Mitarbeiter im Deutschen Museum in München seit 1,5 Monaten und ist dort zuständig für die Neukonzeption der Dauerausstellung Schifffahrt. Kriegen wir mal ein Mikrofon in diese Ecke, bitte? Ich gebe, wie gesagt, meins nämlich nicht aus der Hand.
Das macht es leichter, ja. Dann braucht man nicht brüllen. Ja, also ich würde auf die Frage auch antworten mit eigentlich nur einer Idee. Ich kann nur mutmaßen. Ich würde auch sagen, dass Schifffahrt weiterhin wichtig bleibt, dass der Hafen vor allen Dingen nicht weiter wächst, unbedingt größenmäßig. Wir hatten gehört, dass es Probleme gibt durch die Flächen. Ich denke, dass das Personal noch weiter abnimmt, noch mehr Maschinen, noch mehr Automaten letztendlich die Arbeit verrichten. Damit sind Sorgen natürlich verbunden, vor allen Dingen eben auch für die Bevölkerung. Ja, wovon soll man leben? Wodurch soll man sich ernähren? Wir hatten auch gehört gehabt, Elbtunnelvertiefung, wichtiges Stichwort. Also wenn mehr Schiffe, größere Containerschiffe kommen sollten, müsste man noch weiter die Elbe ausheben. Wir werden sehen, ob es wirklich noch stattfindet, ob es andere Lösungen dazu gibt. Und im Rahmen der Tagung heute wollte ich noch eigentlich sagen, ist mir etwas eingefallen, vielleicht vergessen wir etwas. 1850 hat man die Dampfschiffe unterschätzt. Das waren Godefroys zum Beispiel. 1950 hat man die Container unterschätzt. Kampnagel. Wir hatten davon gestern gehört gehabt, Kranunternehmer hat gesagt, das wird nicht so wichtig. Aber was unterschätzen wir für die Zukunft, 2030 oder 2050? Also das möchte ich schon mal mitnehmen und mitgeben auf den Weg. Ja, das dazu.
Gut, was unterschätzen wir für die Zukunft? Wenn ein Hafenmuseum, ein deutsches Hafenmuseum als landesweites Museum und darüber hinaus sich auf den Weg macht und als Überschrift oder als große Klammer Globalisierung nimmt, und wir haben jetzt hier schon so viele unterschiedliche Ebenen, Aspekte und Fäden zu fassen gekriegt, angefangen von dem Vortrag von Herrn Broster über alle Beiträge, die jetzt hier gefallen sind. Ist das Verhältnis zwischen Hafen und Museum überhaupt eins, was da hilfreich ist? Also in der Zusammenarbeit zwischen dem Hafen und dem Museum, entsteht da etwas, was dem Museum helfen kann? Wenn ich ein Bild aufmache, vielleicht eher so rum, der große, mächtige Hafen bekommt nicht ein kleines Museum an den Rand gestellt, sondern das Deutsche Hafenmuseum bekommt den Hamburger Hafen als quasi größte, sich ständig wandelnde Skulptur der Welt, also ein Realitätsdiorama quasi. Das wäre so mein Bild. Kann man mit so einem riesentollen Objekt arbeiten oder kann man das gar nicht so fassen? Was macht man mit so vielen Möglichkeiten? Und ja, da spricht jetzt der Vertreter des Dioramas.
Es gibt den Hafen ja so nicht. Der Hafen ist ja ein Zusammenspiel von ganz verschiedenen Akteuren, von Umschlagakteuren, von Reedereien, aber eben auch von uns, von der Hafenverwaltung, die wir zuständig sind für die Fläche und die Infrastruktur. Also man muss immer überlegen, den Hafen so, den gibt es nicht, und es haben auch durchaus nicht alle Akteure in diesem Hafen immer gleichlaufende Interessen. Also insofern ist das Bild ein bisschen schwierig, was Sie zeichnen. Es ist zumindest nicht nur sehr facettenreich, sondern hat auch sehr konträre Farben mitunter. Aber wie können sich Hafen und ein solches nationales Hafenmuseum gegenseitig unterstützen? Das ist der eine Punkt, den ich vorhin hatte schon anklingen lassen, ist sicherlich der, dass ein Hafenmuseum, wenn es sich denn beschäftigt mit der Geschichte der Menschen, die in diesem Hafen gearbeitet haben, mit der Bedeutung der Häfen für die Menschen im Umland, aber für die Menschen auch insgesamt, denn Häfen sind ja eben wichtige Schnittstellen des Welthandels. Wenn diese Bedeutung für den Menschen dabei deutlich wird, dann wird sicherlich auch, und das ist ja mir ein Anliegen, das haben Sie gemerkt, die Akzeptanz und die Identifikation mit dem Hafen sicherlich steigen. Was kann jetzt umgekehrt der Hafen für dieses Museum tun? Die unterschiedlichen Akteure können eben möglichst viel Impulse liefern, und das betrifft nicht nur jetzt Objekte, Fotografien, Dokumente und Ähnliches, sondern ist sicherlich auch ein intellektueller Beitrag, der da geleistet werden muss, nämlich wie nimmt eigentlich jeder einzelne Akteur, die Reederei, der Umschlagbetrieb, der Logistiker, aber eben auch wir als Hafenverwaltung den Wandel, der vor uns liegt, wahr. Und die interessante Frage, was unterschätzen wir eigentlich, ist wirklich sehr, sehr gut gestellt. Die Frage ist nämlich tatsächlich, dass der Nebel rund um Digitalisierung, künstliche Intelligenz, Automatisierung sich tatsächlich erst langsam lichtet. Das sind sämtlich Faktoren, die in ihrer Bedeutung erst so langsam zutage treten, in ihrer Bedeutung insgesamt, aber eben auch in ihrer Bedeutung für den Hamburger Hafen. Ich habe da mal, und das muss man, obwohl es jetzt so ein leicht schlüpfriges Beispiel ist, ich habe das in einer Fachzeitschrift gelesen vor einem Jahr, in einer Fachzeitschrift auch zum Thema Digitalisierung. Da fasste der Autor seinen Beitrag einfach mit den Worten zusammen: Digitalisierung, das ist wie Sex früher auf dem Schulhof. Alle reden darüber, keiner weiß, wie es wirklich geht, keiner hat es je getan, nur alle denken, die anderen seien schon ganz weit auf diesem Gebiet. Und das ist in der Tat ein stimmiges Bild in dieser ganzen Angelegenheit. Nur der ganze Prozess der Digitalisierung wird so schnell fortschreiten, ja, wie es dann eben auch mit unseren Lebensgeschichten auch auf diesem Gebiet weitergegangen ist. Aber wie dieser Wandel dann gestaltet wird, auch das ist sicherlich in 20 Jahren. Und die Frage stellen Sie ja auch, eine interessante Frage für ein Hafenmuseum. Was haben wir da eigentlich getan und welche Herausforderungen haben wir wann gesehen und wie bewältigt?
Herr von Notz.
Also wenn ich die Smartphone-Nutzungszeiten meiner Tochter auf mein Handy gespielt bekomme, dann will ich hoffen, dass sie sexuell noch nicht so weit ist. Und ich glaube, da tut sich auf den Schulhöfen tatsächlich viel, viel mehr. Was wir brauchen als Hafenmuseum und als deutsches Hafenmuseum, und wenn wir uns angucken, was Museen und gerade auch historische Museen als Bestandteil einer demokratischen, offenen Gesellschaft zu leisten imstande sind, und wir uns von der Richtung aus, also was ist unser Beitrag an einem Zusammenleben als Museum, uns überlegen, dann wird daraus ziemlich schnell klar, dass der Hafen nicht nur ein Diorama ist, nicht nur ein Untersuchungsobjekt, und gerade die Zusammensetzung mit aus den Hafenunternehmen, sondern dass wir die als Partner brauchen. Und zwar, weil wir uns ja wünschen und wir das als unsere Aufgabe verstehen, auch Diskursorte zu sein. Das heißt, Menschen und die Besucher und diejenigen, die sich mit unseren Inhalten auseinandersetzen, ihnen aufzuzeigen, was es letztendlich für für Handlungsmöglichkeiten gibt. Und deswegen ist es weniger die Aufgabe der Museen und auch des Deutschen Hafenmuseums, Stellung zu beziehen und tatsächlich selber eine Zukunftsvision aufzumachen, sondern vielmehr Plattform für diejenigen zu sein, die diese Vision aufzeigen wollen und insofern ein Diskursort zu sein. Das heißt, mit den Ausstellungen und wenn wir auf das Thema Globalisierung zurückkommen, geht es nicht darum, aufzuzeigen, Globalisierung ist gut oder schlecht oder TTIP ist gut oder schlecht, sondern aus einer historischen Blickwinkel aufzuzeigen, was es bedeutet, solche Handelsabkommen, was es bedeutet an Guten und Schlechten auf der Welt, wenn rigoros Handelsbeziehungen aufgenommen würden, dass ganze Völker auf der Welt darunter leiden können oder die Arbeitsbedingungen in anderen Ländern eben nicht so gut sind. Dass aber gleichzeitig an der anderen Stelle ein großer Wohlstand entsteht und auch ein Impuls für Wissenschaft und Forschung daraus entsteht und ein Informationsaustausch. Und daraus wird ganz klar, dass wir Partner und Nachbarn brauchen. Und Nachbarn, die unmittelbar bereit sind, mit uns zusammenarbeiten an den Themen und es aushalten, dass nicht nur in ihr Horn geblasen wird, sondern dass auch die andere Seite ihre Plattform da findet, denn das macht den Diskurs aus. Und da wünsche ich mir zumindest, wenn wir eine Vision für das Deutsche Hafenmuseum aufmachen, dass es uns gelingt, einen solchen Ort tatsächlich zu entwerfen, an dem das zum Beispiel für das Thema Globalisierung möglich ist.
Nun habe ich aber ja trotzdem, wenn ich mir das Thema angucke, das Gefühl, hier treffen sich so viele, das war ja auch das Bild, war ja von Senator Broster vorhin, auch diese ganzen Fäden zu entwirren. Und wenn Sie ja jetzt ja auch mit der Thematik das Meer, was ja im Prinzip genau diese ganzen Ebenen mitdenken muss, also Globalisierung, Handel, Klimawandel und all diese ganzen Themen. Wie geht man denn aber mit einem so großen Knäuel um? Wie schafft man es denn, diese Fäden tatsächlich zu entwirren? Museal darstellbar. Sie haben es vorhin schon mal gezeigt, aber trotzdem stelle ich es mir vor, eine Ausstellung zu kuratieren, ist nochmal was anderes als eine Museumsneugründung.
Das ist ein schwieriger Punkt, aber zum Beispiel als ein visuelles Beispiel. Es geht um Import und Export bei Globalisierung. Es geht darum, was kommt hinein, was kommt hinaus. Also man muss letztendlich Themen als ein Beispiel präsentieren können und daran aufzeigen letztendlich, was sind Vorteile, was sind Nachteile. Also ich würde das letztendlich, wir hatten das in Berlin als ein Beispiel, kann ich es nur bringen. Es ging um die Frage, muss man Import und Export auftrennen? Ist Kolonialismus in Anführungsstrichen Import? Solche Punkte wurden dort auch angesprochen. Also da geht es darum, wirklich Objekte zu finden. ja, nicht ganz einfach. Ja.
Nee, nicht ganz einfach, aber trotzdem gibt es ja verschiedene Bereiche, also zum Beispiel das Thema Arbeit. Darüber sind Sie ja, haben Sie promoviert und haben einen ganz konkreten Blick darauf und haben aber doch wahrscheinlich auch bei dieser ganzen Themenvielfalt, bei dieser Schichtung von unterschiedlichen Themen, wie geht es Ihnen dabei, wenn Sie sich das angucken und fragen, okay, wo genau platziere ich da das Thema Arbeit und wie mache ich das in so einem großen Konzept, bei der Konzeptfindung ganz allgemein?
Gute Frage. Ich glaube, ich würde dann nicht das Thema Arbeit in den Mittelpunkt stellen, denn Globalisierung, also ein Aspekt der Globalisierung ist dann auch die Arbeit im Import, im Export, im Umschlag, wo auch immer. Und ich glaube, das habe ich zumindest versucht, den Blick auf den Alltag dieser Menschen zu werfen, die in diesen Bereichen arbeiten. Das hat der Fritz Lohmeier gestern eigentlich auch ganz schön angesprochen, ja, indem er ein paar Bilder gezeigt hat. Ich habe vergessen, von welchem Museum er gesprochen hat, aber wo es eigentlich, wie auch schon im jetzigen Hafenmuseum, sogenannte Experten gibt, Menschen, die in bestimmten Berufen, Bereichen gearbeitet haben oder immer noch tätig sind und darüber erzählen können. Und ich glaube, dass gerade so große, komplexe Narrative, ja, oder wie eben die Globalisierung, also was auch immer, eben jeder Einzelne hat wahrscheinlich eine andere Vorstellung dann auch, was sich hinter diesem Wort verbirgt. Und wenn man das über eine Alltagsperspektive aus den verschiedenen Bereichen versucht anzugehen, also das könnte eine Möglichkeit sein. Ich glaube, die Arbeit ist nur ein Teil dessen. Die Globalisierung wirkt sich ja nicht nur auf den Hafen aus, sondern auch um die Menschen, also um den Hafen herum.
Ganz kurz noch einmal direkt darauf. Ne?
Genau, ganz kurz noch als Ergänzung. Also das finde ich einen wichtigen Punkt, auch die Museen als kollektives Gedächtnis, wenn man so möchte. Also es geht ja darum, Berufe sind im Wandel. Also im 19. Jahrhundert gab es Berufe, den Schauermann. Den gab es bis Ende des 20. Jahrhunderts. Es gab den Quartiermeister hier in Hamburg. Da brauche ich auch nicht viel erzählen. Ewa-Führer etc. Das alles eigentlich wird vergessen. Und insofern sollten die Museen auch so ein Ort wirklich nicht nur des Austausches, wie es gesagt wurde, sondern eben auch als Gedächtnis weiterhin fungieren und das auch aktiv unterstützen, weil diese Berufe nicht verschwunden sind. Heute sagen wir dazu Logistiker, Hafenarbeiter. Also insofern eine Zusammenfassung, wo man manchmal gar nicht mehr weiß, welche Teile gehören dazu.
Christoph Schwarzkopf.
Ja, das geht schon auch dazu. Und zwar die große Chance, die das Hafenmuseum hat, sehe ich jedenfalls darin, und ich will das gleich im Kontext zur Denkmalpflege auch noch zeigen, dass der Hafen halt auch heute funktioniert. Ja, dass ich einfach auch sagen kann, da ist nicht nur ein Museum, und das hat ja auch Herr Broster vorhin so gesagt, also in Gelsenkirchen, da ist eben dann nichts mehr, und da hat man eben nur noch das Museum. Ja, also nein, es gibt natürlich schon noch was in Gelsenkirchen, aber nichts von der Industrie. Und das ist eben in Hamburg die Chance, dass man den Hafen erleben kann und dass es eben das Museum gibt, was Teil dieses lebendigen Hafens ist. Und als Denkmalpfleger sehe ich das eben auch so. Ich habe mal analysiert, wie in den letzten 30 Jahren, was wir so in der Denkmalpflege da getrieben haben, also auch vor meiner Zeit sozusagen. Die Denkmäler, die am besten erhalten worden sind, sind die, die zumindest noch teilweise in ihrer Funktion in Betrieb sind. Ja? Und also ob man da jetzt eine Brücke nimmt, wo es sich am leichtesten erschließt, wenn die nicht mehr in Betrieb ist, ich sage mal die Harburger Elbbrücke, da fahren eben noch ein paar Radfahrer drüber. Das ist schon noch was anderes, als wenn eben wirklich da ein Schwerlastverkehr drauf fährt. Dann vibriert die Brücke, das hat auch ein ganz anderes Erleben, einen ganz anderen Erlebenswert. Oder die 50er-Schuppen, da ist eben zum Teil Lagerung drin, da ist Lagerei drin. Das macht es zwar schwierig fürs Hafenmuseum, aber es ist viel leichter greifbar für jemanden, der das besucht, dass Hafen eben nicht nur Spaß ist, sondern dass es auch, dass so ein riesen LKW auch ein gewisses Gefahrenpotenzial hat. Wenn man das wahrnehmen kann, wenn man das integrieren kann, dann ist das eine große Chance, denke ich, auch fürs Hafenmuseum, so wie es für ein Denkmal eben auch ist.
Vielleicht noch ganz kurz dazu, auch vor allem, ich glaube, es wäre ganz, oder eine zentrale Perspektive ist auch diese Kontinuitäten eben, die es bis heute gibt, in den Blick zu nehmen, ja? Dass eben der EWA-Führer jetzt kein ausgestorbener Beruf ist, sondern einfach auch also das schon, aber viele Tätigkeiten eben auch einfach in andere Berufe umgewandelt wurden, für die dann andere Qualifikationen notwendig sind und so weiter. Aber diese Kontinuitäten aufzuzeigen und nicht nur die Brüche, ja, nicht die Narrative der Container und dann, denn es gab ja auch noch viele Parallelentwicklungen dazu. Und diese Kontinuitäten in den Blick zu nehmen, ist, glaube ich, eine große Chance hier.
Also Kontinuitäten in den Blick nehmen ist eine Sache. Wenn man sich jetzt überlegt, Stichwort Kontinuitäten, wenn man sich jetzt überlegt, für wen ist dieses Museum gedacht? Welches Publikum hat man im Kopf? Was sind die Dinge, die komplexe Realität oder die Gegenwart ist so schnell? Das, was sich ereignen wird innerhalb der nächsten 20 Jahre, haben wir ja jetzt gerade auch alle ein bisschen antizipiert, sehr viel anders aussehen oder vieles wird anders aussehen als heute. Was bewegt die Leute heute, was sie in 20 Jahren noch bewegen kann, wenn es darum geht, eine Idee eines Publikums oder ein Mission Statement für ein Hafenmuseum, ein deutsches Hafenmuseum zu entwickeln? Herr von Notz.
Also es geht darum herauszuarbeiten, was der Hamburger Hafen eigentlich mit dem Einzelnen zu tun hat. Und inwieweit die Existenz oder nicht des Hamburger Hafenmuseums, sondern ein deutsches Hafenmuseum, wir unterliegen immer der Versuchung, nur an Hamburg zu denken. Wir können Hamburg als Erklärungsmodell nehmen, weil es vor der Tür liegt, aber es gibt eben auch noch andere Häfen. Also was haben Häfen mit dem Einzelnen zu tun? Und auch die unterschiedlichen Häfen, also die Seehäfen und die Binnenhäfen. Und wie hängen die miteinander zusammen? Und es ist eben die Aufgabe des Museums, aufzuzeigen und klarzumachen, was jemand aus Ottmarsbocholt in Westfalen mit diesem Hafen zu tun hat und inwieweit es sein Leben berührt, dass es diese internationalen Häfen gibt, die in dem Warenaustausch sind. Und ein Beispiel, ich weiß gar nicht, ob es stimmt, ich behaupte es immer, wenn ich Leuten versuche, die Bedeutung des Hamburger Hafens zu erklären, dass 70% der Materie des iPhones zuerst durch den Hamburger Hafen gegangen sind. Ich glaube, es stimmt nicht. Aber 30%.
Aber super.
Und noch mehr, also noch mehr, sogar 90%. Und dass wir die Warenvielfalt und die Art, wie wir leben und den Zugang zu Ressourcen, das alles damit zusammenhängt. Und man kann es auch mal dadurch machen, wir denken es uns einfach weg, was es dann bedeutet und was es bedeutet, wenn der Transport eben sehr teuer wird, beziehungsweise sehr ressourcenintensiv und mit extrem hohen Umweltbelastungen. Also wenn wir diese Transportintensität mit Flugzeugen hätten, was das bedeuten würde. Und das müssen wir eben klar machen. Und daraus ergibt sich auch die Zielgruppenfrage. Das heißt, das ist bei Museen immer so, wenn man mit Marketingleuten zusammensitzt, dann verzweifeln die immer, weil man sagt, na ja, bei uns kommen Kinder, ganz normale Leute, aber Metrosexuelle ebenso und die 27 Zielgruppen, die man so aufmachen kann, die sind alle irgendwie vertreten, mehr oder weniger. Grundsätzlich geht es darum, für all diese Menschen das Museum zu machen. Aber für das einzelne Projekt, die einzelne Ausstellung, die einzelne Veranstaltung einen sehr klaren Zielgruppenfokus zu haben. Und aus der Summe entsteht dann ein Ganzes, aber grundsätzlich kann man im Vorhinein nicht sagen, wir machen das Deutsche Hafenmuseum nur für Touristen und zu 20% für Hamburger. Das macht keinen Sinn. Wir machen es für die Menschen, die uns besuchen.
Herr Jahn.
Ja, ich glaube, dass die Aufgabe eines solchen Hafenmuseums auch nicht nur darin liegen kann, zu zeigen, was hat der Einzelne jetzt eigentlich mit Globalisierung, Welthandel zu tun, wozu braucht er den Hafen, sondern die Faszination, die sich ergibt, ist eigentlich auch, was passiert in diesem Hafen und was findet dort statt. Häfen und überhaupt abstrakt gesagt der gesamte Transport waren immer wesentliche Treiber des Fortschritts, ganz wesentliche Treiber des Fortschritts. Ob sie jetzt vom Holzschiff zum Metallschiff gehen, vom Segelschiff zum Dampfschiff und später dann zum motorgetriebenen Schiff. Und was passiert in diesem Hafen an technischer Komplexität? Wie verändert sich Arbeitswirklichkeit? Schiffe, die in Häfen hinein oder hinausfahren, sind als technische Großeinheiten an Komplexität fast gar nicht mehr zu überbieten. Wie wandelt sich das? Was passiert da? Was hat das mit unserer Arbeit zu tun, mit unseren Lebensrealitäten zu tun? Also ich glaube nicht nur, dass der Warenaustausch, der ist schon faszinierend genug, hier bestimmend ist, sondern eben auch tatsächlich die Bedeutung in den Arbeitsalltag.
Da stimme ich Ihnen in der Bandbreite und Vielfalt vollkommen zu. Nicht, dass Sie mich falsch verstehen, aber Sie müssen für diesen Entwurf dieses Museums übergeordnete Fragestellungen entwickeln. Sie müssen Ziele entwickeln, die Sie erreichen wollen. Denn ansonsten unterliegt man der Versuchung, die Dinge zu zeigen, wie sie an sich sind. Und das ist furchtbar interessant, wenn man sich dafür interessiert. Aber die wenigsten Menschen interessieren sich dafür, sonst würden sie sich jetzt schon damit beschäftigen. Sondern wir müssen sie eben dahin führen, warum ist das interessant und warum ist sich mit der Komplexität der Hafenbetriebe und ihres Zusammenwirkens, wenn wir vom aktuellen Hafen ausgehen, wenn wir vom Hafen des 19. Jahrhunderts ausgehen, was war da anders und was war 1400 anders und was für Fragestellungen waren da das Notwendige. Und darüber können wir dann auswählen, denn wir haben auch nur einen begrenzten Platz, welche Dinge wir tatsächlich zeigen. Also ähnlich wie bei Europa und das Meer, man muss sich irgendwie beschränken. Man kann das natürlich tun über Objekte und sagen, was haben wir für Objekte? Wir wollen grundsätzlich etwas zeigen. Wo haben wir den Objektzugang, weil wir das als das Hauptmittel unserer Ausstellungstätigkeit definieren, machen. Und so dient auch der Prozess bei der inhaltlichen Entwicklung des Deutschen Hafenmuseums. Und deswegen ist so ein Symposium wie das jetzige so wichtig, weil es diese unterschiedlichen Fragestellungen aufwirft und uns hilft in dem Prozess mit allen gemeinsam, die daran teilnehmen, eben zu entscheiden, was für Fragestellungen entwickeln sich übergeordneter Natur und was ist besonders geeignet, diese Fragestellungen an den jeweiligen Besucher zu bringen.
Herr Eisentraut?
Ja, da habe ich auch gleich eine konkrete Frage. Gestern im Rahmen des Symposiums waren wir in einer Barkassenfahrt im Hamburger Hafen. Und ich bin immer wieder überrascht, wie groß dieser Hafen ist, sodass ich mir schon die Frage stelle, was gehört eigentlich nicht zum Hafen? Man fährt durch die ganzen Hafenbecken, man sieht die Krananlagen, die Container, die Eisenbahn, die Automaten letztendlich, aber wirklich diese Frage, genau, also eigentlich 3 Stunden reichten nicht aus, um einen Teil davon zu sehen. Also insofern für das Museum oder für ein allgemeines Museum stellt sich eigentlich nur die Frage, wie erklärt man diese Dimension allein? Und was gehört wirklich dazu?
Dazu eine Idee, Herr Schwarzkopf?
Ja, also es ist ja nicht so beschränkt. Also dass man sagt, wir haben ja nur eine Reihe von Objekten und wir haben dann nur das Haus. Nein, man hat den ganzen Hafen. Man hat den ganzen Hafen, er hat in dem Hafen die Geschichte, die Bauten und die Schiffe erzählen, die da sind. Und man hat den Hafen in seiner Entwicklung, die ja mindestens genauso wichtig ist. Und das muss man integrieren. Das Hafenmuseum ist, würde ich jedenfalls denken, Teil des Hafens. Ja? Also überspitzt gesagt.
Herr von Notz hatte aber, denke ich, ich finde in einem ganz wichtigen Punkt völlig recht, wenn man so an die übergeordnete Fragestellung denkt. Ich bin ja auch ehrenamtlich für die Cap San Diego tätig, hatte gerade von der Komplexität des Schiffes gesprochen und ich bin immer wieder überrascht, wie viele Hamburger, mit denen man so redet, überhaupt nicht wissen, dass dieses Schiff nicht nur fahrtüchtig ist, sondern tatsächlich noch fährt. Und daran habe ich gerade gedacht, als Sie sagten, wenn Sie sich dafür interessieren würden, die Menschen, dann wüssten Sie es ja längst, dann würden Sie sich ja bereits damit beschäftigen. Und diese unbekannte Dimension, die gäbe es dann so nicht. Das ist, finde ich, ein ganz wichtiger Gedanke. Ja.
Aber ich glaube, also was man auch beachten muss, es ist ja nicht nur die Komplexität des Hamburger Hafens, sondern es soll ja ein deutsches Hafenmuseum sein. Und die Diskussion dreht sich immer wieder um Hamburg und die Berufe in dieser Stadt, die Zukunft dieser Stadt, die Rolle des Hafens in dieser Stadt in 20 Jahren. Also wäre meine Frage vielleicht nochmal auch an alle, welche Rolle spielt eigentlich diese Stadt und dieser Hafen in diesem Hafenmuseum? Welche Perspektive muss dieses deutsche Hafenmuseum einnehmen oder welche vergleichende Perspektive vielleicht? Ja? Also Sie haben jetzt ein Beispiel davon gezeigt, wie man Hafenstädte unterschiedlicher Art vergleichen kann. Ich weiß nicht, ob man das jetzt auf die deutschen Hafenstädte anwenden muss für dieses Museum oder ob man exemplarisch an einer großen Hafenstadt auch viele Themenbereiche beispielsweise, die für unterschiedliche andere Städte wichtig sind, auch aufgreift und das daran erzählt. Also ich glaube, das ist nochmal eine spannende Frage. Auch welche Rolle spielt der Hamburger Hafen im Deutschen Hafenmuseum und auf welche Weise stellt man die Vernetzung zu anderen Städten und Thematiken oder Problematiken her?
Und also Stichwort Vernetzung wird ja auch da interessant, wo es tatsächlich um diese wirklich, also wenn man sich die Globalisierung vornimmt als das große Thema, das kam ja jetzt auch schon an mehreren Stellen heute Abend, dass man in der Situation ist, dass man auch wirklich Themen am Wickel hat, die mit großer Reibung zu tun haben. Also sprich, angefangen von ungleichen Wirtschaftsbeziehungen über viele Jahrhunderte in Bezug auf Stichwort Kolonialismus bis hin zu ungleichen Wirtschaftsbeziehungen heute. Für all das, und dann landet man auch beim Klimawandel und so weiter, für all das steht dieser Hafen. Und nun hat man dieses eine Hafenmuseum, Deutsche Hafenmuseum, was diese verschiedenen Aufgaben hat. Es soll zum einen den Seehafen, den Binnenhafen, den Hamburger Hafen und die verschiedenen Städte im Vergleich und dann auch noch den großen globalen Kontext. Das klingt ein bisschen so wie eine Speed-Kreuzfahrtbarkasse mit, weiß ich nicht, 17.000 Toy im Bauch. Also das war jetzt ein maritimes Bild für eine eiermilchlegende Wollmilchsau. Also sprich, es ist trotzdem eine wahnsinnige Dimension und man hat trotzdem die Frage, wenn man sich auf die internationalen oder die globalen Thematiken bezieht, welche Wege muss man da gehen, auch in Bezug auf Partnerschaften bei der Entwicklung dieses Museumskonzeptes, um tatsächlich ein Bild zu kriegen, was am Ende auch in der Lage ist, die verschiedenen Perspektiven auf den Hamburger Hafen und die Globalisierung im Museum zu integrieren. Wie kann man das schaffen? Also wir haben jetzt hier bei diesem Symposium eine Perspektive aus Kamerun gehabt. Ich bin nicht auf dem aktuellen Stand, inwieweit es weiteren internationalen Austausch über die Konzeption des Hafenmuseums gibt und wie läuft das?
Wir befinden uns ja in internationalen Netzwerken, auch mit den internationalen maritimen Museen. Und da haben wir eine Plattform, wo wir uns unmittelbar museal austauschen können. Es gibt unterschiedliche Bereiche in diesem Museum. Und wir beleuchten heute und in diesem Symposium einen Bereich. Wir haben ja auch noch den Hafen als Arbeitswelt. Wir haben noch die Geschichte der See- und Binnenhäfen. Und heute beleuchten wir diesen starken wirtschaftsgeschichtlichen, und da ist das Interessante eigentlich die Globalisierungsfragen. Das heißt, man clustert das Museum auch durch und da ergeben sich natürlich auch unterschiedliche Kooperationen in unterschiedliche Netzwerke hinein. Wir müssen uns immer klar machen, auch wenn wir alle ungeduldig sind, noch ist das jung. Und muss sich sozusagen auch noch etablieren. Und ich will auch immer dazu sagen, wir sind noch wenig Menschen, die sich unmittelbar mit ihrer täglichen Arbeit damit beschäftigen. Also es sind nicht ein Apparat von 30 Menschen, die diese inhaltliche Entwicklung vorantreiben. Also es braucht alles ein bisschen Zeit, aber die Netzwerke, die Bekanntschaften, das Anfragen und der Austausch findet statt. Und das ist der ähnliche Prozess, wie er sich dann mit solchen Symposien ergibt. Also man bekommt viele Anregungen, irgendwann muss man sich entscheiden, wie man es macht und auch was für Vermittlungstechniken man wählt. Und da zeichnet sich jetzt schon ab, dass es für diesen Globalisierungsbereich keine besonders gute Objektlage gibt. Und für einen Aktenordner oder 5 Aktenordner mit einem TTIP-Vertrag sind auch stinklangweilig als Objekt. Also dass wir auch neue Vermittlungsformate finden müssen und neben dem ganzen Bewahren, dem ganzen Sammeln, auch das Dokumentieren der Geschichte, neue Vermittlungsformate finden müssen. Und da haben wir den Stein der Weisen nicht gefunden. Ich bin mir sicher, wir werden in 2 Jahren ein Symposium zu dieser Fragestellung haben.
Das war aber tatsächlich auch nochmal ein wichtiger Hinweis, denn die große Aufgabe wird im Moment noch von sehr, sehr wenig Leuten betrachtet und bearbeitet. Und das heißt, es muss in absehbarer Zeit auf dem Weg zu einem Hafenmuseum, einem deutschen Hafenmuseum, was tatsächlich diese große Aufgabe leisten soll, auch einen Personalstab geben, der groß genug ist, um das bewältigen zu können. Und auf dem Weg sind wir gerade. Wir machen gleich mal auch den Schritt rein ins Publikum, weil ich sehe schon, da gehen sehr viele Arme hoch, weil ich glaube, es wird im Zweifelsfall in dieser Runde noch eine ganze Weile weiter diskutiert werden können, Was für Vermittlungsansätze kann es geben? Welches Publikum kann wie angesprochen werden? Wir hatten das Stichwort von Herrn Lohmeier gestern aus Rotterdam, der gesagt hat, also es gibt die Maritimos und es gibt die Nicht-Maritimos. Ich würde empfehlen, ein deutsches Hafenmuseum muss sich konzeptionell an den Nicht-Maritimos, also nicht an den hafenaffinen Besucherinnen und Besuchern orientieren. Alleine das wäre schon wieder so ein nächstes Thema. Da waren wir vorhin kurz. Wer ist das Publikum? Für wen entsteht so ein Museum? Aber selbst darüber könnte man jetzt, glaube ich, noch mal lange sprechen in Bezug darauf, welche Perspektiven werden dort abgebildet und für wen. Aber ich würde eigentlich ganz gerne diese Stelle nutzen, um das Publikum einmal zu fragen, wie viele Leute würden sich hier als Maritimos bezeichnen? Ja, dann würde ich sagen, das wird Ihr Museum, wenn es nach den Maritimos ausgerichtet wird. Wenn die anderen, die Nicht-Maritimos, ein Museum bekommen sollen und auch, beziehungsweise das passieren soll, dass ihnen quasi die Möglichkeit gegeben wird zu verstehen, was ein Hafen ist, wie er funktioniert und wofür er steht als Knotenpunkt der Globalisierung. Wir werden gespannt sein, ob das funktioniert. Und wie gesagt, es braucht viel Arbeit und viele Menschen, die sich damit beschäftigen. Aber wir geben jetzt einfach das Mikrofon dahin, wo sich gemeldet wird, und zwar genau in die Mitte. Geht das so? Ich glaube, mit Mikrofon ist es besser, weil dann hört man ihre Stimme auch auf dem Band und auf dem Film.
Auf meine schöne Stimme kann man auch nicht verzichten. Als ich 1954 angefangen im Hamburger Hafen, da waren wir zwischen 25.000 und 30.000 Arbeitnehmer. Heute sind wir zwischen 5.000 und 6.000. Das ist mir einfach zu kurz gekommen heute Abend. Hier sitzt eine ganze Reihe von Menschen, die dort gearbeitet haben. Neben mir sitzt einer, der wirklich diese kontinuierliche Sache gemacht hat, rein in den Computer. Was ist mit den Arbeitnehmern? Wie kommt der Arbeitnehmer zu Wort? Und wenn Sie das gegenwärtige Museum sehen, werden Sie sehen, das wird von Arbeitnehmern, von ehemaligen Arbeitnehmern getragen. Das ist die große Krux.
Die Frage direkt ans Podium. Herr von Notz winkt und wir haben nur noch ein einziges Mikro hier.
Gut. Also Sie wissen ja, also einmal ist ein richtiger Hinweis. Ich hatte versucht, das gerade eben ein bisschen darzustellen. Heute reden wir über den Teil Wirtschaftsgeschichte, Globalisierung. Damit beschäftigt sich dieses Symposium. Deswegen ist dieser Schwerpunkt in der Diskussion da. Wir haben ja aber einen genauso gleichwertigen Bereich, der Hafen als Arbeitswelt. Und dort wird das voll seinen Niederschlag finden als ein inhaltlicher Bereich im Deutschen Hafenmuseum. Ich wollte aber noch, kann es mir nicht verkneifen, was zu den Maritimos sagen. Also das muss sowohl als auch sein, sonst funktioniert es nicht. Es müssen sich die Menschen damit identifizieren können, die sich sehr gut auskennen und sie auch mit mindestens dem Bereich, der die Arbeitswelt Hafen betrifft. Aber es muss eben auch zugänglich sein für Menschen, die sich überhaupt nicht in diesem Bereich auskennen und in dem man nicht von Detailinformationen erschlagen wird. Mein Beispiel wäre dafür immer der Holzschiffbau, der im Altonaer Museum dargestellt wird. Wir haben keine Experten, die wirklich wissen, dass zwischen 1740 und 1775 diese Klüverform irgendwie verwendet worden ist oder so. Das finden andere Menschen. Aber die entdecken das und wir brauchen auch deren Expertise. Und so deswegen müssen sich diejenigen, die sich mit dem Hamburger Hafen stark identifizieren und seiner Geschichte, genauso in dieses Museum eingebunden sein, wie es für Menschen gemacht wird, die null Ahnung haben.
So, die Frage jetzt aber trotzdem nochmal vielleicht auch, ich gebe mal kurz die Frage, ich frage mal zurück, ist das Mikro noch in der Ecke? Nee, da ist es. Also die Antwort von Herrn von Notz, dass dieses Symposium sich jetzt gerade mit der Stadt Hamburg und dem Hafen Hamburg als Knotenpunkt der Globalisierung beschäftigt, ist eine Sache. Trotzdem ist aber auch die Arbeit ja ein Teil der Globalisierungsgeschichte. Und inwiefern kann man, das vielleicht auch nochmal an Frau Schemmer, weil Sie haben sich damit beschäftigt. Und inwieweit kann man, ist die Frage der Arbeit nochmal ein ganz besonderer Zugang der sich aufgrund der Tatsache, dass es eben Menschen gibt, die darüber erzählen können, also dass es eben nicht darum geht, dass man ein Objekt finden muss, anhand dessen man gut erzählen kann, sondern dass es Menschen gibt, die über die Aussagen treffen können, über Arbeit, wie sie war, wie sie sich verändert hat und darüber, wie sie sich noch verändern wird. Das macht, glaube ich, einen Unterschied in Bezug auf Museumsarbeit.
Also das ist natürlich der beste Teil, wenn das funktioniert, diese Objekte oder welche Teile einer Sammlung auch immer mit den Stimmen von ehemaligen Beschäftigten zusammenzubringen, ja? So wie das gerade passiert, dass auch die Kontexte erzählt werden können und dann kann an einem Objekt nämlich nicht nur vielleicht die eigene Biografie erzählt werden, sondern auch die Verlustgeschichte von vielen anderen. Ja? Also ein Objekt steht ja nicht nur für den Erfolg vielleicht einer bestimmten Entwicklung, sondern auch also für den Erfolg einiger, aber vielleicht auch für die Verlustgeschichte vieler anderer. Also ich glaube, das ist schon auch nochmal eine Herausforderung, weil die Stimmen derer, die erzählen, das sind die es geschafft haben, sozusagen ihr Berufsleben bis zum Ende im Hafen auch durchzuführen und also in Rente zu gehen und wie man ich glaube schon, dass es auch eine zentrale Herausforderung ist, diese ganzen Stimmen, die das eben nicht selber erzählen können, irgendwie in diese Ausstellung und in die unterschiedlichen Teilbereiche vielleicht auch mit einfließen zu lassen.
Interessant wäre vor dem Hintergrund ja auch nochmal, wie werden genau diese Fragen in 20 Jahren gestellt und beantwortet und von wem? Also auch das wird sich ändern und von daher hätte man ja wahrscheinlich auch die Idee, das immer weiter zu evaluieren. Ich habe jetzt leider nicht auf dem Zettel, wer wann in welcher Reihenfolge dran ist. Das muss ich irgendwie nochmal durch Absprache, aber wir klären das alles.
Ja, mein Name ist Holger Mahler. Ich bin also groß geworden auf der Hobartswerke in Hamburg. Ich habe 1960 dort angefangen. Da hatten wir noch 5 Großwerften hier im Hafen. Wir waren 45.000 Hafenarbeitnehmer und wir hatten noch ungefähr 90.000 Arbeitnehmer, die in der Zuliefererindustrie gearbeitet haben. Es war also ein Riesenkomplex. Und wie wir nachher zur Hobartswerke Deutsche Werft wurden mit Hamburg und Kiel, da waren wir zu der Zeit die größte Werft der Welt. Das muss man sich nur einmal mal reinziehen. Und dann muss man natürlich auch die technische Entwicklung sehen, die also dort auch stattgefunden hat, überhaupt im Schiffbau. Ich zeige immer ganz gerne, ich bin ehrenamtlicher Mitarbeiter des Hafenmuseums, ich zeige immer gerne so das Beispiel Imperator, der Imperator, weil ja der Kaiser es getauft hat. Ja? Aber wenn man dann sieht, wie das also alles entstanden ist, mit der ganzen Schiffbautechnik, mit der Kesseltechnik und mit der Antriebstechnik und wie viele Menschen dort damals zum Beispiel geheizt haben. 417 Leute waren da beschäftigt, um nur das Schiff in Betrieb zu halten. Und die haben 8.000 Tonnen Kohle verbrannt, von Hamburg bis New York. Das kann ein Mensch kaum fassen. Die sind immer alle fasziniert, wenn sie solche Beispiele mal vor Augen bekommen. Genauso die Niettechnik, werden wir diese zeigen. Ich hatte zum Beispiel das Glück, ich war später mal Geschäftsführer an der ABM-Gesellschaft und hatte die großen Hamburger Museumsschiffe unter meiner Regie zur Bearbeitung. Zur Großreparatur zum Teilweise, ja. Da sollten wir nieten, konnten wir nicht nieten beim Eisbrecher Stettin. Da haben wir unsere alten Aktivisten, unsere alten Rentner wieder aktiviert und die haben dann genietet. Und der NDR hat einen schönen Film draus gemacht, den kann man wunderbar auch im Hafenmuseum sehen. Das sind Beispiele, ja. Okay, aber meine Frage ist, also gerade solche lebenden Beispiele, die muss man dann also auch im Hafenmuseum rüberbringen. Und das ist auch das, was dann auch fasziniert, was also auch die Besucher anzieht und hinterher sind sie richtig glücklich.
Das klingt wie eine gute Aussicht, weil glückliche Besucher ist, glaube ich, das, was sich jedes Museum wünscht. Und vor allem aber auch glückliche Menschen, die davon erzählen können, was sie erlebt haben. Da hinten gibt es in der 4. Reihe.
Ja, ich habe mich heute Abend über 2 Sätze besonders gefreut. Erst über den Satz des Kultursenators, dass auf jeden Fall das Deutsche Hafenmuseum im Hafen gebaut wird und nicht in Langenhorn. Das hatte ich auch schon befürchtet, dass das am Ende so kommen könnte. Und zweitens auch darüber, dass Herr von Notz gesagt hat, dass es darum geht, da auch eine Grundlage zu schaffen, um zu überlegen, wie kann man jetzt handeln, wie kann man entscheiden für die Zukunft. Und ich glaube, das sind 2 ganz wichtige Punkte. Ich beschäftige mich sozusagen, ich spreche jetzt mal sozusagen aus der Perspektive der St. Paulianerin. Als die ich bin, war es mir vor 10 Jahren zu wenig, immer nur auf die Postkarte Hafen zu gucken und habe mir halt den Hafen wirklich von ganz vielen verschiedenen Perspektiven versucht zu erschließen und habe dabei festgestellt, das ist verdammt schwierig. Das ist verdammt schwierig, wenn man in ganz viele Orte gar nicht reinkommt, weil man da auch gar nicht erwünscht ist, weil die Geschlechterverhältnisse sowieso immer so sind wie hier im Raum. Ja? Ich habe auch mal versucht, Mitglied eines Vereins zu werden, um mein Stahlschiff irgendwo hinzulegen. Da galt immer noch 1890, Frauen können nicht Mitglied werden. Ne? Das ist in Häfen ganz, ganz weit immer noch verbreitet, dass man es da ganz schwer hat. Und das ist aber jetzt nicht nur sozusagen aus dieser Perspektive. Als Bürgerin insgesamt habe ich den Eindruck, dass wir ganz dringend im Hafen, im wirtschaftlichen Hafen, mittendrin, ja, da brauchen wir eine Stelle, wo Zivilgesellschaft irgendwie reinkommt und rankommt und auch mal was mitdiskutieren kann. Also man hört ja immer wieder, heute auch wieder, wie unglaublich wichtig der Hafen ist, ja, aber darüber politisch zu diskutieren, was Zukünfte des Hafens sein könnten und was auch sozusagen tatsächlich, da wird ganz oft, gibt es den Diskurs nur, dass müssen eben die Experten machen. Ne? Und da hoffe ich, dass das Deutsche Hafenmuseum was ändert an der Stelle.
Wichtiger Punkt. Was ist mit der Zivilgesellschaft und der Beteiligung im Raum Hafen, Deutsches Hafenmuseum? Moment, wir sind immer noch so im Hin und Her. Trotzdem, aber die Frage ist sehr, sehr spannend und sehr, sehr wichtig, weil es wurde ja jetzt mittlerweile, zumindest gesagt, das Deutsche Hafenmuseum soll funktionieren wie der Hafen selbst, 360 Tage im Jahr, 24 Stunden am Tag, 7 Tage die Woche, und es soll Bereiche geben, die immer zugänglich sein. Ich stelle mir vor, im besten Fall tummeln sich in 10 Jahren da die Leute und machen genau das, was Sibylle Peters eben gesagt hat. Sie setzen sich in offenen Räumen über ihre Umgebung auseinander, über den Hafen, über die Bedeutung des Hafens, über die Bedeutung des Hafens für sie. Wie kann man sowas konzeptionell auffangen, aufdröseln? Oder auch Herr Eisentrath.
Also die Überlegung, die wir uns dazu gemacht haben, ist, dass wir einen Ort schaffen müssen, also wir haben es eher ein bisschen in Abgrenzung gemacht, und das heißt, ihn nicht übermusealisieren. So ein bisschen wie das auf der Museumsinsel in Berlin ist. Beim Deutschen Historischen Museum, das Café macht um 6 im Idealfall zu, danach ist da vollkommen tote Hose. Und zwar in einem Umkreis, ich würde sagen, das sind so 2 Quadratkilometer in Berlin, absolut in der Mitte, in der einfach ab 18 Uhr nichts mehr passiert, wenn nicht das DRM mal einen Filmabend macht, zu dem 20 Leute kommen, auch wenn es gut läuft, oder 50. Und von dieser Überlegung haben wir den Gedanken entwickelt, dass es für ein deutsches Hafenmuseum sinnvoll ist, die Logik des Hafens, dass eben permanent etwas stattfindet, nachzuahmen. Uns ist dabei vollkommen bewusst, dass das wahrscheinlich zwischen 23 Uhr und 6 Uhr morgens, das wird schwer, ein harter Job. Aber es ist ein bisschen denkbar, deswegen haben wir das Konzept entwickelt für den Raumbedarf, den wir haben, dass wir Partner in dem Gebäude haben, die uns dabei helfen können. Dazu gehört immer eine Gastronomie als das Einfachste, was einem dazu einfällt. Dazu gehört aber auch, dass wir tatsächlich Filme zeigen können, dass wir Veranstaltungsräume haben, die nicht nur von uns genutzt werden, und dass wir Nachbarn haben, die auf diese Fazilitäten zurückgreifen, sodass wir dort Leben produzieren können. Und davon versprechen wir uns tatsächlich eine Einbindung in die Zivilgesellschaft. Und ein bisschen so gar nicht dieses Museum habe, ist signalisiert schon, wenn die Türen zu sind, ist das Museum zu. Viel eindeutiger kann man es architektonisch nicht sozusagen verwirklichen. Das hat natürlich dann seinen Charme in allen möglichen Bereichen, und die Denkmalpflege spielt dabei auch eine Rolle, und es ist aber eben eine Konzeption aus dem Anfang des 20. Jahrhunderts, aus dem ganz frühen 20. Jahrhunderts. Und wenn wir das fürs 21. Jahrhundert denken, dann ergibt sich daraus, dass wir eben keine ästhetische Übermusealisierung, gebrauchen können, um diese Ziele unter anderem zu erreichen und dass es eine robuste Infrastruktur haben muss, die das aushält.
Also dann auch Diskursräume eröffnen, also Zugänglichkeit und aber auch im Sinne von, man kann sich dort tatsächlich auch...
Es muss Bereiche geben, die sind halb öffentlich sozusagen. Also die sind einfach zugänglich.
Die sind zugänglich und nutzbar. Sie möchten was sagen, Herr Jahn? Dann kriegen Sie das Mikrofon Herrn von Notz, bevor wir gleich wieder ins Publikum gehen. Kleinen Moment.
Ja, natürlich, ein deutsches Hafenmuseum muss im Hafen stattfinden und nicht in Langenhorn, das ist schon mal klar, aber wir sehen natürlich auch diese Entwicklung ein bisschen mit einem lachenden, einem weinenden Auge. Es ist natürlich vollkommen richtig, dass das Hafenmuseum in den Hafen gehört. Das Problem ist aber nur, dass im Hafen nicht nur Sachen umgeschlagen werden, die wir alle dringend brauchen, wie irgendwelche Elektronik oder die wir alle schön finden, wie Gewürze, Nüsse, Schokolade, sondern eben auch Sachen, die nicht so schön sind und die auch ein bisschen gefährlich sind. Und da gibt es eben auch störfallgefährdete Betriebe, zu denen öffentliche Einrichtungen, zu denen aber auch Wohnbebauung einen entsprechenden Abstand halten muss. Einschlägig wäre da die Seveso 3-Richtlinie, um nur mal das Wort kurz erwähnt zu haben. Und das Problem ist, dass natürlich ein Hafenmuseum mit seiner öffentlichen Nutzung mittendrin in dieser industriellen Nutzung einerseits natürlich da ist, wo es hingehört, andererseits aber durch seine bloße Anwesenheit schon mal mit den Keim dafür legt, dass das, was da drumherum sein soll, langfristig bedroht wird oder vielleicht sogar verschwindet. Das muss man einfach sehen und insofern sind wir gerade als Hafenverwaltung da ein bisschen ambivalent. Wir sehen es wirklich tatsächlich mit einem lachenden und einem weinenden Auge, aber im Ansatz natürlich völlig richtig, was Sie sagen, wir sind da völlig d'accord.
Herrn von Notz will das Mikrofon wieder haben, das habe ich mir schon gedacht.
Einen Tod wird man sterben müssen in der Hinsicht und uns ist auch bewusst, aber das ist ja das, was Sie beschreiben, unter anderem das, was diese Standortentscheidung so komplex und schwierig macht und wozu die Stadt insgesamt eine Haltung entwickeln muss.
So, ich sehe dieses grüne Telefon und in der Mitte, nicht das Telefon meldet sich, sondern Sie melden sich schon so lange. Und wer ist als erster dran? Einen weiter noch. Oh, kein Grün, gleich. Als nächster.
Okay, ich möchte mich kurz vorstellen, Gerhard Becker. Ich habe über 3 Jahrzehnte Seeleute und Hafenarbeiter von Arbeitsgerichten vertreten heute und ich bin einer von den 10 Ehrenamtlichen von insgesamt 40 des Hafenmuseums, die hier sind, um das mal deutlich zu sagen. Okay, ich erlebe hier ein Déjà-vu, weil vor einem Jahr gab es eine Hafenkonferenz, die auch veranstaltet wurde von und das passiert heute genauso, wenig Ahnung hat vom tatsächlichen Hafenleben, nämlich sie haben sich nicht beschäftigt mit der Gewerkschaft, sie haben sich nicht beschäftigt zum Beispiel mit der ITF, sprich Ausflaggung, was hier im Grunde deutlich wird eigentlich auch. Deswegen der Begriff Deutsches Hafenmuseum würde ich sagen als Weltmuseum, weil nämlich die Schiffe, die kommen, die wenigsten haben eine deutsche Flagge, obwohl sie Eigentümer in Deutschland sind. Und deswegen soll man doch ganz demütig sein und den Titel nehmen, Menschen im Hafen. Dann habe ich alles erfasst. Ja? Und ich selber will versuchen, Menschen im Hafen von 1860 bis heute und auch zukünftig darzustellen im Hafenmuseum.
Danke. Dann haben Sie sich denn, der Sitznachbar in der Reihe davor hat sich
Also mein Name ist Dieter Klienke, ich habe mir mal das Museum der Arbeit ausgedacht, aber ich bin nicht nur Ideengeber, sondern ich bin Ideengeber auch für Städtebau. Ich habe auch Architekt und Stadtplaner und habe dafür auch den Deutschen Städtebaupreis bekommen. Und ich will Ihnen einfach mal sagen, dass mir dies zu einseitig, nicht zu schmal eigentlich gedacht wird. Wenn wir zum Beispiel sagen, wir haben keine Entwicklungsmöglichkeiten für den Hafen, dann muss man einfach mal nachschauen, was ist denn der Hafen überhaupt? Was macht der denn dann? Und wenn man das genau analysiert, dann wird man feststellen, ich habe riesige Flächen, zum Beispiel zur Öllagerung. der muss nicht in Hamburg gelagert werden, der kann auch in Wilhelmshaven gelagert werden. Und da bestimmt etwas wie eine Vernetzung zwischen den einzelnen Häfen und auch eine Vernetzung, wollte ich anregen, zwischen den einzelnen Museen. Das Museum muss nicht, das Deutsche Hafenmuseum muss nicht alles abdecken, sondern es muss entscheidende Schwerpunkte setzen, die es interessiert, die Leute, dass sie da hinkommen.
Dazu vielleicht nochmal direkt aufs Podium, also genau diesen Einwand. Ist die Gefahr groß, dass das Deutsche Hafenmuseum mit den vielen Themenebenen, die es behandeln will, sich vielleicht überlädt? Muss es sich fokussieren?
Also die Frage ist vollkommen gerechtfertigt und wir haben gerade zum Beispiel dasselbe Problem in München. Wir machen eine neue Dauerausstellung über die Schifffahrt, wir haben begrenzten Platz und können nicht alles ausstellen. Und bei uns ist genau dieselbe Idee angeschlagen worden, die Kooperation mit anderen Häusern zu suchen. Und hier muss man wirklich herausarbeiten, was ist das Prägnante, was man hier präsentieren möchte. Was möchte das Publikum, was möchten Sie, muss ich eigentlich dazu sagen. Und ich denke mal, das sind diese 3 Säulen, also zwischen wirklich den Menschen, die den größten Anteil ausgemacht haben. Das muss man einfach sagen. Es geht aber um die Infrastruktur und um die Schiffe. Und es wurde auch schon angesprochen, das Ausflaggen, die anderen Problematiken, all das, man muss wirklich alles in einen Topf werfen und nachher sehen, was ist möglich, was ist machbar. Raum spielt einen Punkt, Geld spielt wie immer einen Punkt, also das alles zusammen zu organisieren und dann die Kooperation mit dem Schifffahrtsmuseum Bremerhaven anhand der Küste vielleicht zu suchen, mit anderen Hafenstädten zu gucken. Aber ich finde die Idee, überhaupt ein Hafenmuseum einmalig. Es gibt in Rotterdam ein Hafenmuseum. Es gibt in anderen europäischen Städten kleinere Museen, wo es meistens um die Stadtgeschichte geht. Aber wirklich herauszuarbeiten, was ist eigentlich ein Hafen? Was macht ihn aus? Die Menschen, die Berufe, all das sollte man wirklich nochmal gucken, passt das hinein? Was lässt sich davon umsetzen? Also insofern stimme ich dem zu, es ist einfach notwendig.
Okay. Sie sind schon länger. Vorsicht, auf das Mikro warten.
Gerne. Für mich schwingt bei den Fragen hier, die ich höre, immer mit die Frage eigentlich, wer bestimmt, was erzählt wird in so einem Museum. Wenn ich hier die anderen Teilnehmer so höre, dann haben sie ein großes Interesse daran, dass ihre Geschichte richtig erzählt wird, dass ihre Geschichte aus ihrer Perspektive authentisch erzählt wird. Und sie haben offensichtlich die Befürchtung, dass das so nicht ankommt. Die Frage hat auch noch mehrere andere Aspekte. Wenn ich jetzt also zum Beispiel denke, Deutsches Hafenmuseum, ich habe jetzt lange in Lübeck gewohnt. Es gibt verschiedene Häfen in Deutschland, die mit gutem Recht behaupten können, auf ihren jeweiligen Gebieten in Deutschland einzigartig, führend und bedeutender als der Hamburger Hafen zu sein. Gibt es. Lübeck-Travemünde ist der größte deutsche Fährhafen, in Kiel ist die Marine, in Hamburg gibt es keine, jedenfalls keine nennenswerte. Wismar hat den größten Holzumschlag. Hamburg ist also sicherlich der bedeutendste Containerhafen, noch, wer weiß, keine Ahnung. Es gibt viele Leute, die viel Interesse an diesem Museum haben werden. Es ist ein deutsches Hafenmuseum. Es ist ein Museum, das sich mit der Geschichte von Menschen befasst. Wie kommen die vor im Entstehungsprozess? Die Frage ist also nicht so sehr für mich, was passiert hinterher. Also wir haben dann einen Raum, in dem diskutiert werden kann. Das ist schön, ja, klar, erwartet man heutzutage. Die Frage ist, wie kommen alle diese Menschen, wie kommen alle diese Interessen in dem Entstehungsprozess, in dem Definitionsprozess vor?
Ich glaube, die Frage lässt sich beantworten. Dachte ich zumindest. Also es gibt, soweit ich das mitgekriegt habe, gab es ja diverse Beteiligungsformate zur Konzeptionierung des Hafenmuseums, des Deutschen Hafenmuseums.
Ja, das ist ja auch noch nicht fertig und eine Veranstaltung wie heute dient ja auch dazu. Es ist eben also wir haben jetzt nicht vor, einen demokratischen Abstimmungsprozess darüber zu entwickeln, was dann die konkrete Auswahl anbelangt. Aber wir haben ja in diversen Runden unsere Entwicklung geöffnet, zeigen die immer wieder. Und letztendlich ist es auch so, wie es sich in Diskursen eben immer ergibt, setzen sich irgendwann Fragestellungen durch. Das nun heute mit den 3 Wortmeldungen der mir allen sehr geliebten und bekannten Ehrenamtlichen im Hafenmuseum Hamburg Dazu habe ich schon was gesagt. Wir sprechen heute und dieses Symposium über einen bestimmten Teil des Hafenmuseums und nicht über die 4 anderen inhaltlichen Teile, die dafür vorgesehen sind. Wenn nun heute bei der Diskussion dem einen oder anderen das zu kurz kommt, dann würde ich daraus noch keine Rückschlüsse auf das große Ganze ziehen. Aber so entwickelt sich das. Letztendlich ist es ein Prozess, in dem sich Schritt für Schritt immer weiter herauskristallisieren wird, was an Relevanz hat und wie sich dann eben auch die unterschiedlichen Stimmen in diesem Diskussionsprozess durchsetzen. Letztendlich macht das dann das Deutsche Hafenmuseum selbst und die Menschen, die dort arbeiten, zu entscheiden, was stellen wir wie aus. Das ist so in der musealen Tätig. Das ist der Kurator, der Ausstellungsgestalter, die wissenschaftlichen Mitarbeiter, die Projektleitung, Direktorin, Direktor, die dann entscheiden, was tatsächlich gemacht wird. Und die sich dafür in der Öffentlichkeit rechtfertigen müssen. Also man kann... Bitte? Ja, es gibt auch immer Menschen, mit denen man dann zusammenarbeitet und die, ich würde sie jetzt nicht so bezeichnen, aber klar, das ist dann letztendlich das Ergebnis von sehr, sehr vielen Menschen. Und an Lübeck gerichtet, machen Sie doch ein Fährhafenmuseum.
Okay, also ich glaube, man kann festhalten, dass die Frage nach der Partizipation und so weiter, dass das etwas ist, was sich im Prozess wahrscheinlich auch noch weiterentwickeln und zeigen wird. Und von Hanni Jokin und von der zweiten Reihe.
Ja, danke. Ich bin vom Arbeitskreis Hamburg Postkolonial. Mich erstaunt diese Diskussion, weil sie für mich eine Engführung bedeutet. Wenn ich mir ein Hafenmuseum imaginiere, sei es ein nationales, wo Sie dann, wie Sie selbst schreiben, eine internationale Strahlkraft entwickeln wollen aus diesem Gebilde, frage ich mich auch nochmal die Zielgruppenfrage. In 20 Jahren, wie ist die demografische Entwicklung unserer globalisierten Stadtgesellschaft? Wir haben im Moment 20% Menschen mit dem sogenannten Migrationshintergrund. In 20 Jahren werden das noch viel mehr sein. Wen sprechen wir an? Wen beteiligen wir? Wenn Sie, Herr von Notz, sagen, wir machen das, wer sind wir? Das ist immer die Frage. Ich sehe hier keine Repräsentanten und Repräsentantinnen von den Communities, die heute schon hier sind, die mit ganz anderen Narrativen hierher kommen, die sie auch zu erzählen haben, zum Beispiel von ihren Großeltern, wie Hamburgs Schifffahrt anderswo, außerhalb von Europa stattgefunden hat, wie sie heute davon betroffen sind, wie sie hier, wie auch dort, wo vielleicht ihre Familien noch sind, davon betroffen sind. Also wenn wir jetzt, das Schlagwort ist ja oft Globalisierung jetzt schon heute gefallen, aber was bedeutet das denn grundsätzlich auch für die Zeitzeugen, für die Narrative, für die Erinnerungskulturen auch, als auch für die zukünftige Globalisierung?
Ist die Frage, also es ging ein bisschen in die Richtung, welche Netzwerke international werden bemüht, aber gleichzeitig auch, wie ist es mit der Situation? Die demografische Veränderung ist richtig. Es wurde auch Herr Broster hat es, glaube ich, 2016 bei seinem Eröffnungsstatement angesprochen und gesagt, ja, wir haben heutzutage schon an den Schulen in Hamburg, also in der urbanen Gesellschaft, mehr als 50% der Kinder haben einen Migrationshintergrund. Und die Perspektive auf die Geschichte dieses Landes ändert sich durch die Veränderung der Bevölkerung. Die Vielfältigkeit der Bevölkerung, wie bildet die sich ab in der perspektivischen Erarbeitung eines solchen Museums? Wie kann das geleistet werden? Unter anderem dadurch, dass man Menschen beschäftigt, die diese Vielfältigkeit repräsentieren und diese unterschiedlichen Perspektiven auch. Aber Ist das eine Herausforderung jedes Mal wieder neu, wenn man jetzt darüber nachdenkt, wenn man zum Beispiel eine Ausstellung kuratiert oder eben ein Museum ins Leben ruft? Wie geht man daran?
Ja, der eine Weg war ja angesprochen worden gerade eben. Am einfachsten ist es, mit diesen Personen zu reden. Entweder sie mit ins Team zu holen oder als beratende Funktion wirklich sich Anweisungen zu holen, Anleitung teilweise. Die Sicht ist vollkommen anders. Man kann es noch erweitern, indem man fragt, eurozentrische Perspektive oder nicht. Das lässt sich auch am einfachsten festmachen. Wir hatten es auch schon am Abend öfters gehört, das Deutsche Hafenmuseum oder nur Hafenmuseum, wie ich jetzt gerne irgendwie denke, gerade im Kopf, das macht es irgendwie einfacher, diesen Begriff so zu erweitern, dass alle angesprochen sind. Und bei Ausstellungen kann man es leider nicht allen recht machen, muss ich einfach dazu sagen. Man muss das Bestmögliche probieren, die Leute ins Boot mit hineinzuholen, mit ihnen eben eine Lösung zu erarbeiten und probieren es so zu vermitteln, dass es aus ihrer Sicht, aus ihrer Perspektive vor allen Dingen auch funktioniert. Also eine Generalantwort kann ich leider auch nicht dazu liefern. Es sind Bemühungen, mehr kann man eigentlich nicht probieren. Und ob sie vom Erfolg gekrönt sind oder nicht, zeigt sich dann erst bei der Eröffnung meistens.
Frau Schemmer?
Aber ich glaube, also im Hamburger Hafen arbeiten ja nicht nur deutsche Arbeiter oder norddeutsche Hafenarbeiter, sondern ich glaube, beim Gesamthafenbetrieb sind Menschen aus über 130 Ländern angestellt und die arbeiten da nicht auch erst seit wenigen Jahren, sondern schon seit den 50er Jahren sind die in Hamburg. Und ich glaube, dass es, also wenn man über Akteure spricht, dass es klar ist, dass da Akteure aus Europa oder der ganzen Welt oder woher sie auch immer kommen, mit inbegriffen sind. Zumindest mit Blick auf diese Arbeitswelthafen, würde ich sagen, davon, also kann man eigentlich ausgehen.
Also das heißt, man könnte sich es ja so vorstellen, also viele Kulturinstitutionen haben ja damit zu kämpfen, dass sie noch also ein Diversitätsproblem haben, weil das Programm nicht entsprechend aufgestellt ist, also ganz konkret Theater, Repertoire-Theater und so weiter. Also bleibt natürlich eine Herausforderung für die Institutionen, sich damit zu beschäftigen, wie werden wir eigentlich dem Bild von Gesellschaft, zumindest wie es in den Städten heutzutage aussieht, gerecht. Und in der Beteiligung.
Ja, ich gehöre zu denjenigen, die nicht aus der Hafenwirtschaft kommen. Ich habe nie im Hafen gearbeitet. Ich komme aus der Kulturszene und habe zu tun mit den Hafenstädten Palermo und mit den Hafenstädten Marseille. Nur 3 kurze Anmerkungen. Ich habe gestern hier einen außerordentlich beeindruckenden Vortrag gehört von dem Holländer, von dem Herrn Lohmeier. Fand ich sehr gut, was er über die Museen gesagt hat. Mir ist aufgefallen, dass er ganz zu Anfang sein Statement begonnen hat mit der Nennung eines Schiffes. Und zwar hat er nicht irgendein Schiff genommen, sondern er hat die Yacht von Herrn Abramowitsch genommen im Hamburger Hafen. Ich habe mich gefragt, warum hat er damit angefangen? Offensichtlich ein Unterhaltungsprofi, Museumsprofi, der gesagt hat, ich fange mal mit diesem Schiff an. In Palermo, das Schiff, was am meisten von den Touristen angeschaut wurde, war nicht ein Kreuzfahrtschiff im Hafen, sondern ein Flüchtlingsschiff, was vor dem Rathaus aufgebaut war. Als kleine Anmerkung. Dritte Anmerkung, ich war noch nie in Hamburg auf einem Hafengeburtstag. Ich höre aber immer, dass das außerordentlich erfolgreich ist, weil ganz viele Menschen dorthin kommen. Und wenn ich dann nebenbei frage, was sieht man denn dort, dann höre ich ja, viel ist blau angestrahlt und es gibt Schlepper, die auf den Wellen rumtanzen. Also wenn ich in ein künftiges Hafenmuseum gehe, ich möchte am Beispiel Schiff oder Hafen etwas erfahren über Menschen, Menschen in der Veränderung, gesellschaftliche Prozesse, Vergangenheit, Zukunft. Ich möchte nichts wissen über blaue Farben oder tanzende Schlepper. Das interessiert mich nicht. Ich sage das einfach für mich. Ich sage dazu, ich komme nicht ich habe nie in einem Hafen gearbeitet. Wenn ich in einem Hafen gearbeitet hätte, würde ich vermutlich gerne als Pensionär einen tanzenden Schlepper sehen.
Okay, ich glaube,
Aber
über die tanzenden Schlepper und das blaue Licht kann man sich
so
bestimmt noch einigen.
Also ich erwarte von einem Hafenmuseum vieles, was ich auch von einem anderen Museum erwarte, nämlich Aussagen über Menschen, gesellschaftliche Prozesse, Machtverhältnisse, Veränderungen.
Gut. Und dann zum Abschluss? Da hinten noch 2 Meldungen.
Museum als Jürgen Böhnig, Museum macht man im Moment des Verlustes. Wenn es weg ist, dann sammelt man auf und stellt es aus. Und solche Umbrüche, die sind natürlich geeignet, darauf zu gucken, was in Zukunft passiert und was in der Vergangenheit passiert ist. Und ich glaube, die Suche nach den Umbrüchen in der Hamburger Hafengeschichte oder in der deutschen Hafengeschichte wäre ein guter Leitfaden zu sagen, was zeigen wir denn eigentlich? Denn es ist sinnlos zu sagen, die sind immer auf dem Wasser gefahren, sondern man muss sagen, auf welche Weise und zu welchem Zweck. Und da fand ich das Symposium, den zweiten Vortrag, sehr erhellend, weil er gesagt hat, was ihr da getrieben habt, ist bei uns ganz anders angekommen. Und es wird auch nicht helfen, wenn man jetzt sagt, man hat einen kamerunischen Hafenarbeiter und befragt ihn darüber, was er da empfunden hat, sondern es geht darum, dass das, was hier stattgefunden hat, Wirkung in der Welt gehabt hat, bei dem sich diejenigen, die hier wohnen, keine Rechenschaft ablegen. Also das war für mich die Schlussfolgerung aus diesem Symposium, darauf hinzuweisen, nicht so Unbedachtsamkeit mit der Trauer umzugehen. Wir haben was bewirkt, wir haben durch Kolonialismus was bewirkt, wir haben durch gerechten oder ungerechten Tausch was bewirkt. Und die Arbeit am Schiffbau, Holger, ne, die ist ja woanders gelandet. Also wenn man die Geschichte des Umbruchs erzählt, dann ist das nicht nur eine Verlustgeschichte, sondern eine Geschichte, die an anderer Stelle der Welt was bewirkt hat. Und für mich ist der Umbruch, den wir jetzt erleben, zum ersten Mal die Tatsache, dass sich Leute die Produktionsstandorte aussuchen können, wo sie produzieren lassen, weil es diese Schiffe gibt und weil es diesen Hafen gibt und weil sie sich sehr leicht dazwischen bewegen können. Und das wäre für mich die Geschichte der Gründe, warum dieser Warenaustausch stattfindet, was er mit verschiedenen Leuten macht, die an verschiedenen Enden sitzen, und den Verlust in eine Weltperspektive zu setzen und nicht von Hamburg nur aus zu gucken.
Danke.
Ich möchte auf den Titel der Podiumsdiskussion noch einmal zurückkommen. Er hat 2 Teile. Wie sieht der Hafen der Zukunft aus und welche Rollen nehmen Museen, nicht das Deutsche Hafenmuseum, Museen in diesen Prozess ein? Jetzt könnte man fragen, in welchem Prozess? Im ersten Teil ist gar kein Prozess benannt. Da ist nur davon gesprochen, wie sieht der Hafen der Zukunft aus. Aber das lasse ich auf sich beruhen. Die Frage, wie sieht der Hafen der Zukunft aus, ist von Ihnen als Zukunftsfrage beantwortet worden. Ich würde mir auch vorstellen, Frau Richenberger, dass das als eine Vergangenheitsfrage behandelt wird, nämlich welche Zukunftsvision hat es in den Hafengeschichten gegeben? Hamburg, wie es nie geworden ist, Harburg, wie es nie geworden ist und so weiter. In Hamburg hat das zum Beispiel mit dazu beigetragen, dass wir ein sogenanntes Groß-Hamburg bekommen haben, nämlich mit Argumentation für Hafenbedürfnisse. Und die Frage, welche Bedürfnisse haben welche Chancen, werden dann auch diese Bedürfnisse nachher erfüllt? Oder ist der enorme Geländegewinn, der auch mit Groß-Hamburg verbunden war, für den Hafen gar nicht nötig gewesen. Wer hat dann doch eine Verlustgeschichte erlitten? Also nicht nur Harburg, sondern Menschen in anderer Form. Also diese Perspektive, dass man früher eben auch Visionen hatte, die teilweise durchgesetzt wurden, teilweise nicht. Und was kann ein Museum mit historischem Wissen daraus an Maßstäben mitgeben zur Betrachtung der Gegenwart? Das Zweite, welche Rollen nehmen Museen in diesem Prozess ein?
Das wird jetzt das Schlusswort mehr oder weniger von
Nein,
Ihnen, ne?
Herr von Notz hat so schön gesagt, als es darum ging, wie weit Arbeitsexperten zu Worte kommen in Zusammenarbeit mit Kuratoren, in Museen Angestellte. Wenn die Museen diesen Prozess der Veränderung von Hafen wahrnehmen sollen und nicht nur als eine Sache des 19., 20., Anfang 21. Jahrhunderts darstellen, sondern als einen ständigen Prozess, in dem es auch verstärkte Phasen, Umbrüche gibt, dann muss das Museum so ausgerüstet sein, dass es nicht nur ein tolles Gebäude am richtigen Standort mit einer Grundbesatzung hat, sondern auch mit einer bleibenden größeren Besatzung, auch von wissenschaftlichen Arbeitenden, die mit den Alltagsexperten zusammenarbeiten können. Ich verweise nur auf das Museum der Arbeit, das ist industriegeschichtlich, Herr Kliniker hat es angesprochen, in Gang gekommen und hat aber nicht mehr den Kontakt zur gegenwärtigen Entwicklung von Industrie, außer durch Veranstaltungen. Aber wie betont wurde, es geht um Objekte und die Geschichten mit diesen Objekten und den Menschen dahinter. Also nicht vergessen, wenn das Museum in Gang gekommen ist, dass es dauerhaft Interessierte braucht, die auch eine Stelle dort haben.
Ich glaube, dieser Hinweis und viele, viele andere von heute Abend werden mitgenommen. Davon gehe ich zumindest sehr stark aus. Und ich finde, wie gesagt, man könnte sich noch stundenlang hier darüber unterhalten. Ich glaube aber, man kann sich mit Sicherheit beim nächsten Symposium, von dem ich glaube, dass es existieren wird, wahrscheinlich auch noch mal eine Runde besser unterhalten, weil da schon mehr stehen wird. Ich glaube, es ist tatsächlich eine große Herausforderung, auch jetzt hier im Raum, sich ein Thema zu nehmen, eine Klammer zu nehmen und zu versuchen, darüber zu diskutieren, was muss passieren, damit ein Konzept entwickelt wird, das ganz viel können muss. Was muss passieren, damit ein Hafenmuseum entstehen kann, ein deutsches Hafenmuseum an einem Standort, den man noch gar nicht kennt. Es gibt relativ viele Unbekannte, die, glaube ich, nochmal umrissen werden müssen, damit man auch nochmal ein bisschen klarer über bestimmte Dinge sprechen kann. Ich finde aber, wir sind heute Abend relativ weit gekommen, wenn es darum geht, sich zu überlegen, welche Aspekte müssen eine Rolle spielen, welche dürfen keine Rolle spielen. Insofern wüsste ich jetzt, glaube ich, gar nicht mehr viel hinzuzufügen, als mich zu bedanken an alle, die hier auf dem Podium saßen und auch nochmal darauf hinzuweisen, dass es sehr, sehr unterschiedliche Expertisen hier auf dem Podium gibt und dass auch das ein Grund dafür ist, dass nicht alle den gleichen Wortanteil haben. Es ist ein bisschen auffällig, immer wenn tatsächlich vom Denkmalschutz, wenn der Alleinvorstand der Stiftung Historische Museen, wenn Vertreter vom Hafen und Expertinnen über Historie hier sitzen, dann ist es tatsächlich am Ende so, die einen werden ein bisschen mehr adressiert als die anderen. Ich hoffe, die entsprechenden Personen, je nachdem, welche Gewichtung das ist, sehen es mir und uns nach. Und ansonsten hoffe ich, dass wir uns wiedersehen beim nächsten Symposium, bei der nächstbesten Gelegenheit in Bezug auf dieses Thema oder ein anderes. Schönen Abend noch an Sie alle.